Bonjour. Merci à vous de gagner vos places.
Merci, Gilles. Ouais, ça marche pas, hein. Ah, ça y est. Nous allons reprendre, s'il vous plaît. Je vous prie de regagner vos places. Bienvenue à cette troisième journée de ce colloque. Donc là, nous sommes... Pardon? Si, il marche. La preuve. Hein. Oui, non, il marche, oui, parfaitement. Et oui, le micro marche, il marche. Oui, donc il faut pas que je sois un secret. Voilà, we are now in familiar grounds. Et je suis heureuse de passer la parole pour la présidence de notre première séance de la journée à Catherine Lissac, qui est professeure de littérature et de culture de la première modernité à l'université de Bordeaux. Montaigne. Bon, oui, quand même. Hein. Montaigne, citons-le. Voilà. Merci beaucoup, Catherine.
Merci à tous nos collègues ce matin. Nous sommes très nombreux. Plus fort? D'accord. I'm happy to present our first speaker for today, called Imke Lichterfeld. She teaches English literature at Bonn University in Germany, where she holds a position as studies coordinator at the Department of English, American and Celtic Studies. Apart from a monograph on early modern revenge called
Thank you.
When the Bad Bleeds, she has contributed to publications on modernism, contemporary literature, and the English Renaissance, among others in Arrêt sur scène, comparative literature, and with the Société Française Shakespeare. Her teaching predominantly covers early modern drama, including Shakespeare, and currently her research focuses on masculinity in Shakespeare, and she gave a seminar on this topic at the 2025 ESRA conference. And today she will be presenting a paper called Constructing an Inhabited Forest, Sylvan's World Rebuilding in As You Like It and A Midsummer Night's Dream.
Yes, Catherine, thank you so much. Ezra is coming up and I'm doing a seminar with Alice Zaharia from Bucharest. But thank you for having me here. Merci à la Société Française de Shakespeare and félicitations on your 50th birthday. This past Sunday, I went to the woods. I just went to Parc Montsouris as well, but that's not the woods. I spent last weekend at my parents' as it was Mothering Sunday in Germany. In the morning, before our family lunch, I ran my usual jogging round in the forest, more or less next to their house, about a mile without the town. Usually I wear my headphones listening to a podcast, Shakespeare, of course. Sometimes Desert Island Discs, but as we heard yesterday, that's not too far-fetched either. Anyway, this time I had forgotten my headphones at home and listened to the sounds of the wood, which obviously we should all do much more often. During COVID, wood bathing, essentially taking the walk, was recommended as a therapy against the mental strains of being inside a house, to calm down. Not because the forest is quiet, it is not. The wind in the trees, birds, sometimes human-made noises penetrate its supposed calm. The theatre, too, as an inspiring aspect of our work-life balance, is not quiet. It touches us sensually, visually, auditorily, via synergetic perception, maybe even olfactory, haptic, not just because I might grab your knee when I'm shocked. Definitely one is taken in. There is then a way to Arden, Ron Wilson writes, a mental voyage of discovery which leads to the recognition of self and the importance of feelings. Discoveries in the forest, including Shakespeare's, are constructed along impressions of audiences' feelings and their imaginary persons, as we all know from Henry V. Whenever the audience in the theatre enters its space, they know that they are bound for a new place within. That is stagecraft, moving them, what Chloé Giroux day before yesterday called déménager, into a new place, the forest. It is an evocative place. Playwrights construct space via word building, of course. This talk is too short to develop a solid spatial background, but to mention a few concepts on spatiality here. Edward Sawyer adds that space is never just a backdrop, but fundamental to being. Sawyer's ontologically spatial connections can be applied in the theatre and its creations. If we put an emphasis on an imagined space, Kenneth White's concept of geopoetics can also help to interpret our plays. He engages the personal, creative individuality, and precise attention. The idea of the forest constructs a relationship between the real personal experience and the imagined unconscious forest of the theatre, created through the senses. Forests have inspired imagination. The forest is a landscape, is a generator of ideas. Simon Sharma writes that landscapes can be self-consciously designed to express the virtues of a particular political or social community. Of course, it is in the theatre as well. We tend to think of the green world plays in terms of plant and landscape imagery, because the country world is first invoked in terms of plants and landscape. At the same time, the forest allows and enables a process of developing or revealing an entity, an identity. Texts, and certainly drama as well, continually recalibrate familiar landscape, as the setting suggests and the audience supposes, imagines. Lawrence Buell insists on place consciousness as an incompletion, undertaken in awareness that place is something we are always in the process of finding and always perforce creating in some degrees as we find it, so as to make it a perpetual challenge. Likewise, forests and wooden spaces are modeled in the plays, whether those of Athens, Arden, the Welsh mountains, the Heath. Through Shakespeare's Sylvan stagecraft, worlds are created via language, via stage scenery, via people. I've chosen the Sylvan background and its representation on stage as a manifold opportunity. It serves as a setting for banishment and insecurity, as well as wonder and happiness in the comedies As You Like It and Midsummer Night's Dream. And obviously, I'll only give brief glimpses looking at time. I'm also talking on the third and ultimate day of our birthday conference, so I refer you to the previous 2 days, including the poster sessions, if we can still get hold of the presentation on the Midsummer Night's Dream. Shakespeare constructs arboreal, imaginary places for possible solace. As a means of displacement for his characters, he sends his imagination into the woods to find repose removed from an everyday context. As such, it could be a religiously sublime place, an aesthetic space, or a resource. These thoughts are, of course, partly based on Northrop Frye's Green World, a symbol for the dream world, and a place of metamorphosis there in which comic resolution is achieved. Harold Brooks calls it a place of transformation. Andreas Mahler and Enclave, we can label it a heterotopia. Shakespeare uses fantasies, imaginary persons to generate a sense of sylvan spaces. Words become wood worlds. Dominique, on Thursday, brought us back to Brooks' empty space that is made concrete by playing it. Of course, including the tree trunks that we talked about yesterday on stage and possibly some twigs as props. Then, however, the woods in turn become ideas. And I will ponder this reversal of forest creation into something inhabited, the theatre. We've seen some of this in the talks yesterday when Sophie pondered wastes and deserts. The forest is still a construct, a space of imagination and possibly longing, a counter-equivalent to traditional cities and conservative rules. In Shakespeare's comedy, As You Like It, the forest is the prominent, rather jovial setting against the cold-hearted court. It serves as a place of refuge, exploration, and transformation for the characters. The Forest of Arden has, as Jameson claims, healing properties. It provides a pastoral atmosphere that allows to explore isolation and exile versus camaraderie and companionship. However, its pastoral descriptions are broken, and many scholars have worked on this. So let me sum up their main arguments. The forest is seemingly outlined as a detached, happy place of the exiled court, full of merry men, a medieval Robin Hoodish peer-related world, which seems a careless Arcadia at first glance. It's a mythologization of the forest as a natural, original landscape, as such, a desert, deserted. However, just as the circumstances were not truly idyllic, still the situation that Duke Senior finds himself in after being exiled is not a true paradise or pastoral Arcadia, and there is hardship and hunting. The audience need to be aware of the differentiation of the depiction between Eden and Arden, and keep their senses alive to vigilantly perceive the presented setting. Accordingly, Willis argues that characters read the forest of Arden in radically different ways. Here is political struggle causing exile and cruelty. Todd Borlick calls out a conflicted representation of Arden as an idyllic sylvan oasis. Fortin even asserts that reality continually criticizes this myth of an unfallen, timeless world. And Linda Bamber underlines that human needs persist wherever people are. In the green world, as such quasi-pastoral idealized alternatives to regular life have been called, we still must eat. Cirillo, last quote there, recognizes truthfully that this is not an absolutely ideal state. Nature does not flatter the post-lapsarian man. And Borlick also recognizes some of that exploitation. Duke Senior stresses the golden pastoral nostalgia of this democracy-hailing monarchy to his co-mates and brothers in exile. I'll not read that, you know it all. And Aurélie Griffin explained this perfectly yesterday, including the debunking of the pastoral myth. Duke Senior, Watson claims, clearly does feel the pain of nature's enmity, but in this speech, he designs a fictional natural habitat for himself, accepting the green world as the place he yet belongs. However, taking words from brooks and stones reverses world building into words, marking text from nature, signposts. And normally there are no signposts in the sea, and maybe today there are, but there should be no flags and milestones in the natural world. Jaques' place by the brook does not need the stage at all. His mourning for a stag by the brook is a mere tychoscopy. I'm fully aware there's nothing on this slide, just imaginary, even without the empty theatre space, but yet a specific placement. The Duke's fantasy is also set against the insecure Orlando, who feels neglected by his elder brother and therefore runs to the woods. He first labels this space uncouth, but finds solace when confirmed in his infatuation with Rosalind. Orlando, Rawdon Wilson writes, does adjust to Arden. More than that, Willis continues, Orlando does not merely talk about the forest, he makes it literally bear his tidings. This does not, as Gabriel Egan might have asserted, run, quote, counter to the understanding of the forest as a place where humans can recover their natural dominance over animals, end quote. It aligns. As Orlando pins poems on the tree trunks, he writes the forest and creates a new literary setting, text carved upon these trees. Willis writes he imposes his own text. He constructs the formerly ambivalent forest anew by attaching love poetry to the trees. He creates an inhabited, furnished place. Think about the déménager again, via words. The forest is rewritten and Orlando characters letters the trees. Watson ironically labels this vandalism, but could this be read as a colonial thought, settling? It might be interpreted as a, though youthful, conscious domination of nature, not just taking from the forest, but giving. And Jaques scolds Orlando he should mar no more trees with writing love songs in their barks. Because of protecting the forest, because of keeping it pure and pastoral, or because it means a new and unwished for civilization of the wild space, according to melancholy Jaques. The Duke called the forest a desert city, Rosalind a desert place, Orlando at first too. Celia later reads on one of Orlando's notes, why should this a desert be? for it is unpeopled? No. Tongues I'll hang on every tree, that shall civil sayings show. Orlando will undesert this place by civilized writing, by signposting. It's a conscious domination of nature, a re-civilization of the supposedly naturalizing world. And I'll not talk here about the clocks in the forest. However, Wilson argues on the transition to a new time concept in Arden that thoughts are real. The time sense in Arden, words outward from the mind rather than inward. Orlando certainly imposes outward. The forest is made outward as a place of transformation and creation. And I think, as I understood it, this is similar to what Chloe said on Thursday, for humans from being fed by the forest with regard to transformation to feeding the forest, creating the space again and anew. She said, définir le lieu par le corps et le corps par le lieu. And I'll turn that vice versa, ending on le lieu par le corps. Just a few thoughts on Midsummer Night's Dream. Here, the forest of Athens is similarly to Arden established as a removed heterotopia enclave green world. Lysander and Hermia purposefully leave Athens. Their intentional displacement might be read as an othering, a self-determined alienation. It is a flight into a world of the impossible from the strict city, constructed as a harmonious site and allows to seek new friends and stranger companies. Quite a call when thinking about Daniel Swift's paper yesterday, Be Friendly. Anyway, I'll not reiterate the establishment of the forest from the poet's eye here either, through the poet's pen, which has been drawn on yesterday by Michael, and which establishes shapes and gives to airy nothing a local habitation and a name. The establishment of the forest as a couth space is permanently undermined. Demetrius is determined on doing mischief in the woods. The process of shifting power dynamics can be witnessed among the lovers, also with regard to the court of Athens and the court of the forest. I'll not draw attention to the climate change quarrel between Titania and Oberon either, but it is the forest's active people that shape it. Susan Owens refers to people looking at the same landscape and seeing very different things. I just want to highlight one example, Peter Quince. In Act 3, he misreads the forest as a handy place to meet when he labels it a marvelous, convenient place for our rehearsal. This interpretation is, of course, dramatically correct. The actors are on stage in the comedy, witnessed by the audience, playing. Quince adds that the green plot shall be our stage, this hawthorn brake our tiring house. He might have well have held up a twig. The stage is crafted as the magic world of the forest, but this green world then gets retranslated into an imaginary of the reverse, the stage. On peut partager au spectacle is what Dominique said about the Comédie Française. Here too, there is an immediate correspondence between words and world building, making this a wild setting, then an inhabited place, colonizing it, translating it. An established theatre space turned forest is re-commodified as an exploitable resource. The Anthropocene is strong in this one too. And to conclude, Ronan Patterson writes that Arden is not utopia, nor is it Arcadia. The play's idealized resolutions are blatantly, indeed joyously artificial. Theatre's ability to simultaneously juxtapose word, action, and image gives scope for ambiguity, which Shakespeare utilizes in The Forest of Arden to a greater extent than almost any of his other plays. Which world are we in at the end? Back in the theatre, boundaries are definitely still blurred in Midsummer Night's Dream. Demetrius still drugged, or as Nicosia argues, cured, translated. Puck returns. Which world are we in when we enter the theatre, the lecture theatre? Were we in Ukraine yesterday? And how do we get back? A Sylvan world is built on stage, and then from that preliminary disposition, the forest is rewritten. Rachel Basson was quoting Moore yesterday afternoon as, quote, a site of what can only be imagined, end quote. Patricia Bardier explained in the morning that developers do stuff like that. And I'm fully aware I'm putting both of your quotes without any context. It depends on our reading of the agency of what Pfister called word scenery and what we now label stagecraft. The plays underline the traditional dichotomy between nature and culture, but then these borders are blurred. Associated demarcations made ambivalent and destabilized again, questioning the reality of the mind that Sophia already explained yesterday with regard to, was it Alan Roger or Alain Roger's artialization, which I need to read right after this conference. Nature in the theatre at least cannot be conceived without humans as cultural creators. Today, a forest can be even noisier. Last Sunday, I could hear an aeroplane, possibly leaving Cologne for Mallorca, taking some of our colleagues to the Parallel Conference. There were no electrical saws to be heard. It was a Sunday after all, but these will penetrate our ears and possibly distract us from our Sylvan thoughts, from world building by ideas of words, like I sometimes do by listening to noise on my headphones, or not next time. Yet each time I am consciously aware that I'm entering the forest at my parents' home and will return to Bonn where I live and work. With the Shakespeare podcast, even the ones on As You Like It, is constantly reminding me of, because I'm listening to them preparing for sessions or talks like this. The forest is rethought, rewritten. Thank you very much.
Thank you for what was an enchanting paper. A beautiful mental voyage, as you described, which I thought was a wonderful reinterpretation of l'esprit des lieux. I was fascinated by the very last illustration, Gustav Underworld's 1904 Berlin backdrop for Midsummer Night's Dream. There's something incredible in this painting. I do feel it's very avant-gardiste. It's as if we were watching something that might be drawn today with all we understand about the way the brain works. And so that was wonderful.
Can I draw your attention to the name Wunderwald, which actually means wonder forest?
Yes. Can I open now to questions? Gisèle?
Thank you very much for this rereading of the Forest of Arden. And I'm always amazed when we have to deal with, As You Like It, that the original novel by Lodge should not be mentioned, because nowhere is Shakespeare more faithful to his sources, to some, I mean, even tiny return of the novel into the play. So it's amazing that we shouldn't, it's really because it is a stage play that it is so famous, because everyone has forgotten Lodge, after all. And for example, even the quarrel between the sister, the two girls about Rosalind being too much of a boy is already in the source. I mean, so it's really what Shakespeare is at. And it's always seems to me that it has a project throughout all the comedies that is to pull down the original pattern of the Forest of Arden, that is the idealized Petrarchian mode of love. We have it throughout. I mean, of course, in Midsummer Night's Dream, even more than anywhere else, love at first sight between the ass and the fairy. So it is at work already in this forest. It is deconstructed into the modern vision of love, accidental as it is, modern as it is, and nothing is left finally of the Petrarchian fleshless mode of love in this delightful comedy. Would you agree with this?
I suppose so. Guilty as charged, of course, not going to the sources. it's a question of what to include in 20 minutes, but of course, it's also the idea, Gilles and I talked about this right before, that it's the 21st century eco-critical perspective, which Sophie's working on so much as well, but that we now try to apply all the time to see, okay, how can we, to take the word from the different perspective that I mentioned as well, decolonize the forest while it is actually colonized again. So, so it's always in a way our perspective, and then to defend Shakespeare as well, this idea of, okay, there is a thought and I'll take it up and I'll make it my own, and let's not talk about plagiarism there. Yeah. But yeah, thank you very much for that comment and question.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was a beautiful talk. Thank you very much. At the very start of your talks, you depicted going into the forest yourself, taking off your headphones and listening to it. And that made me think about the beautiful talk, which in so many different ways visually reconstructs the forest. But what's happened to the forest outwardly? Because it's very odd that these plays, which are so obsessed with what you can't see, don't seem to depict what you can't hear. And forests are, as you said, loud places there. And the reality of a forest is very much to do with its sound as well as appearance. So I wondered what you thought was going on outwardly.
I didn't much look at bird sounds, for example. There's papers on that too, but it's I think the awareness to what kind of central reading you do of it. And of course, the visual is the one that strikes us first. But then if you go back to Shakespeare's time, it's a question of where would you hear the performance best? If you sat right next to the stage in the Globe Theatre, then yes, of course, you're closer, but you really have to turn your head to see the action. It's the idea of hearing the words that makes the more expensive seats so much more valuable. So the idea of hearing the words and yeah, my provocative slide there with nothing on it. I was thinking of putting some odd image of Jaques being constable or I think wrote that on that, and then I thought, no, hang on, that's not what I want to make you aware of this, but it is the auditory. We just hear about it and thereby see it. A tychoscopy does nothing but that, but makes us visualize what we've just heard. So thanks for pointing that out and reminding us all of the beauty of the words. And I wasn't listening to anything on the radio walking through Parc Montsouris this morning either.
Yes, thank you very much. That was delightful. But I was listening to Tiffany, reminded me that we had hoped to have François Laroque this afternoon speak of Le Songe. And one thing that the production made very sensible, was not so sensitive, was not so much the sounds as the lighting, which changes constantly in nature. There have been painters who have painted, the movement of the light Monet of course, at different hours. And what was one of the main attractions of that production, which I think a number of us saw, was the attention to lighting and the effects it created between imaginary and realistic ways of life. Just a footnote. Thank you very much.
But thinking about that thought, I mean, of course, if you go to the theatre and Bankside now, then it's 2 hours in the afternoon, the 2 hours traffic of our strife. Yet, if you think about, like the Cathedral of Rouen, for example, and the idea of how time moves and the questions of at what time are we then in As You Like It? Is it winter? Is it what time of the day are we? Are we actually moving throughout the play through the years and end up in happy summer with all the marriages and so on? So it's a reminder of that, I suppose, as well. And in today's theatre, of course, you can do it all artificially, but that's not the same.
Une dernière question.
Johann.
Thank you for a wonderful results. I was wondering if you could comment a little bit on the the space, that the room, rather, that these silver spaces leave the queer erotics of both place, to some extent.
Didn't really prepare about that, but such difficult, but of course it's I suppose the question of the wild space, and I know that you know so much more about the idea of the transgression of Ganymede, for example, or what we heard of with Cameron's paper 2 days ago as well. This idea of a freer space and the idea of transitioning and exploring. Ganymede's been mentioned, Celia hasn't at this conference, but Celia calling herself Aliena, so the idea of she's the othered one in the Forest of Arden, and the idea of her not knowing who she is, but clinging on to her friend and depending on Rosalind. I'd probably start there, and the idea of how she's then married off at the end without actually us following a story of love, but yeah, the love at first sight that seems surprising to us. I might start there. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. I know I have other questions, but we'll wait till the pause and we'll move on to our next paper. Please could we applaud Imke again for the So I'm pleased to present our second speaker this morning, Jonathan Pollock, who is Professor of English Literature at the Université of Perpignan via Domitia, France. His essays, many, include Qu'est-ce que l'humour, Paris-Quincy 2001, Le Moine de Luz d'Antoine Artaud, Gallimard 2002, Le rire du Momo, Antonin Artaud et la littérature anglo-américaine chez Quimé 2002, Déclinaison, le naturalisme poétique de Lucrèce à Lacan 2010, livre qui a quand même fait date, lire les Cantos d'Ezra Pound, Herman 2014 et Ariel, mon oiseau, une lecture éco-critique de la tempête de William Shakespeare, Herman 2021. This morning, Jonathan is going to present a paper on Unlocal Habitations or Shakespeare's theory of perception.
Thank you, Catherine. Yes, Unlocal Habitations, Raquel and myself were sent on a wild goose chase across the grounds, so excuse me for the late arrival. It's an honor to be here. I see a lot of distinguished faces. It's very intimidating, and I wonder whether this preamble is of any use to such experts, but it's something I remind myself, so I will begin with it. It is very easy to misunderstand the Shakespeare. It is less easy to know when we do so. He uses words that, for the most part, we still use today, but whose meaning has slowly evolved over the centuries. The historicist school of criticism has taught us to read Shakespeare's plays in the light of the social, cultural, and theological context of his day, whereas modern productions quite naturally highlight his relevance for contemporary audiences. In a sense, what is so very remarkable about Shakespeare is that he should remain our contemporary, despite possessing ideas about the soul, the world, and God so very different from our own. Shakespeare's thinking belongs to an episteme that we have come to call pre-scientific, or more recently, analogiste, following the categorization proposed by Philippe Descola. An episteme is not a fixed body of doctrine, rather it defines what it is possible to think in a given day and age, the noetic bedrock and articulations of speculative thought. It depends in part upon the potentialities of the available linguistic vehicles. The medieval episteme expressed itself in Latin. The promotion of national and vernacular tongues to textual status in the 16th century heralded a long period of epistemic turbulence, due partly to the transposition into the vulgar of concepts belonging to theology, natural philosophy, medicine, or cosmography. Once released into the public domain to be bandied about by the or ill-educated, such words tend to lose the precision which they enjoyed in the language of the schoolman. An obvious example is the semantic evolution of words belonging to the domain of ancient medical theory: humor, temper, spirits, melancholy, vapor, etc. But if we stop to think about it, even words as elementary or as elemental as air, water, fire, or earth mean very different things to us than they did to Shakespeare and his contemporaries. Today, I would like to take as an example the quotation introducing this year's call for papers, the well-known lines that Theseus devotes to the powers of the imagination at the beginning of the 5th act of A Midsummer Night's Dream. If these lines were thought appropriate for announcing a symposium on the spirit of place, it is clearly due to an equivocal reading of the expression local habitation. Such is the plasticity of Shakespeare's English that his language allows of at least two interpretations, a modern one and a medieval one. The second reading isn't obligatory, but it has the merit of being the less anachronistic of the two. The prevalence of terms of Latin origin is often a clue that Shakespeare is referring to doctrines inherited from natural philosophy. If to our minds, the musings of Theseus on the imagination seem to anticipate to some extent the ideas of Kant and Coleridge, it is because Kant and Coleridge were informed readers of scholastic thought. The medieval schoolmen themselves inherited their ideas about human and animal psychology from the writings of Arabic philosophers, who in turn derived their concepts from Aristotle and his De Anima. Nor need we assume that Shakespeare was particularly cognizant with the works of Albertus Magnus, Thomas Aquinas, Roger Bacon, or John Peacham, let alone those of Al-Farabi, Avicenna, or Averroes, for the simple reason that over the years, their theories had suffused everyday language and common thought about the workings of the human mind. As Alain de Libera points out, I quote, among the works massively disseminated in 16th century Europe by the Venetian printers, the works of Aristotle, expounded by the commentator, Averroes, take pride of place. The same may be said of the 1508 Venice edition of Avicenna's Opera Philosophica. Theseus's language here still shows a high degree of technicity. It is best we examine his choice of terms in the order of their occurrence. I should warn you in advance that my paper will not be about the spirit of place, inasmuch as the quotation which introduces the call for papers is not about the spirit of place either, but I will be talking about the places of the spirit. I haven't reproduced the quotation because it's so, you know it so well. Lovers and madmen have such seething brains, such shaping fantasies that apprehend more than cool reason ever comprehends. Theseus's assertion, with its three sets of carefully balanced oppositions, already reads like a philosophical proposition. In the ancient debate over the causes of mania or furor, whether it be of natural or supernatural origin, Theseus sides firmly with the proponents of Aristotelian naturalism, as opposed to the Platonic doctrine of divine inspiration. There is obviously something very ironical about an antique fable such as Theseus himself poo-pooing antique fables, especially as the fictive world of the play vindicates the reality of these fairy toys. But let us take Theseus seriously for the time being. Where do hallucinations come from? Which is another way of asking, where do images come from? Theseus opposes fantasy and reason, seething and cool, apprehension and comprehension. The frame of reference here is both Aristotelian and Hippocratic. For both traditions, hot and cold are qualities, dynamais, virtues or powers, which underlie the elements of the cosmos and the fluids of the human body. According to Timothy Bright, should a fluid such as black bile or natural melancholy become overheated, it gives off sooty fumes, a foul and pestilent congregation of vapors, which the seething brain mistakes for for information received by the senses from the external world. In the treatises of the time, the words temperamentum and temperatura are practically synonymous. Your temper, crisis in Greek, depends on your temperature, the mixture of hot and cold, moist and dry, at the core of your humoral disposition. In medieval Latin, apprehendere already has the meaning of to arrest, to take hold of, to snatch at, to seize. The agent of these actions is the mind. Apprehensio is a form of conceptio. For Theseus, the agent is more specifically the fantasy, which he contrasts with the reason. The fantasy apprehends sensible forms, whereas the reason comprehends intelligible forms. The play on ad and cum, prehendere, refers to two different moments in the workings of the mind. Just as in medieval and Renaissance Europe, Hippocrates was mediatized and systematized by Galen of Pergamum, Aristotle was read in the light of his Arabic commentators. The canonical theory of the brain's faculties is due to Ibn Sina, or Avicenna, although it will spawn numerous variations and simplifications. In the 5th chapter of the first part of his Liber de Anima, and again in his treatise, The Beginning and the End, the Iranian philosopher distinguishes 5 faculties, or vires animae, powers of the soul, devoted to the reception and treatment of sense data. I'm going to quote Avicenna, but I'll be commentating his commentary at the same time. So, 5 powers. The first of these powers is the fantasy, otherwise known as the sensus communis. This is where the organs of sense bring what they have sensed. As we shall see, everything depends on what is meant by what they have sensed, the exact nature of the sensibilia in question. Next comes the imagination, which has the power to retain the sensible forms or species received by the sensus communis. In other words, the fantasy is a faculty of reception and the imagination a faculty of retention. Another power, this is the third power, another power follows the imagination. When it is used by the reason, it is known as the cogitative faculty. When it is used by the vis estimationis, literally power of estimation, it is known as the imaginative faculty. The difference between it and the imagination is that in the imagination are to be found only things apprehended by the senses, whereas the vis cogitans or vis imaginativa can compose, disjoin, and body forth the forms of things which have never been perceived by the senses and which do not exist. A flying man, for example, or an individual who is half man, half tree. Fourth power, the vis estimationis, follows these faculties. The estimative power extracts from the sense impressions the insensible intentions enveloped within their appearance. As proof that even animals are capable of extracting the spiritual intensio from external appearances, Avicenna mentions the inexperienced lamb, who at first sight of a wolf will take fright and run away. In other words, the knowledge of the danger that the wolf represents is not something that is taught or acquired by experience, nor is it innate or instinctive. The dangerousness of the wolf is conveyed by the intensio, which is wrapped up inside the visual or all image of the predator. The images received from the outside world contain within themselves their own meaning. Intensio translates the Arabic term mana, which means signification. The fifth and last faculty, the vis memorialis, serves to retain these meanings, the relation of the memory to what the estimative power apprehends being the same as that of the imagination to what the senses apprehend. Now, it seems to me that Theseus is saying much the same thing. The fantasy apprehends images, in the wider sense of the term, impressions from all the senses, but it has not yet extracted their meaning. Only the reason thanks to the vis cogitans, is capable of properly comprehending the meaning of what is perceived. This will become clearer with the second, quotation, which is slightly longer. The poet's eye, in a fine frenzy rolling, doth glance from heaven to earth, from earth to heaven, and as imagination bodies forth the forms of things unknown, the poet's pen turns them to shapes and gives to airy nothing a local habitation and a name. The Toledan translations of Avicenna's works into Latin, in their choice of terminology, can be a little bewildering. In the above quotation from the beginning and the end, fantasia is the equivalent of common sense, imaginatio is the receptacle of sense impressions, and the vis imaginativa, or cogitans, is the power capable of composing the forms of things unknown, such as a flying man or a creature half human, half tree. Averroes will simplify the schema by subsuming the viris imaginativa and estimationis within the sole faculty of the vis cogitans. But whatever its name, this faculty possesses the power not only to extract the intensio from within an image, the technical term is abstractio, separation, but also, more importantly, to combine images retained by the imagination with intentions stored in the memory, so as to create new forms with hitherto unknown meanings. In the Shakespearean corpus, the idea is best expressed by Hamlet, which is perfectly fitting given his frequentation of the University of Wittenberg. According to the prince, the purpose of playing is none other to hold the mirror up to nature, the mirror being precisely the instrument or medium which allows us to perceive images as existing separately from the bodies and objects to which they belong. The writer of dramatic, epic, or lyrical poetry combines previously abstracted ideas or meanings with concrete figures, so as to show virtue her own feature, scorn her own image, and the very age and body of the time, his form and pressure. Hence, poets and dramatists contribute to the multiplication of forms, which was the technical name given to works on the physics of images in the Middle Ages, de multiplicatio specierum. The Latin word species was anglicized as species, and when the inherent meanings of images were taken into account, they were known as intentional or spiritual species. The poet and dramatist are makers of new species of intentional species through their capacity to create unknown combinations of images and meanings. Both Theseus and Hamlet employ the word form, but they do not give it the same value. When Hamlet says that players give to the very age and body of the time his form and pressure, he means that they create external images, species externae, by means of which the audience may apprehend the picture of its time. Theseus, on the other hand, introduces a distinction between inner forms and outer shapes, in echo to the scholastic distinction between forma and figura. Rather confusingly, the word forma can be used both of the perceptible species and of what it envelops, its intensio or idea, forma in the Neoplatonic sense of the word. In Theseus's case, the forms of things unknown are the newly created intentional species as they exist in the poet's imagination. Or to put it in the terms of Avicenna, the vis imaginativa combines perceptible bodies or species with spiritual forms. However, for those species to be perceptible by people other than the poet, him or herself, the poet's pen must turn them to shapes, i.e., give them material form on paper or on the stage. Rather than interpret habitation as meaning a dwelling, it is perhaps preferable to read it as indicating a process, the actualization in a particular place, locus, of immaterial forms. In his commentary on Aristotle's De Anima, Averroes associates the term habitus with the light lux, that actualizes colors, i.e. that permits you to see them, and without which they would remain in potentia. Likewise, the written word in the theatrical stage allowed the intentional species to exist in time and space independently of their author. For as much as they enjoy this objective existence, they have assigned to them a place, locus, a disposition, habitus, and a name, nomen. Without these tokens of existence, they would be no more than airy nothing. In the language of Averroes, shapes correspond to primary images, i.e. the species of individuals, whereas forms correspond to secondary images or the species of beings, essences. In consequence, their exteriorization through poetic writing is a form of individuation. The poet and dramatist turn nothing, no thing, into things. But we must beware of confounding the intentional species with the things which provide them with a local habitation and a name. After all, what is an image? The 13th century schoolman John Peacham asked the question in his Perspectiva Communis, to which he answers, I say it is the sole appearance of a thing outside its place, extra locum sum, because a thing can appear in its own place, but also outside its own place. For example, in a mirror or upon the waters of a lake. Once again, the idea is Aristotelian in origin. The images that inform the senses are transmitted through a medium, metaxou in Greek, diaphanous air or water, or in the case of taste and touch, the flesh. Because they do not physically transform the sense organs, they are not thought to be as material, the proviso which distinguishes them from the airborne simulacra of ancient atomism. What the 16th and 17th centuries call intentional species are precisely these immaterial but nonetheless perceptible images detached from the material entities to which they belong. What is so very difficult for us to comprehend is that these images transport their meaning with them, even before they are processed by the human mind. As we have already seen, the mind, upon reception of these images, develops the intenciones hidden within them. Without ever having encountered a wolf before, the lamb immediately abstracts the forma inimicitiae from the forma externa of the predator and flees. To summarize, for medieval and Renaissance thinkers, images have three surprising properties. They are immaterial, they carry with them their own signification, they can exist separately from the objects to which they belong and from the subjects who perceive them. As Averroes says, visio est posterius visibili, vision is posterior to the existence of the visible as such. And I'm using object and subject in the modern sense of these terms. Usually in philosophical texts before Descartes, the subjectum is the thing to which images belong, Aristotle's hypokaimen, and the objectum is the person whose senses receive these images. Descartes inverted their respective meanings, something we tend to forget when we read pre-classical texts. Because he is himself a creator, Shakespeare places the onus not so much on the reception of intentional species as on their production. I quote, such tricks have strong imagination that if it would but apprehend some joy, in itself an effect, an idea, an intentio, without any perceivable form, it comprehends some bringer of that joy. In other words, it convokes an image, a species with which to envelop the notion of joy, whether the resulting intentional species corresponds to external reality or not. Or in the night, imagining some fear, how easy is a bush supposed to bear? So that the abstract sentiment of fear might find an objective correlative, the vis imaginativa combines it with the image of a bear and projects the resulting intentional species upon what is in reality a shrubbery. One can understand Descartes' frustration with the poetic profusion of images engendered by this way of understanding the laws of perception. Hence his attempt in La Dioptrique to expel from the minds of his contemporaries, and I quote, toutes ces petites images voltigeantes par l'air, nommées des espèces intentionnelles. Attempt that Maurice Merleau-Ponty will condemn 3 centuries later in L'Œil et l'Esprit. Another theoretical moment in the Shakespearean canon is the prologue to Henry V. When we arrive inside the Wood-No of the Globe Theatre, we find ourselves before an unworthy scaffold, the image of which is conveyed by the intervening air to our eyes and from there to our brains. Our cogitative force is set to work in revealing the meaning contained within the image. Our reason comprehends immediately that what we have before us is an outdoor theatre also used for cockfights, bear baiting, and sundry forms of public entertainment. But now we have separated the meaning from its image, the intention from the species. The chorus asks us to use our imaginary forces in order to join a different intensio to the image of the scaffold. We are to imagine that what we have before us are the vasty fields of France. And not only are we to associate a new intensio to the same species, but we are then required to find a new species for the intensio. Think, when we talk of horses, that you see them, printing their proud hoofs in the receding earth, and not a bunch of actors clapping coconuts together or something of the like. Think that you see. Imagine that your earth-like eyes receive the immaterial impressions of war horses ready for battle. Such are the limitations of theatrical representation that the operation remains strictly confined to the imagination. The resulting intentional species can only be viewed by the mind's eye, even if the actors on stage do their best, however inadequately, to give it a local habitation and a name. I have already had the opportunity to talk about the pre-classical theory of images in relation to The Tempest. So I'll be very quick. Ariel, who is in many respects a spirited place, exemplifies the different characteristics of intentional spiritual species. They are immaterial, they can multiply, but are immune from harm or disintegration. They convey the appearances of the material world to the senses of the beholder by informing the intervening medium, that of airy nothing. Through the medium of Ariel, the magician does not need to act upon the material world itself. He does not have to brew up a real tempest. He creates and modifies the oral and visual species transmitted by the air with a view to affecting directly the imagination and adjacent faculties of his victims. Hence the meta-theatrical dimension of The Tempest. Ariel's affinity with the medium that he informs makes him a symbol of the powers of theatre. He is capable of making us see and hear whatever he wants or whatever prospers, in the absence of any real locus for the images he conjures up. There is no material base for the fabric of their vision other than the medium of thin air itself. Heterotopic theatrical space shares this capacity to create images whose locus, habitus, and nomen are as insubstantial as the character who reveals their true nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. That was absolutely wonderful. Listening to you, I couldn't help be reminded of when I do read 5.1, I'm always struck by the way I feel Shakespeare is toying with Theseus and not giving him, it's not fair play, because Theseus wants to offer this pre-modern cognitive theory on the powers of imagination. And what we get, in fact, is intuitions that are mottled, that are confused. There's a bit of Plato and there's Aristotle, and there are all sorts of traditions that he doesn't know how to sort them out. And what we get is a fabulous pastiche of all the theories of the period who couldn't agree on how the three parts of the brain were sorting things out anyhow. And And it only falls to Hippolyta to offer, when she responds, after all this story has been told, some sort of epistemological vision, which is more reasoned, calmly thought out, and is putting aside what was scholastic and looking towards the 17th century re-understanding of the use of imagination, and as you mentioned afterwards, Descartes, which is forthcoming. Do you get that same impression when you're looking at Theseus, who's like a butterfly, that Shakespeare's is just pinned down?
Thank you. He's a pedant, isn't he? I mean, he's pedantic. I mean, I was very pedantic. I'm very sorry, but after all, it's a question of commenting. But yes, he's a pedant. So I wouldn't say that his understanding of the workings of the mind is as confused as perhaps we have the impression of it being. In actual fact, I think he's fairly orthodox in his understanding. But it is considered to be rather. I mean, we're in a period of transition, aren't we? So, I mean, I feel that Rabelais was unfair. The letter to Gargantua has done a lot of harm to medieval readings of the Renaissance. The Renaissance period is a period of transition, so a lot of medieval thought is still very much prevalent.
Yes, absolutely.
At the time. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much, Jonathan. I was thinking while listening to you at the talk we had yesterday on immersive drama and returning towards immersive drama in Shakespeare especially. And I was wondering perhaps if you could sort of think about how faculty theory, well, we were at a moment of change in the 17th century, and I think we're again at a moment of change perhaps in terms of understanding of our own faculties. And so I mean, looking at faculty theory, 16th century, 17th century faculty theory, does that help you perhaps understand the need for audiences today to have immersive forms of drama? And what would you see as the changes in our own faculty theory that would relate to these needs for new forms of drama? Sorry, that's a long question.
No, but thank you. It's a very interesting, because I mean, I didn't actually, I mentioned Merleau-Ponty, but I didn't quote him. I do have the quotation here, because what he points out is that, yes, you have, in the middle of the 17th century, you have Descartes who decides to tidy things up. Let's get rid of all these images that are flying everywhere around us. So he does away, and so there's the senses are considered to be, or the sense impressions are considered to be rather suspicious, and we need to base our science on something else than what our senses receive. And so Descartes and his contemporaries, they in a sense are the founders of modern science as we understand science to be, based on figures, rather, figures and movement. But then in the 20th century, you'll have authors, philosophers such as Merleau-Ponty, who's saying, well, in actual fact, they rehabilitate the body and simply lived experience, and after all, we depend on our senses, and the world as we know it is the world that is brought to us by our senses. So it's a sensual and sensorial experience, and that kind of rehabilitation, admittedly, is very prevalent in today's day and age. And so, in a sense, I find scholastic perception theory, to some extent, very, very contemporary. And the word you used was immersion, and that's precisely it. We are literally immersed by images.
I was thinking also of the types of staging that we have, in which, today we have several scenes being performed in castles, and Chloe was describing yesterday, or we might want to perform in Southern Nigeria in a forest so that we actually hear the sounds of it. So I was wondering, have we changed in terms of yes, in terms of the credit you give, or we no longer really believe, or we no longer use the vis imaginativa that we're talking about, that we can't, use the Pollock to have.
Oh yes, yes. No, you're quite right. I mean that.
So,
Yeah. Words aren't enough, you know.
And like a subjective position, and follow a play from a, I don't know, well, it's a long conversation.
Yeah, well, it's in a sense it's the problem between theatre and film, isn't it? The film, the imagining is done for us, whereas Shakespeare invites us to use our own vis imaginativa in order to understand what's going on.
Quotation given by Gordon Wilson, Sylvan, a mental voyage which leads to the recognition of self, and of course there's a perfect link with one of these theories. And I wonder whether we could pull together what you said and what Gisèle Venet said of Crossroads love words. We are half this love that humans are made of. Now, Gisèle Venet in the Société Imaginaire says that here, at last, dreams and reality are brought together. And we've got the impression that, in fact, he's doing away with scholastic subtlety when he says that. Because what you think I've understood from what he said is that it's not as clear as that. There are different levels of perception. And so he seems to say that we are made of dreams, and therefore we are dreams, and there's no difference between reality, between what is immaterial and what is material. So, of course, when you do away with the scholastic subtleties, you tend to simplify what Shakespeare really meant. And I'm very grateful to you for having done that so far to help us understand all the subtlety of what Shakespeare is trying to say. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Margaret, because you know, but perhaps the others don't, but you know how much I owe you. Over the years, the discussions we've had and the feedback you've given me has been crucial for yeah.
I got a lot from your book.
I should.
Okay, we'll end the questions here. We'll have a pause. I don't know. No, we don't even have a pause. We'll move on to the next.
We did come together.
So could we please applaud?
Yes, we have. Yes, we have to move on. There's no break now. There's no break now. We have to move on to the next panel. I'm sorry. Okay, I'll bring you from. And I'm very pleased to turn it over now to Pierre, Professor of Early Modern Studies at the University of Montpellier. So please take your seats and Pierre.
Yes.
Voilà. Vous avez dit, you have your... Okay, well, Louise will Bah, on est déjà en retard. Hein.
Il n'y a pas
Bah oui, mais moi, ça c'est mon ordinateur.
Est-ce que je vous l'envoie?
Oui, Anne-Marie. Parce que c'était à moi qu'il fallait l'envoyer. Bah oui, parce que.
Vous voulez que je l'envoie?
Bah oui, parce que c'est mon ordi, donc.
Je fais comme la précédence, c'est-à-dire d'abord en termes de Clémence, après je vais arriver etc. Est-ce que c'est pas mieux? Bon, c'est pas la peine de.
Oui, tu veux faire des questions? Je sais pas.
Tu as une préférence?
Non, je sais pas si leur prévoit. Alors, elle l'envoie à Anne-Marie. Moi, je sais pas. Ah, d'accord. Non, mais je sais pas, moi. Pourquoi est-ce que les gens se lèvent là? Mais oui, on n'est pas prêt là. C'est ça le problème. Je veux dire, il faut qu'on soit prêt immédiatement. Oui, oui,
Voilà,
oui, mais.
on va rien dire hein, non plus, hein, parce que sinon.
Sur quelle adresse?
L'Université de Reims.
Non, je ne vais pas. Pas la mettre sur le poste. Ça y est, je l'ai. Ça y est, je l'ai. It's fine.
Yeah. And then you will switch places when you. Dans la mémoire. Ça comme ça.
Fermez la porte.
Bien. On va peut-être reprendre alors. Mesdames et messieurs. Bien, d'après la fréquentation de ce lieu, j'ai bien l'impression que c'est le local habitation de la SFS, c'est le vrai, parce qu'on a beaucoup plus de monde que hier ou avant-hier. Donc, est-ce que c'est un hasard ou est-ce que c'est le lieu qui attire plus? Non. Hein? Ah ben voilà, ben c'est une question méthodique, je te remercie. Right, so I think as both our communicants will be talking in English, I will switch to English for the presentation. And after Thursday playhouses, stages and the statuary, and yesterday's industrial and natural locations, this session is entitled Wonder Worlds, continuing today's interiorization of local habitations from the mental space to the spiritual ones. We are thus moving into the land of belief and uncertainty, whether dealing with superstition or religion, or both, as the difference was rather blurry at the time. For with the cessation of miracles imposed by the Reformed theology, people were left but with wonders, whose dubious nature caused further anxiety. So to guide us in these inner perambulations to perplexing territories, let us first welcome Clémence Lescoutre, who is a PhD researcher at Sorbonne Nouvelle University, working under the supervision of Professor Anne-Marie Lichterfeld. Her research focuses on words on stage and the birth of a language in Shakespeare's early comedy. She teaches in Arras. She has already published several articles, one on Shakespeare's defense of poesy in monosyllables in Lost Labour's Lost, which is about to be published in Revue Française Shakespeare, and a chapter on linguistic games in Twelfth Night. She's currently also working with Louis Sang, Claire Guéron, Christine Sukic, and Méline Dumot on an encyclopedia of William Shakespeare. But without further ado, let us hear her about his own fairyland, Shakespeare's revision and reinvention of a classical model, which I surmise might deal with Midsummer Night's Dream. Or not.
Or not.
Or not.
Thank you very much. But this quote is from Comedy of Errors. So in this presentation, I intend to show how the very early Comedy of Errors attempts to define the theatrical space as a place inhabited by geniuses and spirits. I will tackle how, from the beginning of his career, magic, witchcraft, and spirits play a crucial role in defining Shakespeare's specific engagement with the place of the stage, which find fuller expression in A Midsummer Night's Dream. My focus being on the Comedy of Errors. Today, I would like to suggest that Shakespeare's exploration and recreation of Latin models enable him to draw the contours of his own theatrical locus and claim it as a space of his own transformative art, despite the contemporary attacks leveled against the theatre. So in the early comedies, and especially in the Comedy of Errors, Shakespeare's cleverly drawing on the origins of the antique theatre, especially Plautus's two plays, Menaechmi and Amphitryo, where ghosts and spirits of the past commonly roamed about, harking back beyond Rome to the Greek origins of Roman theatre. Shakespeare's stage is doubly haunted. First, by these spirits themselves, second, by the fact that they themselves have undergone several stage lives from ancient Greece to ancient Rome to Renaissance England. This is a process called contaminatio, often used by writers of the early modern period. Many playwrights, including Ben Jonson with The Case is Altered, and William Shakespeare with the Comedy of Errors, launched their careers rewriting classical Latin plays by Plautus and Terence. Both of Plautus's comedies, Menaechmi and Amphitryo, were sources of inspiration for Shakespeare and toyed with the idea of mistaken identities. In Menaechmi, the two eponymous twins are separated at birth, and their unwitting crossing of paths generates multiple confusion. In Amphitryo, confusions are born from Jupiter and his son Mercury's turning into Sosia and Amphitryo, so that Jupiter can seduce and have sex with Alcmena. This basic process, which often leads characters to believe they are seeing or hearing spirits, is a great source of comic effect. Finally, Plautus's Morstellaria is also interesting. In this third play, a father has left for war, and during his absence, his son has dilapidated all his father's money to live a life of debauchery. But as the father returns, the slave conceives a plan to prevent the father from entering the house and discovering the truth, saying that the house is haunted by the ghost or spirit of a murdered man. In Morstellaria, the ghost or spirit becomes a pure theatrical device within the slave's or Kalidosaurus's device, itself a sort of play within the play. In the original text, this device is described as ludos, which is significantly translated into French by Florence Dupont as un festival de théâtre. So I quote her, je vais lui offrir un festival de théâtre, comme j'imagine il n'en aura jamais après sa mort. Dupont adds a note to explain a choice of translation, explaining that the Roman noblemen could offer games, and in particular theatrical games, to honor their dead parents, linking the fraud of the spirits to the illusion of dramatic action on stage. Shakespeare, as I would like to show, combines different ideas from Plautus, taking as main thread the figure of the spirit. In the Comedy of Errors, Plautus's Menaechmi becomes Shakespeare's Antiphony, so Antipholus of Ephesus and Antipholus of Syracuse, who have both twin slaves, the Dromios. By introducing the second pair of twins, Shakespeare redoubles the number of confusions and errors in the play. In addition, the figure of the ghost, or rather spirit, becomes a central tool of theatrical composition for Shakespeare. First, T.W. Baldwin has shown that Shakespeare rewrites passages from the original Menechmi. For instance, it is the case of the end of Act 1, Scene 2. I'll read the quote from Shakespeare. They say this town is full of cozenage, as nimble jugglers that deceive the eye, dark working sorcerers that change the mind, soul-killing witches that deform the body, disguised cheater, prating mountebanks, and many such, like liberties of sin. And so I provide you with a sort of literal translation so that it's easier to follow with the Latin quote. So for this is namita esaic, the nation of men hominum natio, hic epidemia, here in epidemia, or you could say in epidemium. The greatest maxumi, pleasure seekers and drunkards voluntary atque potatores, tum and many plurimi, sycophants and flatterer, sycophanta and palpatores, who dwell habitant in the city in urbe ac, tum and also meretrices mulieres, harlot women, mensae peribentur, that nowhere nusquam blendures gentum are more flattering women. So this is from the Menechmi. Though Shakespeare does not furnish a literal translation and rather adapts the contents, it is striking to see to what point he mimics the Latin syntactical construction and logics. In the original passage, line 1 is a topic sentence on the race or nation of Epidemia. Line 2 exemplify this topic sentence with a more detailed description of these people, voluptari atque potasores. Line 3 presents in perfect parallel the sycophantae and palpatores. Line 4 wedges in the female meretrices, and line 5 makes a concluding statement allocated apparently to the meretrices, but which is also applicable to the entire situation. In his reading of the lines of the Comedy of Errors, T.W. Baldwin contends that Shakespeare, I quote, outforms the plot in lead form and model, rendering something close to the original. For his first line, Shakespeare indeed also makes a topic statement. They say this town is full of cozenage, showing that he was conscious of the 5-line structure of the plot inversion and in his mastery of translation techniques. Baldwin even suggests that by using they say for peribentur, Shakespeare is adapting his translation from Cooper's thesaurus, who translate the Latin verb by men say, and he uses they say. Then full of is a way to condense both ideas of plurimi and maximi in a single expression. And finally, the general word of cozenage renders what actually happens in Epidemion rather than Ephesus incidentally, and gives the sense that Shakespeare is evoking the old and original text that has inspired him rather than firstly describing the present situation in the play. However, while in Plautus's comedy involving an actual spirit, Mostellaria, the one ghost that appears is in fact a trick set up by the Calidus. In Shakespeare's comedies, the line between trick, theatrical device, and witchcraft is seemingly blurred by the inclusion of English medieval folklore. The layering of references and sources of inspiration, in other words, question the very nature of what takes place on stage. Plautus sharpers and courtesans become jugglers, witches, and sorcerers, recalling such figures as, I quote, cozeners and juggling knacks, end of quote, present, amongst others, in Reginald Scott's famous discovery of witchcraft. This way, Shakespeare rewrites and adapts Plautus's Epidamnum into his Ephesus, as well as into the terms of Elizabethan debate over supernatural beings. Epidamnum, a city invented by Plautus, is mentioned many times in the Comedy of Errors, and Shakespeare borrows this plotting pun, suggesting that no one can stay in the city of Epidamnum without being damned. And you have the actual original quote from the Menechmi and translation in French and in English just below. In Shakespeare's Ephesus, time itself is imbued with magic. For the clock strikes 1 hour back, giving finally the possibility to Aegeon to find his wife again and avoid death. And this is the quote. It was 2 years I left him, and now the clock strikes 1, the hours come back. Then the land is described as a fairyland, inhabited with goblins, owls and sprites, Acts 2, Scene 2, and fairies that are described as pitiless and rough, Act 4, Scene 2. Witches and sorcerers are everywhere. I quote, there's none but witches do inhabit there, Act 3, Scene 2, and sure these are but imaginary wives and Lapland sorcerers inhabit here, Act 4, Scene 3. However, the passage from the Comedy of Errors Shakespeare adapts from Plautus also mentioned the very locus of the play, namely the theatre. The references conveyed in the passage seem to echo and perhaps could have further prompted the criticisms of Puritans who attacked the theatre as dark witchcraft. Those nimble jugglers that deceive the eye, dark working sorcerers that change the mind, soul-killing witches that deform the body, disguised cheaters, and prating mountebanks are metaphors traditionally applied by Puritans to theatrical actors, the very material spirits and shadows of the theatre. One of the senses of shadow that is written here comes from the OED and is applied rhetorically to an actor or play in contrast with the reality represented. In fact, the theatrical shadows practice their craft in the liberties conjoined with the idea of sin in the text, also a meta-theatrical reference, for the liberties are the areas in the periphery of London next to brothels, asylums, and prisons where the playhouses were built. The end of the play also resonates with the spirits and shadows of the theatre as a significant rewriting of Plautus. At the end of Menechmi, Messenio is in front of the two Menechmi twins and does not understand what he sees. And you have the passage here. So in Cooper's Thesaurus, the term speculum I is related to imago and is translated as looking glass. Messenio, in other words, takes the double of Menechmus of the Menechmus nose as the mirror or the image of the first one. It is interesting to analyze how the extra notion of ghost materializes in Shakespeare's play, first under the form of genius, then under the form of the spirit, and finally of the ghost. Facing the two Dromios, the Duke asks, one of these men is genius to the other, and so of these, which is the natural man and which the spirit, who deciphers them? Antipholus of Syracuse, confronted with the same double image, questions himself about his own father this time. Aegeon, art thou not, or else is ghost? Here, genius, spirit, and then ghost bring into play other philosophical and religious ideas central to the Comedy of Errors and early comedies in general. The idea of breath, wind, shape or form, soul, and divine language. Antipholus of Ephesus, barred from his own house, explains that he feels that, I quote, there is something in the wind that we cannot get in, Act 3, Scene 1, and his slave Dromio of Ephesus answers, conjuring up the same idea a few lines later, a man may break a word with you, sir, and words are but wind, Act 3, Scene 1, prefiguring the line from Love's Labour's Lost, vows are but breath, and breath a vapor is. The presence of supposed ghosts, in other words, opens an implicit discussion about language and breath, often associated to the idea of spirit. The OED has a huge palette of connective terms for the etymology of spirit, coming from the Latin spiritus, that you can read once again in the slide. And I would like to focus on something more particular. The Latin term spiritus itself derives from the Proto-European space, which means to blow, and comes into English as spirit, primarily through the Vulgate, where it served as translation for the Greek pneuma, the Latin animus, and the Hebrew ruah, used in the Hebrew Bible to refer to the breath of life that animated Adam in the book of Genesis. So spirit came to be understood as a divine force or divine inspiration that inhabits the bodies and voices of earthly believers, an idea that is codified in Christian thought through the entity of the Holy Spirit. Consequently, breath's connection to voice is central for the Holy Spirit. It is a very important idea for vocal transmission, notably that of actors and players in the theatre. Breath is the physical substance that enables the actor to convey to the audience the language of the script. As one of the most important components of the actor's craft, breath is material to the actor's voice in the broader early modern, now obsolete sense of, I quote, constituent, intrinsic, or essential parts of something, end of quote. This leads us to reconsider early modern theories about acoustics, and mostly Francis Bacon, the first in England to have written a treatise about the subject in Silva Silvarum. In this treatise, it describes breath as the air that makes us the voice, and elaborates a theory which can be transmitted through the interplay of voice and air. To sum up, Bacon's theory is derived from Aristotelian ideas. Both argue that the form given to meaning is transcended to the matter that it travels through. Form is prior to matter as a vehicle of the messages, even while it is tainted by the end, becomes a sensory perception. It is the survival of the immaterial form, also called soul, or image, or spirit, which remains alive beyond its variable material existences. On the contrary, I would suggest that Shakespeare supports the idea that there is no pre-existing meaning to the material body. Spirits are the effects of a material and artistic fashioning and modeling. They do not exist in any way outside of these material manifestations. Such a proposal offers a striking counterpoint to superstitious beliefs in spirits, but also to Puritan ideas of dangerous possession. Indeed, in his plays, Shakespeare treats words as very material spirits, material breath carried by the incarnated and physical bodies of the actors, rather than looking at them as an immaterial substance in charge of carrying the original kernel of meaning. Shakespearean words, for that matter, have their own autonomous lives and transformative power, which contributes to define the contours of the theatrical locus. He seems to be doing what Sigurd Burckhardt explained in Shakespearean Meaning. The poet Shakespeare, I quote, releases words in some measure from their bondage to meaning, their purely referential role, and gives or restores to them the corporeality which a true medium needs. He treats words as primary raw material and meanings as secondary. As a consequence, he, I quote, fuses meaning into one single form, the word, to turn language into a true medium. For Burckhardt concludes that, I quote, many meanings have one word, end of quote, rather than the most common view, which is to say that one word can have many meanings. In fact, Ken Cartwright describes the same process in the play. I quote, words and thoughts in the Comedy of Errors unexpectedly acquire certain magical agency, end of quote. He argues that, I quote, magic also has a historic and histrionic association with language, evidence in performative utterances such as spells, charms, incantations, and prayers, and also reminds us that Ephesus is described as a magic place in the Bible. There are many examples in the play of this linguistic magical agency where words migrate and transfer from one character to the other, but to me, Dr. Pinch, the exorcist figure of the play, is maybe the most meaningful one. Shakespeare reworks the character of Dr. Pinch, which is a plotting character, into his story, precedingly appearing as a verb in Act 2, Scene 2, where he says that the sprites, owls, and goblins will suck our breath or pinch us black and blue. The word pinch, through poetic breath, metamorphoses into a ghostly figure when the fears voiced by Antipholus of Syracuse about nimble juggler, dark working sorcerers, etc., all materialize under the traits of the hybrid creature Dr. Pinch, when the latter attempts to exorcise Antipholus of Syracuse, alter ego or twin brother. Indeed, Pinch is then described as a hungry, lean-faced villain, a mere anatomy mountebank, a threadbare juggler and a fortune teller, a needy, hollow-eyed, sharp-looking wretch, a living dead man, this pernicious slave who took on him as a conjurer, and gazing in my eyes, feeling my pulse, and with no face as to at facing me, cries out, I was possessed. So we can see the migration of some terms, such as nimble juggler, which become threadbare juggler, and prating mountebanks, which become mountebanks through a chiasmus, and the fact that you have also sounds that are migrating from one passage to the other, because we can find hissing and ushing sounds through fricatives and sibilants in general. In the same way as Pinch, the characters in the play have the capacity to transform themselves and other people, both in mind and in shape. So it's Act 2, Scene 2, to turn them, for instance, into animals and magical creatures. The courtesan becomes a witch, Luciana a mermaid, Nell a beastly creature and a globe. The officer is a mixture of all imaginable monstrous figures, partly devil, fairy, wolf, and hound, in reference to Cerberus, guardian of the underworld. Dromio is finally metaphorically metamorphosed into an ape, then a turtle dog, and finally an ass. He says, I am an ass, indeed, you may prove it by my long ears, Act 4, Scene 4, announcing the actual metamorphosis of Bottom in A Midsummer Night's Dream. Thus, the theatrical words are treated as commodities in the play, and characters are merchants or buyers moving from one business transaction to another, to buy a ring, a chain, or to buy one's way out of prison, just like playwrights are also businessmen. As Thomas Dekker writes, the Poets' Playhouse is like the Royal Exchange, a place of trade in central London. I quote, the theatre is your poet's Royal Exchange, upon which the muses, that are now turned to merchants' meeting, barter away that light commodity of words. The idea of spiritual possession is hence combined with the theme of material possession, emphasizing the materiality of theatre. Arthur Kinney claims that the play is concerned with economy, reflecting the Elizabethan period, I quote, in which individualism was just beginning to be awakened as an age deeply concerned with the new sense of the market and of the marketability of goods, of talents, and even of people. To conclude, I would like to turn to Shakespeare's later A Midsummer Night's Dream, with its realm of fairies and teeming references to shape, form, wax, figure, as in the expression leave the figure and disfigure, Act 1, Scene 1, to finish with transfigure, Act 5, Scene 1, sweet voice related to the sweet breath, which makes a sweet comedy. Here, this actual transformation takes shape in the trait of Bottom, literally turned on stage into an ass. Bottom's human figure has been left, he has been disfigured to a very low animal to be transfigured through Shakespeare's political material, a paradoxical, dreamlike material vision. In this manner, I quote, the poet's pen has turned the form of things unknown into shapes, and has given to every nothing a local habitation and a name, the theatre. It is perhaps no coincidence that this shape is that of a donkey, or an ass, or in French, un âne, A-N-E, the Sanskrit root for animus, which means to breathe. merging low comedy and high poetry, commedia erudita and comedy of laughter, ars poetica and craftsmanship. Shakespeare suggests that it's only through the material metamorphosis of voices and bodies on stage that true spirits and shadows are born. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this fascinating presentation and very meticulous and multilingual analysis of the text, and for keeping the time as well. So we do have 10 minutes for questions. And, well, perhaps I will let the room ask the question first, and I will keep mine for the end. Or perhaps not. So perhaps I'll start then. I really enjoyed how you read the text, and indeed I totally agree with the influence of Reginald Scott that you noticed. I would even push further actually the analysis of the passage that you made in relation to the translation. It's also full of terms that actually come from Reginald Scott, like mountebank, conjurer, which the treatise is overwhelmed with such words. And what you said about the idea of no spirit outside material manifestation, actually Scott rejects any possibility for material manifestation of the spirits, which I think sort of goes through to Shakespeare, and he's trying to express this idea, because you refer to the Puritan idea of possession, but actually it's a paradox, since the Puritans, being Calvinists, should not believe in the materiality of the spirit. So this is something I think that might be developed into the hostility that Shakespeare already expresses in the early comedy towards the Puritan authorities of the city. So I wonder if you actually intended on developing this aspect with the Puritans, and if you think that Shakespeare actually tries to pinpoint the contradiction of having a Puritan dispossession.
Thank you for your question and for your fascinating insights. So I didn't study much deeper this question, but I would really be happy to dig further into the idea. And,
perhaps more than a question, it's just a remark and thought. We find that later in Twelfth Night, the same kind of attitude towards possession and dispossession, of course, which is the word used by the Puritans in order to avoid exorcism. So perhaps, do we have any questions? Yes, I see. Do we have two microphones or just one? Just one. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you for a wonderful paper. Another wonderful paper. I just wanted to add, possibly for your consideration, that in Occitan, I'm an Occitanist, in part that there's Laura has great charge in troubadour poetry, and it's one of these sort of intersectional words that it's the breath, it's poetic voice, but it's also the breeze. It's sort of the whole atmosphere, its nature itself.
Any other questions? No? Okay. No? Why not ask it aloud?
Yes, there was a dictionary, the honey. Oh, sorry, I had the sorry. Well, I can't hear.
Barrett.
Yes, about. And there was a very told story about it being the very dictionary of Shakespeare's dictionary, and even Shakespeare's using it and writing on it and all that. And it was quite a start to re-investigating this origin of the words of Shakespeare before Shakespeare, and it's quite amazing that I mean, so many borrowed words could finally give such an original work. It's always amazing. Sorry for making it too.
Thank you for this paper. About the repetition of sounds, it also made me think of magical siren in Latin, and the use of repetition to evoke the spirits and how they might be with the space. Might be interesting as well in just this appropriation.
Yeah. Yeah, I really deeply agree with you that the poetic of sounds, and that the poetic of sounds is really important for through theatrical breath. And
Sophie, I think.
Oh, thank you very much. It's just a quick note. Paula Mathieu wrote an essay entitled The History of Air.
Okay.
And it's on highlights, but it might be very relevant to your study.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you again. Perhaps this is the second round of applause. Perhaps that's the problem with providing us with exhaustive analysis of the text. So not much place left for questions. And actually, if I may just add one remark, I was actually, when listening to you analyzing this early play, how Shakespeare moves actually from a very spiritual and airy representation of the supernatural towards a more and more material one in his later plays. So I never thought about that to this extent, and thank you for waking me up on that point. So after this incursion into the realm of the unholy, let us turn to more hallowed ground with Christina Vince. Christina Vince is a PhD researcher at the University of Montpellier, Paul-Valéry, working under the supervision of Jean-Christophe Mayer, and researching the theme of pilgrimage in the Shakespearean works, but also in other contemporary writers from early modern period. She teaches at Wright School on the Isle of Wight, and her research more generally is interested in religious and social history. And today you are going to speak of the subtle articulation between pilgrimage and exile in search perhaps of the geographical location of the sacred, giving access to the divine. And the title of your presentation, which still remains mysterious, is Locating Sacred Space.
Thank you very much, Pierre. I'm very grateful to be here today. So despite a political backdrop that had institutionally attempted through the emerging doctrine of Protestantism to shatter the perception that a geographical space might hold sacred sway, Shakespeare's works are furnished, nevertheless, with plentiful examples where characters and narrators use the lexical field of pilgrimage in ways that seem to recognize sanctity in the practice. On-stage reactions to the apparent statue of Hermione in The Winter's Tale, for instance, recall the devotion of pilgrims who, until late medieval times, had covered with impunity vast stretches of land and sea to reach the subject of their adulation. Henry IV, throughout the plays that recount both his rise to power and the vicissitudes he met in maintaining it, is obsessed with reaching Jerusalem, the internationally renowned and ultimate pilgrimage centre. Imogen's self-exile in Cymbeline towards Blessed Milford would, as directors and critics alike note, have been recognised as a spiritual as well as a geographical journey. Yet, the research that presently exists on the theme of pilgrimage in the works, the traditional form of which necessarily involves a physical process to effect a metaphysical encounter, agrees that Shakespeare's texts often subvert the trope by presenting pilgrimage as merely a metaphor to describe secular love or as an expedience to gain one's ends. This view is epitomised in Grace Tiffany's work, Love's Pilgrimage, in which she asserts that pilgrimage in English Renaissance literature is either desacralized or turned back on itself, so it becomes an inward spiritual struggle. It is true, on the face of it, if we revisit previous examples, Hermione is not a statue, but a living person, a construct designed to complete the extended family union that characterizes the denouement of the play. Henry IV's aspirations to end his days in the Holy City are intriguingly thwarted when he dies in the Jerusalem chamber in Westminster Palace. And Milford Haven's importance is subjugated to the site of a battle scene. It would indeed seem that the Protestant debunking of the medieval view, whereas Dermot McCulloch describes the mass, the cult of the saints and their shrines was a potent meeting of spiritual and physical, had apparently succeeded in driving an ideological wedge between the object and its sacred potential. There is, however, much in the works to suggest that debates regarding the spiritual nature of matter were not closed. In this paper, then, my aim is to qualify existing ideas on this subject in order to contribute to our understanding of the variegated concept of sacred space as it is treated in Shakespeare works. To this end, I will mainly focus on the theme of pilgrimage, due to the trope's central tenet, whether in classical mythology or Catholic creed, that the geographical site of a shrine holds privileged access to the divine. Firstly, we will scrutinise and challenge the idea that traditional medieval pilgrimage practices in the work are completely subverted. Then we will examine how the treatment of shrines drawn from Greek mythology and ancient mythology allows insight into early modern perceptions of hallowed space, particularly those pertaining to the emerging scientific methods of the time, as espoused by scientists and philosophers such as Francis Bacon, who described such fables as sacred relics themselves. We will then consider how contemporary anthropological research on pilgrimage, particularly its treatment of the theatricalization typical of shrine pilgrimage encounter, allows scrutiny of the effect that staging the perceived metaphysical elements within such narratives has on audiences and readers of the works. Underpinning my argument is the often overlooked truth that for some audience members, there was an ambiguity regarding interpretations of how the sacred may be accessed, and this despite a prevailing political system that had legally imposed the belief in desacralized materiality. The Protestant reformers, who no longer accepted the Catholic doctrine of the real presence of Christ, physically embodied in the Eucharistic host, had thereby thrown into question also the notion that a geographical location could intrinsically possess transcendent potential. And the facets of this polemic played out in nuanced and fascinating ways on the Elizabethan and Jacobean stage. Firstly, it is undeniable that the conventions of traditional pilgrimage practices, ones that were known to, and for many among the first audiences still clandestinely practiced, frequently emerge in Shakespeare's works. In Romeo and Juliet, for instance, we find Romeo, who, having cast himself a pilgrim, attempts to transcend physical barriers in order to reach the fixed shrine of Juliet. When Juliet questions him on the danger of entering her father's domain, he answers that stony limits cannot hold love out. The succession of injunctions forbidding pilgrimage in force at the time allude at once to the transgression of the lovers, as well as, we might surmise, that of those Catholics still fiercely dedicated to their manner of accessing God. When Romeo suffers banishment, he interprets the geographical space around him in specifically Catholic terms, deploring, "There is no world without Verona's walls, but purgatory, torture, hell itself." Although mention of purgatory situates Romeo's concept of banishment within a Catholic paradigm, by perceiving Verona in these terms, he is also alluding to another central definition of pilgrimage, indeed, one that would resonate with Catholics and Protestants alike, that of exile. Historians, theologians, and writers of the early modern period concur that the term pilgrimage refers first and foremost to the human state being, as it were, in exile from heaven. The Bible states, "We are pilgrims and exiles on the earth," and the sense of pilgrimage as exile is consolidated by the well-known poet and Church of England clergyman John Donne, who writes that banishment is the first punishment executed upon man. He was banished out of paradise, and it is the last punishment that we shall be redeemed from. Hence, by expressing his earthly dilemma in terms that use a geographical space to describe a spiritual state, the text seamlessly conflates both Catholic and Protestant doctrine in its evocation of how forbidden love might fare in a divided society. Indeed, it seems that there is always something illicit in the way that holy spaces are presented and interacted with in the works. In Cymbeline, for example, the use of Catholic iconography typical of medieval shrines is employed to enhance Iachimo's infringement when stealing into Inogen's chamber. The scene, although set in ancient Britain, resonates with the unmistakably Marian elements of shrine worship. Details such as her eyelashes likened to the curtains of the recipients once used to house sacred relics, and the unmistakable reverence experienced by Iachimo, despite his more wayward purposes, opens the stage space to the creation of a sense of wonder that can still be felt by audiences and is exploited by directors of the play today. In the Royal Shakespeare Company's interpretation of the play in 2016, the director Melly Still even played on this sense of Inogen as a holy figure by placing her bed as a plinth on which lies a sepulchre with a candle set by her head. The emotional impact of the scene shift that sees Inogen's metamorphoses from sleeping princess to shrine lends a sense of holiness to the scene, whilst no doubt recalling Catholic practices for some, and at the same time consolidating the more reformed sense that Inogen is not a real saint to others. Regardless, and to the point, the pilgrim shrine encounter that is evoked in the setting of this scene irrefutably depends on a pertinent sense of the sacred, and this regardless of the diverse ways in which it is perceived. Recent anthropological research on the meeting of pilgrim with shrine carried out by Dee Dias to the, as she puts it, living drama and stage management of typical shrines to create, as she puts it, a tantalizing sense of holiness. Such theatricalization and effect is plainly evident in many of the plays, and not least in The Winter's Tale, when the aptly named Paulina, with her biblical echoes of St. Paul, directs the revelatory scene mentioned earlier, in which the... Oh, I've been doing the wrong thing, sorry. Never mind, sorry about that. Directs the revelatory scene mentioned earlier, in which the living Hermione poses as the statue of a saint. The scene is once again bathed in the iconography of shrine worship, and this would have been enhanced further in its early performances as on the stage, because Blackfriars, where it was first staged, was a former priory. The theatrical success of the scene is hinged on the amazed awe typically experienced at the sites of medieval shrines, and the awareness of the forbidden that maintains dramatic suspense throughout. Perdita, for instance, on seeing what she believes is her mother's statue, apologizes for her overwhelming inclination to fall into what is essentially the ways of the old faith, when she says, "And do not say it is superstition that I kneel and then implore her blessing." We are being plunged here into the deepest realms of a pilgrim's devotion, which in its most exalted form sees the shrine manifest human qualities, such as crying, bleeding, or moving. In his work, Royal Books and Holy Bones, Eamon Duffy catalogues examples of medieval pilgrimage where the shrine appears to come to life, citing the period as the age of living holy matter. The spectacle plays on such a metamorphosis when Leontes says, "Still, methinks, there is an air comes from her." It would seem that David Scott Caston's argument in his work A Will to Believe, that the post-Reformation theatre replaces and exploits the emotional spaces left empty by the loss of ritual, holds good, as the staging of the tale in this way allows the audience access to the strong emotion typical of the perceived contact with the celestial that characterizes the endgame of pilgrimage, an aim consolidated by Paulina in her command, "It is required you do awake your faith." Further, taking also into consideration that no actual metaphysical intervention was at work in the character's spiritual awakening, Paulina's injunction could reach beyond the stage and engender a state of amazement and reverence among audience members, regardless of their confessional stance. So in this case, as in the others, the treatment of pilgrimage transcends the simply secular by leading characters and audiences alike on a spiritual journey to recognize that holiness is more to human thought than bare rationality. For our purposes then, in locating spaces that may potentially pertain more distinctly to the sacred, another lead offered to us is that of the use of Greek mythology. Indeed, we may conjecture that such recourse would provide a means to explore sacred space more freely in the volatile context that poets and playwrights of the time had to navigate. We find such space in, we find such space in the twin sonnets, Cupid laid by his brand and the little love god. In each a process is described whereby a geographical space becomes plainly infused with everlasting spiritual energy. Drawing from Greek mythology, each tells a story in which Cupid, whilst asleep, has his euphemistic firebrand stolen by a chaste nymph and then dipped by her into a deep well that immediately transforms the water into a source of perpetual health-giving heat. The poetic voice then describes his own pilgrimage of sorts to seek healing for his lovesickness, but as he tells us, he found no cure. Although not denying the sacred nature of the space, he concludes that the bath for my help, has momentously shifted from a geographical place to a bodily one, in that it is found in his mistress's eye. Once again, the notion that the perpetual source of healing might express itself more pertinently in a human being rather than a geographical space is evoked. Yet what strikes us in particular is the scientific logic that underpins the conclusion of 153, which informs the reader that I prove love's fire heats water, water cools not love. The contemporary interest in classification and inductive observation as a means to further study of the natural world is employed here, therefore, to settle the essentially metaphysical dilemma of the transcendent nature of human love. And in this way, we may more easily read these sonnets as allegorical representations on both the exalted and mundane facets of desire. Similarly, The Winter's Tale is of compelling interest in the way that it conflates Christian elements of shrine worship with the allegorical journeys typical of ancient mythology. To illustrate the latter, we will look at the way that the geographical landscape of its main source text, Pandosto, by Robert Greene, is reworked in order to hone further the sense that the characters are pilgrims, albeit unknowingly bound for Hermione's shrine. In effect, a crucial reversal takes place by setting the kingdom of Leontes, the Pandosto equivalent, in Sicily rather than in the source text, Bohemia. As the introduction to the Norton edition of The Winter's Tale indicates, such a departure brings into play the myth of Proserpine, the goddess who in Ovid's Metamorphoses cyclically delves into the hellish regions below the earth. To consider further how the Proserpine plot might contribute to the spiritual nature of place and journeys of the play, it is important to examine how the myth was understood in the early Jacobean period. Francis Bacon, in his work The Wisdom of the Ancients, published a year before The Winter's Tale was first performed, proposes this. By Proserpine, the ancients denoted that ethereal spirit shut up and detained within the earth. He explains the 6-month visitation of Proserpine above ground as a description of the division of the year, for the spirit diffused through the earth lives above ground in the vegetable world during the summer months, but in the winter returns underground again. Shakespeare's text associates Perdita with Proserpine in several ways. As mistress of the sheep-shearing feast, she reveals an empathy with the goddess's plight, saying, "O Proserpina, for the flowers now that frighted thou lets fall." Likewise, Perdita's exile from Sicily, consolidated by the grief of its winter king, is one among many prompts that liken her own recovery to that of the seasonal return of spring. Leontes, on greeting her, says, "Welcome hither, as is the spring to the earth," and Paulina is also described as having lifted the princess from the earth. Perdita's return, therefore, conflates a spiritual quest with the strict cycle of seasonal change at an organic level. This journey, and that of the other characters who make their way also to Sicily, is either directly or indirectly stage managed by another guide, in many ways the classical equivalent to the Christian Paulina, the faithful Camillo, whose name represents the high priests of the ancient world and who is termed the medicine of our house in the text. It seems then that theatrical space is sufficiently capacious to accommodate both Christian and mythological expressions of spiritual journeys and encounter, without contradiction and without occluding the scientific method approaches to natural philosophy that also characterize the time in which the play was written and performed. So, by way of conclusion, though the structures of pilgrim narratives in which physical space is stripped of obvious sacred agency, we nevertheless can discern we nevertheless can discern processes that lead to the sought-after outcomes of encounter with a holy shrine or place, whether it is the restoration of faith just described, the healing of divided societies, or a renewed sense of community. In this way, physical space in the works is a blank canvas on which various perceptions and models of divine encounter may be projected. For instance, the blessings bestowed on Perdita by her mother could poignantly recall the intercession of a Catholic saint, a subversion of the same in Protestant recognition that Hermione has just been acting, or an elegant allegory depicting natural cycles. Through such pastiche, the works form a multi-interpretable space that has, in many respects, ensured their longevity. And that should be the right one.
Thank you very much for this complete analysis of Shakespeare's works through the prism of pilgrimage. And I'm sure there will be plenty of questions from the room. Yes, Imke, start here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that illuminating talk. I have a provocative question on what you left out, and that is we have in Cymbeline the scene where Iachimo is going to rob Imogen to prove that he basically had her, but you left out her real burial, or his burial, which is not a real burial either, and that is the Fear No More scene of the brothers. And I was wondering whether you would like to comment on this plotting of the night scene as something very sacred, as you've just elaborated on, versus the pagan ritual of this earthly scene in Wales. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. It's an absolutely fascinating conflation between the ancient world, the ancient Britain, and also the Renaissance. So Renaissance, early modern Britain. So it's an absolutely fascinating question. What I find particularly interesting in Cymbeline's apparent death and resurrection, in a way, is I personally, I find that absolutely fascinating when I compare it to something like Romeo and Juliet, where we see very, very similar parallel of Juliet, who isn't dead, but we hope would rise again, but doesn't. And in Cymbeline, besides someone who she thinks is her lover, but who isn't, because it's Cloten, isn't it, who's beside her. And you've got this lovely parallel, an echo, if you like, not only of the ancient world, but also an intertextuality across Shakespeare's works as well. There are many parallels between Romeo and Juliet and Cymbeline in that way, but there is a lovely sense of that seamless embedding of Renaissance thought, early modern thought into the ancient world. I hope that's kind of answered your question.
Dominique.
Thank you very much. I was thinking, yes, of course, there's Romeo and Juliet, but there's also Antony and Cleopatra, Pyramus and Thisbe. But what is remarkable about this one is that she refuses to die. She's going to live on and revenge her, or at least gain justice for her husband.
Yeah.
But it's something that Cymbeline does, which is rehearse all the tragic conclusions that have been avoided.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And of course, there is also in my work, I've been quite interested looking at pilgrimage. I've been looking at the kind of messengers who help, or the healing influences that help. And again, you make me think in Romeo and Juliet, there's Friar Lawrence who is trying to guide and have an outcome that's a wonderful, healthy outcome. But also there is the doctor in Cymbeline who gives the potion that allows her to sleep and wake up. So you're right, it's a reworking of that, very beautiful reworking of it in another genre. Yes, it is a fascinating play.
Thank you to both speakers for two really papers, really terrific papers. But this, can I give it? This question is for the second speaker about pilgrimages. You kept using the terms geographic space and physical space. And I understand why you use those terms, because there really aren't any terms for us to use. But I'm kind of thinking back to the first paper with the mention of the call for the year, a year for the call. There's something that pilgrimage does to space that's very different, which is that it's not geographic space. It is a space which is traversed by the body, and that in other words, the body knows the space. For example, when we went to Waltzing, and you see the Slipper Chapel, and pilgrims, including Henry VIII, had to kind of go on their knees from the Slipper Chapel, about half a mile, to the shrine at Waltzing. So the point being that the space is simply unknown outside the body's traversing of that space. And I just think that that's a very, very different kind of understanding of what place or space actually is. Because it is simply inconceivable, let's say, outside the bodily, travail, if you like, through that, which is not travel, it's travail, the sufferance of that space or place. Right. That is a question.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Really, really interesting. And it's also the individual, it's that individual process of in a sense, this as above, so below. So it's the spiritual journey, but it's a very individual process, but then leads to a ritual, which then leads to a communal experience. And there are Didai speaks about, and anthropologists speak about communitas, which is a memory of a perfect society in a way. That you're right, but it's very interesting what you say, and also the other aspect, which is time as well. Timing.
It's like the farmer, what was it, the agricultural labourer in John Norton's dialogue, Surveyor's dialogue, who complains about maps making irrelevant traditional understandings of rural property, which would include like beating the bounds. You can go out there and beat the bounds physically. People in the community wouldn't know whose fields were, belonged to whom, as it were, outside of that actual kind of corporeal traversing.
And also fascinating on the stage as well, when that area was forbidden in many ways at the time. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, another, yes.
Thank you. Thank you for both those wonderful papers. I think they both really reevaluate the relationship between Shakespeare and the past. And it's so interesting that the focal point is spiritus and the transcendent. I was thinking in relation to your paper, Christina, about the prevalent idea, even with David Castan, is that that the theatre is definitively secular, even though it may have these sort of holdovers from the past. And you seem to be really revising that without getting into the weeds of confessional identities. And I thought it was really interesting that you said, obviously in the audience, people have got different senses of what they believe, despite the edict from above. So, and I was thinking about the word secular as well. I mean, I was forced by the first page to think about that, the space in front of the temple. And that the secular is not something that's cut off in the way that maybe we have imagined. And I should just say, I'm kind of thinking about this in relation to Asian theatre, which I've been working on a lot, where I've discovered there's loads of Asian Shakespeare. In those renditions, everybody in the play is already dead. And it's a reevaluation of the life and for the soul to move on. And I'm kind of wondering how we haven't really brought that to the fore before. I mean, I was also thinking about medieval resurrection plays, you know, like the resurrection of Christ, but somehow there's this sense of a definitive, you know, kind of cut-off point, an epistemological shift. Anyway, my question is, can we really keep out of the weeds of confessional identity and the theological disputes? You mentioned the Eucharist, or not? And what do you do in your work? I guess it applies to both of you, actually. I was thinking, whoa. Anyway, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely fascinating. I think the stage opens that debate. I think that's what happens on the stage, because we do have such a myriad of different possible interpretations. So I think it's absolutely fascinating, the idea that it's actually a retrospective in a sense. If you're thinking as in Asian theatre, if it begins with the death, then that makes almost every play a retrospective. But I do think that that on the Shakespearean stage, I think what must have been incredible about it was that it could speak to so many different people. So I think you're right. I think you can draw debates from it, but I think also apart from, it depends how it's used. I mean, it can be used very cleverly, as we all know Richard II was, you know, but I think essentially that's the joy of it, that it can be interpreted in different ways, and is in that sense is open even to theories today, which is why we're here as well today. Thank you.
So perhaps, if I may just add one remark or question, and then we'll close it for a break. In your analysis of the winter state of the final scene of Paulina, you rather privileged the transcendental interpretation. I was wondering if it could be read as well at the same time, in a way, as an ironical comment on the relics and the statues that are animated. I was thinking of the famous propaganda around the root of Boxley, for instance, which is the animated crucifix with the Jesus that actually moved its eyes and when people donated money. And then it was burned officially well, of course, as Protestant propaganda. So I'm wondering, since there is no miracle in the play, if we cannot also interpret that, given the multiplicity of confessions in the audience, as a comment on false miracles.
I think it's definitely true, because it's very difficult to actually find examples in the text of sacred space or something along those lines. But yes, I mean, in The Winter's Tale, for example, absolutely nothing supernatural happens at all, apart from Hermione's faith, which is because there has been an oracle. So there is that sense of an oracle, and it's the same in other plays as well. So yes, I definitely agree with you that that the reformed view would be, yes, Hermione is just a person and nothing supernatural has happened. And you could say the same for Cymbeline as well. You could say the same for Pericles as well. Pericles has the dream where he's asked to go to Diana's temple. Cymbeline, Posthumus has the dream. Yeah, so which is so I agree. Yeah, I think that the fact that there are no supernatural things happening, everything is through human agency, but there is this idea of faith, an idea of a which comes through supernatural means, actually, in the mythological plays. Yeah, in the histories, I suppose Henry IV he's prophesied that he will die in Jerusalem, and then he dies in the Jerusalem chamber. So again, it's similar. Fascinating area. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, even Macbeth prophecies actually do not need any magic. So.
That's right. It's just playing with time.
Okay, well, I know we have to finally have a break.
Yes.
That's an obligation. So perhaps a round of applause and then the break.
Thank you very much. So we're having a 10-minute break.
10. Yes. So we should be beginners. Thank you. Great.
Hello.
Time. Please, and when you're through. Take your seats before someone takes your seat. Thank you. I'd like to thank the organizers of this year's French Shakespeare Society Conference on local habitation for inviting me to chair today's plenary address. I have thus the immense pleasure to introduce Emma Smith, Professor of Shakespeare Studies and Royal Fellow, Hertford College. Emma Smith is, amongst Shakespearean scholars, a household name as a result of much of her research, which has been devoted to what makes Shakespeare a household name. He's edited numerous collections of the plays, and published several books on the first book of Shakespeare, first folio. And more recently, her talents have extended more globally, to use the common parlance, with the publication of several trade books, This is Shakespeare in 2019 and Portable Magic 2022, both to commercial and critical acclaim. A fact that will warm the shriveled hearts of Shakespeare academics worldwide, as this proves that people still buy books about Shakespeare and still can buy books about books. More importantly, the success of these endeavors is due to the intrinsic qualities of Emma Smith's research and style, and as you will soon see for yourselves, person. She is both acutely perceptive, but also deceptively clear. Her words compelling, her arguments persuasive. This, in turn, I suppose, may kindle the jealousy of the more abstruse of academics, of which I'm probably part, whose niche research is neither perceptive nor enlightened. Emma Smith's varied and rich activities extends to the world of commercial theater productions also, with work with the Royal Shakespeare Company, Drama Warehouse, National Theatre. In short, she has a knack to making readers and students and actors feel at home with Shakespeare, which is why we're delighted to have her here, chez nous, dans la maison de la Meurthe, Fondation de la Meurthe, to hear her paper aptly entitled At Home in Othello and Twelfth Night, a choice, I'm told, which is a consequence of a contractual obligation, as she is completing the ardent fourth edition of Twelfth Night. So please join me in welcoming Emma Smith. So much. Forgive me for speaking from the lectern. Among all those talents that you have heard, I do not think I have the one of both holding a microphone, going through my script and changing slides. So thank you. It's a huge honor to be here. I'm so grateful for the invitation. I've loved the papers that I've heard, and you'll hear lots of echoes in what I'm going to say today. What I'm trying to think about in my paper today is contested notions of place, particularly of home in Twelfth Night and Othello. And I guess I've got two takeaways via that, maybe three. Two are that Twelfth Night and Othello, I think, are more closely connected as perhaps very late Elizabethan plays than we have tended to acknowledge. And the second is that I'm having another go at a methodological problem that lots of people have talked about since Stephen Greenblatt's memorable description of source study as the elephant's graveyard of criticism. I'm having another go at how source study, Gisèle, might come back round, and we might do something a bit different with it. The third almost thing that I'm talking about, which is mostly rather distant in my paper, but sometimes more pressingly present, is the moral and practical issue of migration in our own time. If you're a Brit or if you follow British politics, it has been a difficult week for anybody who has any international sympathies or, I would say, moral conscience on this matter. That will come round, and I'd be really interested to know in this group what we think, perhaps following on from yesterday's moving and inspiring sense about Shakespeare in Ukraine, what Shakespeare can and cannot do in that context. So let me start with Othello. In the play's terrible final scene, 5 people crowd into the bedchamber where Desdemona lies smothered on her bed. Emilia confronts Iago with his toxic lies, and he warns her, "I charge you, get you home." Her reply is sombre and prescient. "Perchance, Iago, I will ne'er go home." "Be wise and get you home again," he says. "I will not," is her reply. A moment later, she is dead. The play has come in a dreadful full circle. In its opening scene, men cluster outside the house of Brabantio and his daughter, imagining what is going on behind closed doors. In this scene, we're inside the house and the outsiders are trying to break in. In that opening scene, Desdemona has, of course, already left, slipping away to the sanctuary with her new husband, from whence he summons her to give an account of their love to the Duke in his war cabinet. When Othello is dispatched to Cyprus, there's a moment's argument about what will happen to Desdemona. "I crave fit disposition for my wife," says Othello, "due reference of place and exhibition, with such accommodation and besought as levels with her breeding." There's a slightly funny moment where the Duke says she can go to her father's. All 3, Brabantio, Desdemona, and Othello, say immediately she's not going to her father's. And Desdemona instead gives her peroration, "I love the more to live with him," identifying love with cohabitation. Her new home in Cyprus is to be this marital household, but of course it's a place she never really finds. One of the many wonderful things about Nick Heitner's National Theatre of London production of the play in 2013, a production with Adrian Lester as Othello and Rory Kinnear as Iago, is its evocation of the depressingly utilitarian military married quarters. Desdemona's bedchamber was a flimsy, boxy room with cheap furnishings that literally shook with the vehemence of Othello's murderous intent. By contrast, her husband famously measures his love against his willingness to be fixed by it. And I'm interested here in this word, unhoused. I would not my unhoused free condition put into circumscription and confine for the sea's worth. Unhoused is aligned semantically with other unusual words in this play, indicating cosmopolitan dislocation. Extravagance is one of them. Let's compare Emilia's refusal to go home at the end of Othello with the end of Twelfth Night. Actually, we'll just leave that. That's my equivalent of thank you, but we're not at the end yet. Let's compare Emilia's refusal or inability to go home at the end of Othello with the end of Twelfth Night. On the face of it, of course, this is very different, although it's another crowded scene of revelation. We're in the household of Olivia, who herself, described at the beginning of the play as a cloistress, is a person actually defined by being confined to a specific location. She's never seen outside her house in the play, although many productions, particularly on film, try to tempt her out into the garden, or perhaps at least to church, where she can mourn her lost father and brother. It's interesting that we're all there in Olivia's household at the end of the play, because much of the play turns on restricted access to that household. The failure of Valentine's embassy is reported right at the beginning in 1-1.
And even ourselves as theatregoers have 4 consecutive scenes, 1-1 to 1-4, where we hear about Olivia, but don't get access to her. The play keeps us away from the household too. Malvolio has a practice spiel for repelling unwanted visitors and is taken back by Cesario's refusal to be sent away. We'll come back to that moment in a minute. Cesario, like the clown, gains a privileged freedom to travel between 2 noble households. When Malvolio berates the revellers for their noisy celebrations, it is in terms of whether Sir Toby will remain in the household. My lady bade me tell you that, though she harbours you as her kinsman, she's nothing allied to your disorders. If you can separate yourself and your misdemeanours, you are welcome to the house. If not, and it would please you to take leave of her, she is very willing to bid you farewell. In the final scene of the play, many aspects of resolution, as everybody comments, most prominently perhaps Viola's maid's weeds and the threat of revenge from Malvolio, these are all famously deferred. It's in this context that Orsino has a go at wrapping things up. Olivia has already invited everyone to celebrate here at my house and at my proper cost. Orsino agrees, seemingly committing the couples to an ongoing menage. We will not part from hence. So, both plays then move their locations and both circle around a deferred or curtailed possibility of return. And this, I want to suggest here, is a microcosm of larger concerns with figurations of belonging, migration, and the contested politics of home. Discussing the date of Othello, Ernst Honigmann proposed a late Elizabethan composition, placing it within touching distance of Twelfth Night. I'm going to use that alongside a third contemporaneous text that I'll just touch on, the Shakespearean parts of the book of Sir Thomas More. In the talk today, I want to discuss home and migration in Twelfth Night, and then move to connect these issues more closely to Othello. And I want to then shift the emphasis on people to an emphasis on texts, to think about the play's sources as textual migrants. And along the way, as I said, I've been thinking mostly implicitly about migration as the moral and practical crisis of our moment. So, the opening of Twelfth Night emphasizes its Illyrian setting. Viola's opening question, what country, friends, is this, has usefully become a metonym for a wider sense of geopolitical uncertainty or interrogation. But in the context of the play, as the captain makes clear, the answer is quite simple. This is Illyria, lady. And the first folio text makes clear that the Illyria precedes Viola's arrival by that stage direction, enter Orsino, Duke of Illyria. One of the consequences of the 19th century flip of these two scenes, beginning with shipwreck, beginning with Viola, and then going to Orsino, is somehow to suggest that Viola's arrival in the place brings it into being. It does, but in fact, the structure of the play, as Shakespeare has it, makes it quite clear that Illyria is a place she arrives in. That strip of the first folio makes that clear. If we do not famously know who this shipwrecked woman is from the scene's dialogue, we do know where she is. And thanks to the work of Patricia Parker and other scholars, most recently Anne-Marie Dadeboy, we know that the Adriatic region of Illyria, centred on Ragusa, was widely understood as variously an ally of and mercantile intermediary between Christianity and the Ottoman Empire. So this emphasis on the place of Viola's arrival is underlined by the entire absence of any sense of where she has come from. Perhaps a brief comparison with other travelling Shakespearean characters reveals that omission as significant. Many of Shakespeare's previous comedies, of course, centre on the narrative and characterological affordances of this location. We've heard lots about them in this conference. The lovers of Athens move to the wood in Midsummer Night's Dream. Rosalind, Celia and Touchstone go to Arden. Bassanio, flashily accoutred thanks to Shylock's loan, leaves Venice for Belmont and Portia. In The Winter's Tale, this association of comedy with movement is even more pronounced, since it is not just that the play includes the transition from Sicilia to Bohemia, but that this geographical relocation actually secures the play as almost as a comedy. And these, of course, are all versions of a generic archetype articulated long ago and that we've heard about over the course of this conference. Northrop Frye's Green World from his Anatomy of Criticism. I don't want to repeat what we've heard about the Green World, but I want to emphasize just one aspect which hasn't come up so far. The comedy begins in a world represented as a normal world, moves into the Green World, says Frye, goes into metamorphosis there in which comic resolution is achieved. This is the phrase that's important to me, and returns to the normal world. So the Green World is a temporary place, and there is always, in Frye's formulation of the Green World, an expectation of return. That rhythmic movement from normal world to Green World and back again is really not evident in Twelfth Night. Wherever it was that Viola and Sebastian were travelling to when they were unwillingly diverted to Illyria, and wherever it was they were coming from, we do not know. And nor is there any sense that they might ever resume those journeys, unlike the actual or prospective returns to Athens, to Venice, and to Sicilia that conclude other comic itineraries. In Frye's terms, then, Illyria is both normal and Green World. In terms of migration, the twins, like Emilia, must silently recognise that they will ne'er go home. This mystery of origins is, I think, complicated by the introduction of Sebastian a full act later into one. In the course of his first scene, you'll remember, Sebastian reveals he has been living under an alias. You must know of me then, Antonio. My name is Sebastian, which I called Roderigo. My father was that Sebastian of Messaline, whom I know you have heard of. Productions often cue Antonio's shocked recognition at this patronym, usually implying a newly evident difference of status between previously close equals. That's why, perhaps, Antonio immediately offers himself as Sebastian's servant. Why Sebastian has been pretending to be called Roderigo, or perhaps more pertinently, why a skilled playwright would so increase the cognitive load on audiences without obvious benefit by introducing a new character via a disavowal of an assumed identity we never knew about and never again referred to, is a moot question. It's part of a scene that is itself a very circumlocutory, Latinate and evasive. We heard earlier Latinate vocabulary as a sign of the inheritance of thinking from the medieval world. There's also a kind of Latinate vocabulary, I think, which is Shakespearean men usually not quite facing up to what's really happening, a kind of Leontes or Angelo kind of playbook, disclosing and obscuring through complex and portentous phrase making. Sebastian refers to the malignancy of my fate. My determinate voyage is mere extravagancy. I could not with such estimable wonder over far believe that. What is he talking about? In many productions, this overburdened periphrasis is read as conveying an unspeakable desire for Antonio in this scene. And I've absolutely no desire to push that reading away. I think it's a very, very compelling reading. But what's interesting to me here is less the love that dare not speak its name than the place. Sebastian's revelation of his true identity is secured first through lineage, his father Sebastian, and then through place, tagging that father with the geographical cognomen Messaline. Finally, the clue of Messaline offers a glimpse of the twins' lost home. Except, of course, it doesn't. Messaline, while it draws suggestively on Messina, Mytilene, Marseille, is at best a kind of hodgepodge of all of those names, but really and no place. No editor has been able to place Messaline on a map without significant emendation and ingenuity. H.H. Furness, in a rare joke in the Variorum, I can tell you the Variorum Shakespeare has very few jokes in it, but suggests Messaline was the chief town on Prospero's Island. Sometime I will go there, but we can't do that today. Recent editors can't resolve this either. Keir Elam, my brilliant ardent predecessor, suggests perhaps from Massilia, the Latin name for Marseille. Roger Warren and Stanley Wells explain it as a Shakespearean invention. Some people call, Elam says, who's brilliant on puns, I think. The name almost also humorously recalls Messalina, notoriously licentious and corrupt wife of the Roman Emperor Claudius. Well, if it does, I really don't know what that does. Rory Loughlane for the New Oxford Shakespeare annotates Messalina as an invented Mediterranean-sounding place name, and usually, and usefully, I think, leaves ambiguous the agent of this invention. Perhaps we might think of Messalina as Sebastian's own obfuscation. The effect is that his statement of origins is a fake. He seems to be telling us where he is from, but the answer is obscure, unknowable, perhaps nowhere. Again, perhaps a quick comparison with other plays could indicate the significant absence here. At least at the level of itinerary rather than identity, knowing where characters have come from is often important for Shakespeare's play worlds. We know, for example, how Aegeus has pulled up in Ephesus in the Comedy of Errors. We get a really long pair of speeches to explain that. We know how the royal company have come, the royal party have come into Prospero's orbit in the Tempest on their way home from a wedding in Moorish North Africa. These are the kind of details that Lorna Hudson has identified as crucial to Shakespeare's circumstantial dramaturgy. What Hudson identifies as the work of the opening act of Two Gentlemen of Verona, proving the circumstantial topic of locus or place or answering the question where, is similarly a concern of Twelfth Night. But what's different in the later play is that the emphatic establishment of Illyria as a place of arrival rather than origin emphasizes the absence of a prior homeland and thus signally neglects one of Hudson's other circumstantial building blocks, motive. If the place where from which Viola and Sebastian have arrived is never mentioned in the play, the fact of their sea voyage soaks the lexicon. In the first act, Orsino describes how the spirit of love receiveth as the sea, Olivia weeps saltwater tears, Maria and Andrew parry with a dry jest as he is coached into the nautical term accost. Cesario is described as standing water and encouraged to get lost by hoist sail. No good swabber, I am to hull it here a little longer. The maritime imagery continues there all in Act 1. This is a play that cannot forget the sea voyage, which is its initiating condition. So, a summary so far might register that the play presents Viola and Sebastian, who have left behind their place of origin, occluded that place in their self-descriptions, arrived in a strange country after dangerous and traumatic voyage, reinvented themselves with new names, and settled, showing courage and resilience in a place that does not recognize their status or talents. They are, that's to say, entirely recognizable as forced migrants. Identifying them in this way does help make sense of some of the oddities of the plot. If we reconceive the sea captain as a people smuggler, as in Tim Supple's dark Channel 4 television film of 2003, that does something to explain the tensions in Viola's strangely pacifying, edgy description of him. There is a fair behaviour in thee, captain. I will believe thou hast a mind that suits with this thy fair and outward character. I'll pay thee bounteously. Why does the sea captain, since arrested, why also, still have Viola's maid's garments at the play's conclusion? Has this shadowy figure reserved these identifying documents, like a passport, as security? Viola's decision to present herself as Cesario also becomes clearer. Of course, she can't send to her father's old contact Orsino or throw herself on the mercy of Olivia, since she has entered the country illegally, and her new identity thus makes a kind of pragmatic, self-preserving sense. It also resonates with the psychic experience of estrangement. Cesario's "I am not what I am" reverberates in the second fraught interview with Olivia. James Sutton calls this phrase the exilic formula. The exilic formula. Cesario's new identity could thus be read differently from in many critical accounts as a function of spatial rather than narrative or gendered dislocation, a kind of dysphoria of place rather than body. Maria Ligone's description of the expatriate who does not experience any underlying I is suggestive, I think, for reconsidering Viola and Cesario. The shift from being one person to being a different person is what I call travel, writes Ligones. And the different contingent self expressed in the new country is not, she says, a matter of acting. One does not pose as someone else. One does not pretend to be, for example, someone of a different personality or character. Rather, one is someone who has that personality or character or uses space and language in that particular way. Back to the embodiment of space that John was talking about just before the break. Viola's overwrought sense of her own history as a blank and her emphasis on her occluded rank, I am no feed post lady, resonate differently, I think, in the context of migration and asylum seeking. Clifford Leach's judgment that she is an honorary Illyrian from the moment of her appearance complacently, I think, underestimates her outsider status. And gaining, rather than already enjoying, Illyrian status may also explain her twin's willingness to marry Olivia. Although marriage is no more a surefire route to citizenship then than now, it does help. Sebastian's own journey is less to a green world and more to a green card. Of course, he will accept Olivia's overheated matrimonial plans. Not only the romantic plot, therefore, which works to bond the twins to Illyria's most prominent citizens, but also its details make leaving or returning home impossible. Whereas the storm in the Tempest has left the ship unscarred, the boatswain, you'll remember, has freshly beheld our royal, good and gallant ship in the play's final scene as the royal party prepare for their return to Milan. There is no sense that Viola's boat has survived the ordeal. Perhaps, all too familiarly, it is nothing but a rag of rubber on the beach, bearing witness to human desperation and venality. The UN Secretary General reported last year that the year had seen a huge increase in migrants and refugees attempting to cross the Mediterranean, 212,000. This week, the UK Prime Minister has been negotiating shamefully with the Illyrian territory of Albania to try to create a hub to return migrants attempting to come to Britain. Happily, his Albanian counterpart was not particularly cooperative. Let me bring back some of the parallels with Othello. I'm just going to pan back from this particular focus just to establish a wider set of parallels. Sir Toby's venal self-interest in retaining Sir Andrew's purse by unrealistic assessments of his romantic chances make the pair a clear comic version of Iago and Rodrigo. When Sir Toby attacks Andrew as a gull, this is the comic, although still shocking, rewrite of Iago's murder of his patsy. In Othello, the discontented servant Iago, and to an extent also Emilia, embodies a toxic, servile resentment that is incipient, but not quite allowed to flourish in Twelfth Night, or is diverted into rough sport rather than murder. Emrys Jones pointed out that the essential structural idea of the scene of Cassio's choreographed drunkenness in Othello was Twelfth Night, 2 Scene 3. But the most significant of the overlaps between these plays are, I think, to do with travel, exoticism, and otherness. Othello's Cyprus, like Illyria, stands as a contact zone between East and West. And the conceptual similarity between these two locations for Shakespeare may well be indicated by the fact that one of his sources for Twelfth Night, Barnaby Ritchie's Apollonius and Scylla, is actually partially set in Cyprus. Sebastian's claims of his travels as mere extravagancy, as we just saw, recalls Othello's extravagant and wheeling stranger, and that the latter play means this word to corroborate otherness and not at homeness can help project some of these connotations into the earlier one. Twelfth Night's eunuch, Viola's plan A for her Illyrian sojourn and accompanying mute, the mentions of the Sophie, the claim that the cross-guard of Malvolio is a heathen, a renegado, these all pepper a play that has a number of English place markers with the texture of the Ottoman or Islamic world. As in Othello, there is a buried fear of turning Turk. That recurring name, Rodrigo, Rodrigo is striking. Perhaps we should think about Twelfth Night Sebastian, alias Rodrigo, as a kind of textual survivor of Othello, an escapee, the wreckage of that play's brutal Cyprus, washed up on the shore of an Illyria, where this time the central desirable noblewoman really does want to marry him after all. The comparison with Othello, though, does also reveal substantial differences. Twelfth Night engages, I think, these themes of migration and belonging without apparently being directly interested in race or race-making. Viola and Sebastian are never explicitly marked as outsiders on racial, ethnic, religious, or national grounds. Othello addresses some similar terrain, but with an overdetermined focus on race-making as the symptom and symbol of belonging. I think if Twelfth Night idealizes to an extent its past patterns of migration and assimilation through the shape, if not always the tone of romantic comedy, Othello agonizes over them in a racist dramaturgy that produces tragic destruction. Twelfth Night's other immediate neighbour is Sir Thomas More, the possibly unperformed manuscript play by many hands on which more than one theatre company seems to have worked fitfully over several years. John Jowett's Arden edition brilliantly redated the play's revisions from the 1590s to the period of around 1600 to 1604, thus placing it on Shakespeare's desk adjacent to both Twelfth Night and Othello, and offering us Thomas More's barnstorming speech about migration and tolerance as an epitome or miniature version of Twelfth Night. You'll remember that More upbraids the anti-alien rioters of the early 16th century London in terms that draw explicitly on an understanding of the condition of exile or of being not at home at home. If you were banished from London for this riotous incivility, More asks, whither would you go? What country, by the nature of your error, should give you harbour? Why, you must needs be strangers, a bit further down. Would you be pleased to find a nation of such barbarous temper that breaking out in hideous violence would not afford you an abode on earth, whet their detested knives against your throats, spurn you like dogs? And at the bottom, what would you think to be used thus? This is the stranger's case, and this your mountainish inhumanity. Mountainish is a word that doesn't appear anywhere else in Shakespeare, but we do perhaps get an echo of it in Olivia's rebuke to Sir Toby when she finds Cesario, as she imagines, imperiled. Ungracious wretch, fit for the mountains and the barbarous caves, out of my sight. Go with me to my house, Olivia comforts the bewildered Sebastian, slightly begging the question of where this scene takes place. Thomas More's imaginary projection of banishment also fleshes out a tiny moment in Twelfth Night. When Duke Orsino's pert new emissary comes to her gate and will not be dissuaded from an audience with her, Olivia issues Malvolio with more extensive defensive orders. I am sick or not at home, what you will to dismiss it. Malvolio fails to fend off the messenger with the inevitable consequences, and so what's initially important about this exchange with Olivia is that it is ineffective. Cesario will have audience with Olivia. But the specific terms of this exchange are also, I think, suggestive. There's an emphasis to the line, since it forms the play's only spoken reference to its prominent subtitle, What You Will. It's significant since, I think, as every commentator on Twelfth Night, since Pepys, and now me here also, have to mention, I don't make the rules, the play itself never directly mentions Twelfth Night. But it does here mention its second title, or perhaps it's a subtitle, What You Will. That the cloistress should thus unnecessarily imagine herself not at home opens a tiny window in her psychologically and physically enclosed bereavement. Just as Thomas More's rhetoric offers the empathetic experience of displacement as the ethical alternative to anti-immigrant violence, so too Olivia greets the newcomer unwillingly with a moment of imaginary empathy. Not at home or what you will is Olivia's answer to Viola's mimetic sorrow in Act 1, Scene 2, when she hears that, like her, Olivia mourns her brother. It's the play's start then, perhaps, at an answer to the diagnosis of self-love, which is such an Illyrian malady. But the heuristic of migration, I don't want to use simply as a slightly modish form of presentist character study. Instead, I think it can open up some movements, some patterns of movement, displacement, and loss across as well as within the text. While Viola and Sebastian's origins are occluded, the play itself, as a good humanist composition, is very clear about where it comes from. It was self-evident to the young law student John Manningham, seeing the play performed at Middle Temple in 1602, that it drew on Plautus, on Menachmi, as we've heard, like Comedy of Errors, and on the Italian Inganni plays. Modern scholarship has added Rich's Apollonius and Scylla to that bibliography. And both the Commedia play or plays and Rich's prose narrative speak out loud what is almost silent in Shakespeare's play, the prompts for travelling in the first place. Both of these sources identify violent, traumatic conflict as the motor for the displacement and separation of peoples. I want to spend a bit of time thinking about how their legacy of brutal dislocation is transformed, but not entirely eliminated, by Shakespeare in Twelfth Night. This is Barnaby Rich's prose story Apollonius and Scylla, published in 1594 in his farewell, Barnaby Rich's farewell to military profession. It's a nice description of the whole, and I'll just read it out. Apollonius, Duke, having spent a year's service in the wars against the Turk, returning homeward with his company by sea, was driven by force of weather to the Isle of Cyprus, where he was well received by Pontius, governor of the same isle, with whom Scylla, daughter to Pontius, fell so strangely in love, that after Apollonius was departed to Constantinople, Scylla with one man followed, and coming to Constantinople, she served Apollonius in the habit of a man, and after many pretty accidents falling out, she was known to Apollonius, who in requital of her love married her. So we can see that Shakespeare takes explicitly from this the relationship between Orsino, Apollonius, and the male attired Cesario Scylla. But there are some other more pressingly interesting legacies here, I think, and most prominently, the emphasis on the geopolitics of this movement. Apollonius is returning from the wars against the Turks. He comes to Cyprus, this crossover place in the Eastern Mediterranean, and then back to the front line of Christendom, Constantinople, during the period before it was conquered by the Ottoman forces of Mehmed II in 1453. It's a nostalgic vision of Christian Constantinople, as Apollonius and Scylla makes clear. So 150 years out of date by the time of the 12th Night. So Rich's love story is set in Cyprus, again emphasising, as I already said, connections with Othello. But it's clear that movement across the seas here in Rich, like much else, is martial in origin. People do not go to the sea for leisure or enjoyment or for no reason at all. Their travels are motivated by the larger context of war. In the Italian Inganni plays, the source of the familial split that motivates the comic plot is, as in Apollonius and Scylla, again, geopolitical rather than personal. Most prominent among the Inganni plays could be any number of texts, but the one that has the most reach, I think, across Europe, sorry about that stray bracket, the one that has the most reach across Europe is probably Ringanati, a play now translated as The Deceived, performed in 1532, sponsored by the Academy of the Intronati in the Grand Hall of the Council of Siena as part of the Carnival festivities. It's a story of twins and confusions, and while it's not clear whether Shakespeare saw the play, it had a wide reach across Europe, translated into Latin via French, for instance, and with a performance in Cambridge in Latin in 1595. The Deceived tells the story of a formerly wealthy merchant, Virginio, living with his daughter, Lelia, in Siena. She escapes from her convent in male clothing, where she's been put in a convent because she doesn't want to marry her father's chosen suitor, and joins the household of her beloved Flaminio as a page, Fabio. She is sent to court Isabella on his behalf, but finds herself the object of Isabella's love. So far, so Twelfth Night. But Glinganati's comedy is prompted by a dark and not very far away past. The father has lost his fortune and his son in the sack of Rome, within recent memory at the date of his first performance of the play in the early 1530s. The sack of Rome resonated across 16th century culture. On the 6th of May, 1527, the Spanish, German, and Italian troops of Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor and King of Spain, attacked Renaissance Rome. The invading army moved largely unimpeded through the city, assaulting and slaughtering its citizens, pillaging and violating sacred spaces and objects. This is when the horses are stabled in the Sistine Chapel, speaking of sacred or desacralized space. The levels of violence reported in eyewitness accounts of the sack of Rome shocked Europe even after decades of regular warfare. And while the Roman population waited in vain for salvation, the imperial army remained in the city for 9 months, all the while kidnapping and torturing the local population in order to extract hidden money and valuables. It's difficult to measure with any precision the impact of the attack, but its premier historian, Judith Hook, estimates that nearly half the population of Rome had fled or been starved to death or killed by the end of the year. So the sack of Rome was a trauma that haunted the early modern period, finding its resonance in the stories of the fall of Troy and bequeathing the iconography of its own nightmarish urban genocide to images of city warfare, such as that with which Shakespeare's Henry V threatens Harfleur. This violent shadow is often referred to in Glinganati. "Can you still name yourself a virgin?" asks Lelia's wet nurse Clemencia. Lelia's reply is evasively clear. "You'll have to ask the Spaniards who kept me in a Roman prison." It's interesting that both sources, both Apollonius and Scylla and Glinganati, have the Viola figure in prison. And we're always told about Twelfth Night that there's no source for Malvolio's imprisonment. But clearly, for me, it's a way that Malvolio is, that the completely excessive nature of the violence on Malvolio must be because of a massively overdetermined scapegoating function, and somehow is absorbing the violence, I think, from these sources. So both Rich and the writers of Glinganati then offer political reasons for the travels of their characters. They present them as more clearly forced migrants or travellers caught up in networks of trade, religion, military, and traumatic conflict. The play may try to forget the legacy of war and geopolitical conflict that shapes its parent narratives, and maybe the silence about where Viola and Sebastian come from is its attempt to suppress that past. But there is a latent violence within Twelfth Night that may reveal some of the effort of suppression. Tim Supple, whose 2003 production I mentioned a moment ago, noted that Twelfth Night is a very violent play, and all the more so for the repression and restraint of that violence. The violence of frustrated desire, the extreme condition of not getting what or doing or living as you really want, and moreover having to repress that thing you really want within the restraints of your social condition. "My lady will hang thee," Maria chides the returning clown. "Let her," he replies, "I fear no colour." Something so oddly literal about Maria's reply. "I can tell thee where that saying was born of 'I fear no colours.'" "Where?" good Mistress Mary asks Feste. "In the wars, and that may you be bold to say in your foolery." Why did she do that? Why did she say, "I know what that phrase means"? It's a war reference. And it's a sort of manicule in the side of the text. The wars make their presence felt. The absolute unnecessariness of the explanation of the idiom. I can tell you, someone editing Twelfth Night, there are many, many times when I would like Maria to come on and say, "Shall I tell you what that means?" Please tell me what that means. I have no idea. The unnecessariness of the explanation of the idiom registers it rather as a moment from the play's unconscious, from those textual pasts it scarcely recalls. Violent extremity in love, in grief, in revenge is the grammar of this play. The cruelty of the clown's disguised as Sir Topaz, that sea battle recalled in considerable detail when Antonio grappled Orsino's fleet and the Duke's young nephew Titus lost his leg. Once Orsino's heartfelt desire to kill what I love in savage jealousy. Once we start seeing it's everywhere. Even at the play's end, Malvolio's much repeated promise of revenge commits that violence to an ongoing effect beyond a temporary comic conclusion. Perhaps then it's a kind of trauma of their past lives in other texts from which Viola and Sebastian are escaping. They are, let's say, forced migrants from other narratives. They've abandoned them with only the clothes on their back to be accepted into other fictional worlds, given new names, reset on different fictional paths. Migration thus offers a way of conceptualizing intertextuality as a more agonized and politicized traffic between texts. Traumatic dislocations may represent intertextual rather than international relationships. Textual migration, like its human counterpart, though, crucially defamiliarizes the idea of the text as home, just like Olivia's moment of recognition, not at home. Source study, as its name suggests, is, I think, often preoccupied with origins. Where did this come from? And with the kind of model of repatriation of different textual elements to their prior texts. It's nostalgic or retroactive, I think, in its conceptual shape, back perhaps to Keir Starmer's Albanian hub. But a more exilic model of textual movement, thinking about exile rather than source, could recognize the ways in which migration typically articulates a sense of compromised belonging across, between, and at an angle to both contexts, belonging in neither. Perhaps, or both. Perhaps that's to say we should reconceptualize source studies as a form of exile studies. There is, writes Sarah Ahmed, an ethical problem about metaphorizing migration. The act of granting the migrant, says Ahmed, status as a figure of speech erases and conceals the historical determination of experiences of migration, even though those experiences cannot be reduced to a referent. Reading the play text itself as a migrant from the traditions of European romance risks this ethical erasure, but it does also help situate contingent patterns of displacement and belonging at the heart of the play. Introducing a collection of essays on Shakespeare and immigration, Ruben Espinosa and David Rutter champion the immigrant's cultural valence and his or her ability to define and shape the environment made new by his or her presence. A great description of Twelfth Night. They established their central belief that the ethic of hospitality must bear upon our understanding of the immigrant as a cultural force. The ethic of hospitality must bear upon our understanding of the immigrant as a cultural force. In this context, Twelfth Night's famous cakes and ale becomes less a belated or reactionary trope of Merry England and something more potentially welcoming. Olivia's promise of the wedding party marks the particular obligation of the early modern hospitable aristocrat to neighbour and stranger alike. What has happened most significantly to her is that she has moved from being not at home in its euphemistic sense of being not open to visitors. The twins may therefore become Illyrians through the play's plot to bind them to their new place. But it's a commonplace of productions of Twelfth Night to end with a sense of onward displacement. Even Trevor Nunn's broadly cheerful film of 1996 ends with the luggage-laden departures of Toby and Maria, Feste, and Andrew, the character most wistfully associated in the play with an idea of home. I'll ride home tomorrow, says Andrew in 1-3. I'll home tomorrow. And then at the end, I had rather than £40 I were at home. Illyria's population is fluid, the play's characters are in motion, and the play itself, through Feste's final song, is poised for its own future textual itinerancy, dropping in on King Lear before reappearing in other texts as far apart as Strauss's opera The Rosenkavalier, to Juliet Jake's fictionalized history of trans and non-binary people, Variations, 2021. Understanding Twelfth Night via migration as a heuristic rather than a diagnostic tool, I think could open up the ethically reflective reading that Shakespeare hints at in Olivia's imagined displacement, I'm not at home, or what you will, and then highlights that more fully in his contributions to Sir Thomas More. Theodore Adorno's much-quoted aphorism in Minimum Moralia is apposite, I think, here. Adorno says, you remember, it is part of morality not to be at home in one's home. Or perhaps, as Shakespeare puts it, what country, friends, is this? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this fascinating thought-provoking talk, which I am sure will elicit many questions, people feeling no longer at home with the text. I was just wondering, listening to you, and these are readings that have cropped up when you talk about all the metaphors in the opening act. And I was thinking of the basically one of the Freudian cliches of desire and water. And I was wondering if in your reading on displacement, this you had taken into account these kinds of readings of how the mind works from Freudian analysis.
Yeah, that's a great thought. I haven't enough thought about that, but once, I mean, if you were to think about translation, or even just that prefix trans, maybe as a key to the geographical and the queer kind of possibilities of the play. You would need a sort of rhetorical version of that, and you were kind of and I haven't thought about precisely what you've just mentioned, but I suppose I have thought about what's the relation between this material and the play's staging of particular acts of interpretation, which is very interested in, most particularly in the letter that Maria forges to catch Malvolio. So we get this MAOI and this very extended. Is it MOAI? God, now it's MOAI. I've already done some of the work in trying to crush it, as Malvolio says, MOAI. So there's translation between idioms is anagrammatizing, I think is interesting. So thinking about this at the level of the of wordplay and of the way the mind imagines imagery, I think it's really great thought. Thank you.
Because I think about MOAI is also and this is something that has always bugged me about play, are the names and onomastics, and how I always get Viola and Olivia confused. And your interest in this Rodrigo, Antonio, and the names that crop up, I suppose, also with the central scene of the letter with MOAI, also point to the difficulty and Messely, which you mentioned also, to pinpoint or our wish to pinpoint this kind of identity through naming, when in fact they continually, including Viola's name, which is only given to us orally and at the end, but textually early on, displaces our understanding of the play to far beyond the end of the play.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. I've been very fascinated by the names in the play and the sense that they're circling around the same rather few letters, and those letters or a version of those letters are presented to us as sort of mobile units in Maria's own letter. It seems a shame not to be editing this play in the age of deconstruction, really, because it's a we're not, that's not quite where we are. And there are other names. I mean, I think there's a more general sense editing a play that sometimes the names seem to have a solidity which they don't in fact have. So one name which is outside that cluster but is the name Feste really has only emerged in edited texts as the name of the clown figure probably in about the last 50 years. And before that, clown, which is the designation in all the apparatus of the folio, or fool, which is what everybody calls Feste, has been used. And that seems to me quite an interesting sort of self-deluded attempt to make Feste into a person by giving him a name which isn't a person's name either. I mean, it's still a function name, just slightly more disguised than clown. Yeah, so there's something happening here, isn't there, about a kind of dreamy world, one way of seeing Illyria, which is a little bit out of fashion because we've been so helpfully retrained to think of Illyria as a real place with a real geopolitics. There still is another reading, which is that this is a kind of dream world without completely distinguished personal boundaries. These are not Olivia, Viola, Malvolio even, perhaps are not three distinct people who all happen to have the same name, or the same version of the same name.
Comedic holy trinity of sorts. Questions?
Yes, I had just well, thank you, first of all, for a wonderful talk. But I had just a little side note, perhaps, on, I wanted to make a case for Messalina, actually, because I looked it up. I looked up when she was cited in contemporary text, and she appears notably in Marston's Scourge of Villainy. And so this whole war, right, is going on around the bishop's ban as well. And there's so the quote is, "Disguise Messalina, now tear thy mask and bear thee to thine eye a hissing voice, if to the theaters I find thee once more." So this association of Messalina with the changing gender identity and the theater.
You're absolutely right. The only case for that is within a sort of Wars of the Theatres kind of world, which would also bring in Feste is a moment where the clown says, I'd say I was out of my element, but it's overworn, which seems to be a reference to Decca's Satyromastics. And the Cambridge Parnassus plays say that Shakespeare gave a purge to Marston, and nobody quite knows where that was, but often the suggestion is 12 nights. So thank you. You're absolutely right that there is the Marstonian. I feel as if that points. I was too flip in suggesting that's kind of meaningless, but it's not meaningless in terms of place.
And I think it's not meaningless otherwise in terms of what you were saying, because it's a sense of being displaced or being in another world or being a stranger, that is also that of the actor, right? As perhaps since Messalina is often linked to the play actor.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting and suggestive. But I think the point I was trying to make, that Sebastian says he's from Messalina, and Messalina is not a place.
Right.
It's probably stands, but you're right that there's a resonance about that I need to make sure I capture.
Thank you, Emma. Wonderful paper. Well, I love what you say about about us rethinking source studies into migration. It reminds me of the work that is notably done by Yves Perret on mythological allusions, and I think he talks a lot about circulation, which of course, leaves out the very notion of source. Is there circulation? And I was wondering, when you mention Othello at the beginning of your talk and his injunction to Emilia to get home, it reminds me of another passage in which he says, speak within doors, to say shut up. And I think it's, well, it's another aspect, the gender aspect of the passage. And I was wondering whether you had thought about this, speaking within doors, which you may find probably impress mine too.
Yeah, that's great. I hadn't thought about within doors, but you're absolutely right. And clearly, conduct books are very spatially organised about what's appropriate space, and the indoor space is the space for women.
It also refers, I think, to the double barriers of the tongue, that is to say, the lips,
yeah,
and the teeth.
Yeah, so don't speak at all. Effectively, don't just speak inside, but speak with a closed mouth. That's the best way to do it.
That's how I interpret it.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I'm so interested that you bring up that idea about mythological tropes circulating. I think that although we have a lot of theoretical material about textual borrowing and circulation, which is much less interested in sort of priority, plagiarism, all that kind of stuff. Perhaps this is going to change in the as AI sets out some different gives a different valence to forms of ownership and genealogy. Where did these things come from? Maybe that's going to become more important to us. I don't know. But although we have a hugely rich literature on that, I still think that for Shakespeare's source studies, we are still very much in, there are some rules about source studies. The source has to come before the play. Maybe that's obvious, but not in the circulation model. So there's a chronology of the source. The source, there's some sort of questions about plausibility, in terms of how well known that source is. And really, I still think, despite our sophistication, I still think implicit in source study is that Shakespeare is better. So he's taken this, which is all over the place. He's been able to hone in on this really good detail, and then there he puts it here. But you get rid of all that. We don't have all that. So it seems a last vestige, in a way, of some assumptions about Shakespeare, which in other aspects of that, it's a part of that late 18th, early 19th century Shakespeare studies, isn't it? It's like the chronology, or like, it's one of those bodies of material that starts to be gathered and through the 19th century. If you want to publish anything about this is a source for this, that seems to be the main function of that sort of antiquarian journal notes and queries. Seems to be really designed for people to say, could this be a source for Shakespeare? Could this be a source for Shakespeare? And everybody's doing that, so it's building up. But it doesn't seem methodologically to have been all that much reviewed, not as much as you would expect.
John and Dibner.
Thank you for a wonderful paper and extremely provocative paper. I think I love what you said about in 12th Night, you don't get that movement completed that Fry talks about of going out to the green world and sojourning there and then kind of returning home, so to speak. You don't have that at all. You actually kind of remain in some kind of strange half-traveled state, as it were, in sojourn, where you're kind of not really quite home and not really quite the sojourn either. So what I hear you saying is that there's a real asymmetry to 12th Night. It's really kind of essential to it. And I love your thought about it being a play about immigration. But in immigration, the term immigration seems to me to be a very perspectival thing. If you're, let us say, in England, and you're looking at boats coming across the channel, you automatically kind of perceive this from the point of view of these people coming from somewhere else. But I wouldn't mind betting that those people in the boats are actually thinking of themselves as going home in some sort of sense, because where they're coming from is not home, it's interdicted in some sense. Anyway, I'm trying desperately to make this add up into a question.
That's brilliant. I mean, I can answer a question, lots of questions in that. That's really nice, really nice indeed. I mean, I'm thinking about that, one of the phrases in debates about migration in Britain is "we are here because you were there."
Yeah.
So that's a translated home. You know, you the Brits came to Afghanistan or came to India or whatever, and or parts of Africa. So and it comes back to what you were saying about sources, which is, I mean, literally, the migrants coming across the Channel to Britain are not coming from France. I mean, they set off from France, but they're coming from places which have shifted slightly. I mean, the structures are there for them. Illegal structures are there for them to use, and where they've come from seems to me, looking at the data, to shift. So there have been periods where Albanian people have been in the majority, periods where Afghani people have been in the majority. So that's to say, this is part of a much larger set of journeys and movements, which is not really from a point of origin to a point of destination. There's something more, and similarly, the source journey is like that as well. So we could disrupt those, and in some ways, there's a politics to that, isn't there? Part of the cruel sterility of the debate in the UK is, why don't these people stay in France? Which is a perfectly nice place. I mean, it's French, people would say, but it's perfectly safe. So why don't they stay there? So what I mean is, where people come from and where it is consequential in the way these debates play out right now. But you're right about the asymmetry is a really helpful way to think about that the arrival of Viola into the play perhaps sets up an expectation that there will be a departure and that will bracket this adventure. And that's most certainly what we don't get. And her arrival pushes out actually these other characters. Is the other characters have to leave at the end.
I mean, that phrase "cakes and ale," I can imagine that. I can imagine Nigel Farage saying that. This is absolutely Farage. What do you make of the fact that Olivia is trying to reform her household, and she's trying to kind of get rid of the cakes and ale notion? And this is partly to do with this strange bond she has with Malvolio.
Well, I mean, there are lots of ways to see that, aren't there? One of the things is that Olivia's Olivia's sort of senior servants are quite happy to occupy her voice to do their own thing. So when Malvolio comes in to the revelry and says, "This is what my mistress tells me to tell you," is that any more true than when Maria writes what Olivia wants to say to Malvolio? I mean, they're all ventriloquizing her voice to get a kind of power in this strange status space of the not Olivia or Orsino. Everybody else is kind of slightly unclear where they are in relation to other people in the play, which is very concerned about status. Yeah, and Cakes and Ale is an interesting, it's interesting to think whether what we get in the play is a sort of church ale, kind of wassailing, festive tradition, or as we tend to see it in performance now, a self-indulgent, self-destructive kind of spiral. And if anybody saw Prasanna Punarajan's production at the Royal Shakespeare Company last Christmas, or if anybody can get to London to see it at the Barbican this Christmas, I really, really would recommend it. I thought it was a completely wonderful, wonderful production of the play. You know, that Toby is not even a functioning. I mean, he's an alcoholic who we see. Lovely, heartbreaking scene where they've brought down the glasses into the half empty or the dregs of the glasses, and he's pouring them all into one glass and knocking it back. And when he says at the end, when they go and get Dick Surgeon, and say, Dick Surgeon's drunk, and so Toby says, I hate a drunken sot, and usually that's a moment of great hypocrisy and everybody laughs. And in this production, it's a moment of complete self-loathing. It's himself, it's absolutely heartbreaking. So I think there's a way that Cakes and Ale is a less enjoyable feature of many Twelfth Nights now already, and Merry England equality is an interesting thing to think about in the modern day.
Thank you. That was a brilliant paper, as everybody agrees, obviously. I wondered about nationhood and the, you know, your engagement with all the, you know, the phase when everything was about the nation. And I have been thinking a little bit about citizenship, which seems to be attached to the city, not to the country. And obviously Illyria is a duchy, etc. So that was sort of one thought, and then all the stuff about drama of the nation and so on. And you know, thinking especially this week in the US about the, you know, the Supreme Court decisions on or debate in the paper for 2 days, so about birthright citizenship. And then my other thought was about, and the sort of connected, was about A.D. Nuttall. I think it was your mention of Fry and people like that of this other generation. In Shakespeare the Thinker, where he's not doing a rah-rah Shakespeare's British thing, but he says, he told somebody, he was writing this book and they said to him, you know, as soon as you start to talk about Shakespeare's essential Englishness, you must stop. But he said he couldn't, he felt that. I mean, what he was trying to argue was not a rah-rah Shakespeare's English really, but Shakespeare's Irish Murdoch more than French structuralism or something, that there's a habit of mind, etc. And I thought that's, you know, those are other kind of big strands of Shakespeare criticism that your paper somehow invites us to investigate. And I wondered if you've been thinking about it.
That's really, that's brilliant. I mean, I was thinking about, I was looking at the paper again this morning and thinking, oh, it's a bit in the detail, you know, maybe as you asked before, is this a little bit in the weeds? And then you've opened out a massive set of big questions. I mean, there are definitely things that my reading of Twelfth Night, there are definitely things the play doesn't help me with. I mean, the play is not particularly bothered about the borders or its own borders. So we could deduce back, you know, as the Trevor Nunn film does, to say, because he's in a broadly realist sort of mode, he needs to say, well, she's been shipwrecked, why doesn't she say, bring me some soup, you know, bring some blankets, quick. And so he has this very sonorous prologue where they're at war, and kind of comedy embarrassed type prologue. So he constructs this, and then that works when the officers come and arrest Antonio, and we've got more of a sense of a kind of police state where these illegal residents are, you know, in fear and can't move around. But that's intercut, isn't it, with when Antonio gives Sebastian his purse, he's saying, do a bit of sightseeing, Pat, you know, enjoy yourself.
Yeah.
He's really in the manner of being a tourist, being a visitor, go and see some of the notable places here. That's a very different model of travel from the one that I'm thinking about. And so, you know, these are sort of overlaid in a non-realist or a non-distinct way. I don't know what to do with Shakespeare's Englishness because I don't really know what it means.
Me neither.
And whenever, and I hardly dare admit it, but I would much rather read French post-structuralism, I think, than Iris Murdoch, which I've never been able to understand in my entire life. An Iris Murdoch novel, really. Perhaps I'll try again after this. You know, Englishness it's become a term, and I guess this must be the case for other similar adjectives. I don't think it exists except in sort of scare quotes, so that, you know, everybody, and there's a sort of ta-da about that. So if you have a, you know, what is the favorite dish, restaurant dish of English people? Chicken tikka masala, you know, and so there's a sort of ta-da about that says, you know, well, what is this? But there's also a way in which Englishness is the terrible remnant of the dissolution of the United Kingdom of Britain, where Wales and Scotland and Ireland, in a different way, have got an identity which they can recover and talk to, and the culture and things. And England feels like the terrible sort of football hooligan part of that, doesn't it? If you see us, you know, the St. George flag does not have the same valence as the Scottish saltire or the Welsh flag. It signals something quite different. So Englishness is in a bad place. Probably needs Shakespeare, but I don't think can. Thank you.
I know there are many other questions, but we are running out of time. So as we would like to, as you've shown, source studies is not a graveyard, but we do need to eat and find our own mess, Aline, upstairs. I think it is. So thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you.
So for those were asking, and people who get signed up, there or here's the focus amount, and then you can go and see what it is.
Yeah.
Thanks for the tip.
That's really helpful. Thank you. Let's see. Definitely be. You know, the price, yeah. Whereas Europeans, in this product way, you know, with good reputation, that's fine. Yeah. So I like to have you Thank you. So, what you could take some pictures. Yes.
They will take it to the north.
Yes. Okay, everybody, we're about to start. Give me a second to get my papers together.
Ce lo passiamo allora. Vediamo.
Okay, so as we're about to start, yes, we are. Okay, it gives me great pleasure and honor to carry on the conversation started this morning about some of the migration of texts and languages. On entend rien. Oh no, that's not it. Okay. I was just saying that it gives me great pleasure and honor. It's always nice to repeat that one. So great pleasure and honor to be chairing this session, which is going to take a little bit further our conversations start this morning about the migration of languages. As a first generation migrant myself, I'm particularly sensitive to these topics. So today's conversation is going to be about translations and relocalization of languages. This session is going to be about Shakespeare and Romance languages in translation. And it's a great pleasure to be introducing the two speakers for this afternoon. To start with Laetitia on my left immediately. Laetitia Sansonetti is a professor of English translation studies at Sorbonne Nouvelle Université. She's a specialist of the history of translation. She studies reception and translation of texts from continental Europe in early modern Europe. Pardon me, early modern England. Sorry. Her work has a focus on the interplay of translation and multilingualism, which is the topic of a monograph that she's currently preparing for Amsterdam University Press on translation and polyglossia in early modern English literature. Prior to that, colleagues connected to the Shakespeare Society of France know her for having been the co-editor for the publications of the Société Française Shakespeare between 2015 and 2020. She's also co-general editor of the Polyglot Encounters in Early Modern Britain series at Brailowsky and other view. Indeed, another honor and pleasure of mine. Her other projects include a translation of a French 17th century play
in English
into English.
No, an English 17th century.
Goodness me,
to French.
Yes, Francis Shakespeare, the Queen of Corsica, 1642. Further to the left, we have Yolanda Pescia, who's Associate Professor of English at Sapienza Roma University, where she teaches the history of English language, stylistics, and literary translation. She's the current director of an MA in English and Anglo-American Studies. Her past publications have included works on Shakespeare's language, early modern translation and multilingualism, and early modern scientific language. She has produced the first Italian translation of Henry VIII's letters to Anne Boleyn, as well as new annotated translations of several plays by Shakespeare, Troilus and Cressida, The Taming of the Shrew, and Sir Thomas More. She's currently working on her edition of Henry VIII for the Arden 4 series, and she's translating the same play at the same time for the Feltrinelli Shakespeare series. So we have two wonderfully polyglots and multicultural speakers for this conversation that is going to take us across languages as locations. Thank you very much to both of you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ladan. There will be some mic sharing, so if you hear ups and downs, well, at least you won't doze off after the wonderful meal we've had. But thank you for your understanding. And we also have a PowerPoint presentation, which is here.
I'm not sure it's behind us. So.
Well, it's on this screen, not on the other one, but it will be
sorted.
Yeah, it's just the projector that.
Okay. While the projector is warming up, I would like to Is it on?
Yes, you have to
Okay,
hit the,
everything is on, I just need to bring it closer to my mouth. So the conversation between Yolanda and me started a few years ago, and today we would like to just open it to a broader audience, hoping you will enjoy the topic and you will also contribute to the conversation. So what we're going to do, this is going to be very informal, very open, so at the same time, just feel free to raise your hands if you would like to join in the conversation. Please do not wait until the official end. We are both speakers of Romance languages, and this is how we connected at first. Aptly enough, at a conference on multilingualism and translation that was held in Portugal. So
How many years ago was that?
that was 2018.
right, yeah.
So,
Those
yes,
blessed
yes.
pre-COVID times. Yes.
So anyway, I'm not going to summarize for, especially for the French Shakespeare scholars, the incredible work that has been done over the years in dealing with the French bits that we can find in Shakespeare's plays, because we all know and are grateful to, just to name one great figure, Jean-Michel Desprats, who performed yesterday for his translations of several plays that include French words and scenes, and also for his reflections on the role that they play within the Shakespearean canon. And I would also like to mention a younger scholar that who's done wonderful work on Shakespeare's French as it was translated into French, and that is Mylène Lacroix, who teaches in Lille. And so what we would like to do rather would be to focus on textual places in which, and it will be only a very short selection, very also personal selection, partial selection of textual places in which English and Romance languages, in our cases French and Italian, meet. And because, as I was saying, so much has already been done, and for those of you who are more familiar with French translations, so much has already been done in French and about French in France and in other countries as well. Maybe we will focus on Yolanda's work, because she also has the practitioner's eye and tongue and hand and pen, and I think that this will be another outlook on the topic, that you have at the same time the expertise of a textual and linguistic scholar and the practice of a translator. So we all remember a very French text, and one that is also strongly geographically, politically located, situated, and that's Victor Hugo's preface to his son's translation of Shakespeare. And we wanted to start from there because, well, there's hardly a text where you can find more cliches about Romance languages on the one hand and English on the other hand, as if English did not have the double origin that we all know and love, especially when it means that we can do as many calc as we want, and they will not be mistakes, because you open up the OED and you find that, yes, the word does exist in English. It's even slightly archaic, and therefore you're sounding much more erudite, much more sophisticated than you thought you were. So Victor Hugo talks about this permanent fight between English and French when they are put into contact, pitted against each other, and how difficult it is to make them coincide. So we thought it was an apt text to start because of this heavy metaphorical language focusing on place and contact. So one is northern and the other one is southern. One is about snow and the other one is about the sun. And there's moon, day and night, and ray of light against, well, an English word used in French, spleen, and another metaphor, a body metaphor, that was also dear to Hugo's contemporary Baudelaire, of course. So we wanted to start from those cliches and try and play with them a little. So my only example from the French, it's not the most famous one, but it's one which students always like, because it's similar to what I think it was George Bush, I can't remember whether it was senior or junior, it doesn't really matter. It's an anecdote that is reported, among others, by Richard Scholar in his wonderful books on émigrés, French words that turned English. Entrepreneur. The French has no word for entrepreneur. Senior. Yeah, and that was the more astute of the two. So you all remember this conversation. It's on the battlefield, and Pistol comes across a Frenchman and has the upper hand, and there's a boy who serves as an interpreter. The boy is bilingual, well, at least he's capable of translating between the two languages, and Pistol wants to know, ask this slave in French, what is his name? So, écoute, comment êtes-vous appelé? Monsieur Le Fer. He says his name is Mr. Fer. Mr. Fer, I'll fur him and ferret him, discuss the same in French and to him. I do not know the French for fur and ferret and fur. So by changing mouth, the word fer, which was supposed to be obviously French, has become English and is no longer capable of translation into French. So back translation has been blocked because the signifier has become opaque. It's just a sound completely void of meaning. And funnily enough, if you turn to the OED, fur as a verb does exist, and it's apparently meaningless. And the first quotation is from the 1600 edition of Henry V. And of course, the only other occurrence reported by the OED is probably an echo, so definitely an illusion. It was short-lived, but and this tells you a lot that we've already heard over the past couple of days, of course, about the power Shakespeare has of making words English, right? So now to the real star of the show, to other instances in Yolanda's work. So as was said earlier, you translated Troilus and Cressida, The Taming of the Shrew, and Sir Thomas More. And today you would like to share your thoughts on location and how words help locate places and people, and what happens when you have the pleasure, the responsibility of translating words that are evocative, that were meant to be evocative of a language, of a place, of a scenery, of a set of cliches too. So they were designed, they were aimed at a certain audience in the past and in another country, and then you translate this play in particular to a contemporary Italian readership. What strategies do you use, and how and can you relocate the play, and how do you feel in your competence, in your status as a translator when it comes to those particular passages? So the first example, which you particularly like, and I think you're right in this choice, is from The Taming of the Shrew. And you are going to tell us more about this particular word.
Thank you so much. Can I just take a minute to thank you, Laetitia, so much for this invitation, to thank the Société. Such an honor and a pleasure to be here and to connect our societies as well with the Italian Association of Shakespeare Studies. So it's really an honor, and I've enjoyed this very rich conference. Yes, thank you for the question. Actually have a pre-example, a prequel, as it were, which is from Troilus, from my very first translation. And I have always fixated, you know this example I've been telling you, Ladan, I'm sure has heard it. If people who know me have heard it time and time again. The example of this very exotic word in English, orgulous, which poses a really incredible topical challenge. It's just one word. So you might think, in the general economy of a translation, what does that do? You just solve the issue and you keep working. But really, you don't, because this is an instance of translational failure, I would say, and I feel I have failed here. I failed with some awareness. I knew that I was choosing to fail, but it is still something that weighs on me, and I've been thinking about this ever since. So this was 2015, I believe. So orgulous in English is such an exotic word, such an unusual word. It's an obsolete word we find in the Oxford English Dictionary by Shakespeare's time. So you have to wonder how many people would have understood orgulous in the audience. And of course, in Shakespeare's audience. And of course, Shakespeare is a fantastic translator himself, as we all know. So he immediately gives us something to hinge on, right? High blood. Okay, we understand that these are important people, that they are probably proud people, that they're princes, they're noblemen. So you can contextually understand what orgulous means, but there is something that escapes that is apparently meaningless and that is evocative precisely because we don't know exactly what this quality is. That's the way the word functions in English. So there's an issue of trying to find something that's closer to a dynamic translation, right? That may abandon the actual word in favor of the function of the word. In Italian, unfortunately, orgoglioso is just a normal everyday Italian word. I believe you have orgueilleux in French. We have orgulloso, I think, in Spanish. I mean, a lot of Romance languages have this word, and it's just an everyday word. I looked for, I tried to think a little bit about superbo, which in Italian has an element of pride. It has the same root as superb, of course, but it has an element of pride. It's still a very common word. I mean, in going through my options, what I realized was that, we did not have something that dynamically would function in the same way. And in the absence of that, I opted for sound. So if the passage closely follows the sound, the word order, so that's a small consolation. We could say, we're trying to get this sound into the ears of the Italian audience, and if we have some sound patterns that go well together, then that's a small consolation. However, of course, when you do an edition, I mean, I think the translator who works with a printed edition is luckier in a way. I mean, it's really very interesting to see your translation on stage and to be able to work with actors. But you have this privilege if you're doing a book that is your footnote, which, as you all recall, Umberto Eco calls the white flag of the translator. I mean, I give up, sort of. So I did give up in the end, and we have I principi orgogliosi, which is just the proud princes. If I had to do a back translation, I would translate the proud princes, just a very ordinary word. So anyway, you start from a little failure, or as long as you fail knowing that you're failing and knowing what you're doing, I think a translator learns to live with that, I guess.
You fail better.
You fail better,
Beckett.
as Beckett said, yes, hopefully. And but yes, when I teach this scene a lot with my students, and I've encouraged them to find different words. Some of them have completely changed the word, looked for something completely different, something maybe shocking in Italian. Do you want to reproduce the shock of unrecognition rather than just putting orgoglioso there? That's an interesting way to think about it. And so, yes, I thought this was an interesting prequel to what we would be saying. And the following example is the example from The Taming of the Shrew, which, by the way, has a wrong title in Italian as well. That's a second failure. La bisbetica domata, which you saw on the slide here, is just the accepted translation for The Taming of the Shrew. It's the one that has been adopted into the Italian literary landscape, but it is completely wrong. It is a passive. Well, it means the tamed woman shrew. And I add woman because we know that shrew, underwent a change later in Shakespeare's time, but it used to be a gender neutral word that could be applied to a woman or a man. It's used to speak about a man in Chaucer, you will remember. So it's ambiguous there. Which shrew is being tamed? Is Petruccio the actual shrew at times? And I would argue that he definitely is. And who is taming who? And you have the taming, which is an active process, and it's an open process. We don't know how it ends, in a sense. And the final, very disturbing scene, very much, of Katharina kissing, Petruccio's foot. When you think about it, you really, depending on the staging, some people do it, some people don't, but that's what she's moving to do. The final interpretation of that scene really rests on this title. So if it's taming, it's a process, it's open. You get the feeling that these two, they'll walk out, they've won their bet, they walk out off the scene, and you think they'll just keep fighting and renegotiating, or at least that's what I like to think. But in Italian, la bisbetica domata is just the shrew woman who has been tamed. She has been crushed. We discussed this with the publisher a lot. I have a mock-up, which I'm very, which I have on my wall. A mock-up of the title I wanted, which is not perfect. It's just slightly better because it has domare, which is an open infinitive tense. So the process, again, it underlines the process of taming. Italian is a gendered language. It's not gender neutral. So as soon as you translate domata with a, or you put bisbetica, which is the shrew, you have an A at the end, and there's really nothing you can do about that. So anyway, we went back and forth between the two titles, and eventually, I think we don't talk enough about how you do have to negotiate with the publisher your final choice, because they're going to be selling the book. So obviously, they wanted it to be immediately recognizable, something that somebody would pick up, walking by a bookshop. So yeah. You could argue that changing the title slightly would have made it more intriguing. Maybe somebody would have thought, that's interesting, domare, but anyway, I lost that negotiation, and it is the bisbetica domata, which is just very wrong. And one day when I retire, I will republish everything with my own titles, and I will self-fund these publications, I think. Yeah, so the first example is an instance of multilingualism, and Leticia and I have been talking about this, so maybe I'll ask you for your thoughts as well. We've been talking about this for a long time, and it's really fitting that we met in that multilingual conference. But the very beginning here, this is the play that ostensibly has the most Italian of Shakespeare, right? It's about 30 words later on in the play. But really, it opens up in a very mixed bag languages kind of situation. You have some bad Latin mixed up with Spanish, paucas palabras, which, is either pocas palabras or pauca verba. I mean, it would be different if it were correct, let's say, in the two different languages. But it's a mix-up, right? Sly is drunk. He's maybe not the most erudite of people you could come across in early modern England at the time, so he makes a mistake. But also, I think this shows us that the boundaries between the languages were not so clear maybe for an early modern English audience who would just hear something that sounded Mediterranean, exotic, Italian/Spanish/Latin/anything else that wasn't English. Maybe some French. Cessa is also very interesting. The editor of the Arden 3, Barbara Houghton, thinks that this might be from French cesser. But what do you do in translation? I decided I had to negotiate with this a little bit again, but we decided we would leave the foreign words in italics which however posed a problem later on, which I will show you. And what do you do with something that is just, it's incomprehensible in English today, like Sessa? There we thought, I say we because it really was a process at the end. I was working with my general editor, Nadia Husini, who directs the series, with, my readers. 1590 has excellent readers, which is another rare thing in publishing sometimes. Really, people who will really correct your text, who are not just there to look for the typos, who will really give you some good solutions. And yes, and so we thought about sciò, which is an Italian expression to say, leave me, go away, cessa, in the sense of stop, just very easily stop. And sciò, that it doesn't mean cessa at all, but it has that sound there that helps and it brings it. So yes, I'm grateful to the reader, in the sense of the person who is looking for il redattore, this is in Italian, the person who is just there to set the text and look for any mistakes and any typos. This was an incredibly competent person who really helped me make the text better, I think. So that's interesting. I don't know if you have anything to add about this kind of multilingual beginning.
No, I think you're quite right that we as very modern scholars who pride on our erudition, especially continental scholars who claim, I certainly don't have an edge when it comes to English, but yeah, I can have an edge when it comes to my mother tongue, which is French, and to the other tongues that are really similar to it. And that can, even for us, when French people, when we want to talk Italian or Spanish, we had O's and A's at the end of the words, and sometimes it works. But I think what is very interesting here in terms of locations and local habitations is indeed the impression that several languages belong together, and that the page is the locus and it's quite interesting what you're saying about what works on the page and the difficulties that you will have when you try to change locus, when you try to bring it onto the stage, because then it will be the sounds that do the work and no longer complemented by the actual letters on the page, with what you were saying about typographical elements such as italics. So yes, there's this feeling that there is a place, well, the continent basically, where Romance languages belong together, and that England, and we all know this famous frontispiece of John Howell's lexicon for languages, what's that, tetragloton, lexicon tetragloton from later in the 17th century, in which you have these personifications, female personifications of the continental languages, the Romance languages, welcoming the English tongue into their sort of dance of the graces. And of course, the British tongue remaining behind, because England has to sort of renounce its ruder origins in order to enter the sort of concert of nations and national tongues, which are all Romance derived from Latin. So what looks like on the page, what looks like errors, maybe typists' errors, are actually a very efficient way of reproducing the feeling that those people may have had of something that was foreign, that was Romance, and from which they were actually left out, they were excluded, and into which they were trying to sneak.
Yes, very much so. Yes, I think this helps us get into the second example, which we've been discussing for a long time, because I'm always very proud of my observation that this is awkward Italian, and of course everybody knows this. Letizia has been reminding me, and I agree that it might very well be just a typesetting error. And mi perdonato might be mi perdonate, which is more Italian in a sense. It has the correct ending of the verb. What we did in this, so this is what I was alluding to when I said that a fairly obvious choice, which is retain italics when it is a foreign word, becomes impractical when you are translating towards the language that Shakespeare is representing, right? So again, I had to not fight is not the right word. I had to, discuss this a lot with the publisher because they could see no point in retaining the awkwardness of the Italian and in leaving the Italian in italics. So that was a long discussion. And I think in this case, I'm proud of the solution I proposed because I think what we're doing here is not so much translating space, or not only translating space, but we're translating time here, in the sense that we're moving among different phases of the history of a language. So if Italian is here, let's pretend it's not an error. Let's say that it really is, it maybe is just a vague memory that Shakespeare had of a phrase he had learned. So also Shakespeare as a language learner is an interesting, how much did he know of the different languages? And of course, you can imagine I do not subscribe to the Shakespeare as an Italian thesis. And if he was, he would certainly have written these words a bit better. So we won't even go there. But let's assume that this was these were the words he actually wrote. It's interesting to think of different layers in time represented in the contemporary text. So the italics, I think, are justified by the fact that this is old or awkward or stilted Italian. It's a different layer than contemporary Italian. So we want to think about the transference of meaning in these different times. And George Steiner has some beautiful pages on this in his After Babel on diachronic translation, he calls it, something that we do constantly. For example, as teachers, when we explain Shakespeare, we move between different phases of English, early modern English, contemporary English, and in doing so, we translate. Obviously, Steiner, we all know he subscribes to the school that everything is translation, right? So, but I think I agree very much with this idea that we are constantly renegotiating meaning when we read older texts. So I couldn't leave Mi Perdonato, which is just completely ungrammatical today. I think that would have been too much. And again, we had a discussion on what to do. But I left the syntactical structure here. Mi perdonate is still very awkward in modern Italian. We could not say this. We would say perdonatemi. So I think that is the signal for the student, for the reader, for the person interested in this translation, that together with the italics, that this is not Italian. This is what Shakespeare represented as Italian at a time when many people were learning Italian in London at the time. So it's a localization device, or even basta, this very quintessential Italian word. And you see, obviously, I have footnotes, little white flags explaining what I'm doing the whole time. Or these sentences like, con tutto il cuore ben trovato, happy to see you, alla nostra casa benvenuto, molto onorato, signor mio Petruccio. These are all sprinklings of conversations. It reminds us of a conversation manual. These strategies, I don't know about France, I hope not, but in Italy, these strategies are still very much the ones that are used in school books to teach, hello, my name is Frank. I would like to know where to buy a stamp, please. And in the English books, right, teaching English, conversation manuals, it's exactly the same thing. I think, the method should be updated a little bit, but I could see the merit in it. So Shakespeare here he's saying to his audience, these are Italians, but they're English people pretending to be Italians, or rather, these are Italians that could live here. This is something that has happened in Padua, but could happen here and anywhere. So it's a sophisticated kind of localization. It's there and it's here. And there are other things, other culture-specific, really interesting things like St. George evoked, which, if you're in Padua, you would certainly not be invoking St. George, maybe Sant'Antonio, but not St. George. So, there are times when these Italians really forget that they're Italian and the Englishness comes out. And so the awkward Italian is very fitting and very good. And we wanted to keep it. And so I think this is the translation, right? You would say, okay, but you haven't translated here. And I didn't. But even that negotiation process, the process where you have to explain what the italic means and explain it to a publisher, I think that is translation. It's moving the meaning to a new context. And then, of course, there's the rest of the translation. If anyone knows Italian and would like to read it, I'd be happy to send a PDF. But yes, these were the main concerns that we had in going back to Italian from a different time.
Fantastic. I was thinking when you were alluding to conversation manuals, of course, it's another story of relocation. Originally, it comes from Latin manuals and the whole story of learning languages through bilingual or multilingual manuals. And what's really interesting here is that those manuals mostly are about scenes in which you meet people, you go to see people, everyday actions, and you need to find your place. How do you relate to people? How do you identify your correct place in a hierarchy, in a society? How do you introduce yourself as a foreigner? How do you discuss the local mores?
A lot of salutations,
yes,
hello, goodbye.
Yes, acknowledging the other and trying to bridge gaps, buying shirts, measuring linen, not wanting to pay too much for something that's not good quality, asking your way to the stock exchange, teaching your children prayers as well, in manuals that are more aimed at women target readerships. So I think this is a particularly apt example as well. There's a discrete instance of modernization, of localization as modernization, because you've dropped the H.
I have, yes.
And the H was not just a way of highlighting the common origin between English honor, which is derived from the same root, and Italian onorato, onore. It was also a sort of relic, of remain of the own Latin origin in the Italian word itself, right? That was still present in Italian at the time. So there's also an act of modernization. As you were evoking Steiner, of diachronic translation, of relocating, modernization as a way of relocating a text in a more present context and situation. And I'm afraid, I'm not afraid, I'm looking forward. I don't think there's time to what we
are you sure?
Or what we have prepared.
I think
I
we
don't
have until
know.
How much time have we got?
I don't know. I'm organizers. No, I think we're running late. So
we did start late. Are we allowed till the?
But we don't want to postpone the next session too much.
It's 3
now. 3 o'clock, which is why I'm asking. It was supposed to end at 3 o'clock to make room for
but we started very late. So
but we would rather have time for question, I would say.
Yes. Okay. Question time.
Would you like to just really quickly show?
That's right.
I think it would be.
Okay, so
No?
yesterday Natalia was alluding to the first translation of Hamlet into Ukrainian by Mikhail Stanisky. And so first published in the 1880s, and strangely enough, à propos des bottes, a few months ago, I came across a bilingual version of Hamlet, Italian-French, which is supposed to be based on Carlo Spon's Italian translation, which is from the 1830s. I think it was first acted in the 1830s, and it translated the whole of the Shakespearean canon over a few decades. So this one came out in 1866 in France, Michel Lévy-Frère, Paris. And this is how it looks like. So the first impression you get is that the French is definitely much more verbose than the Italian. And you can see it in a few quotes. But actually, the Italian here is a lot more terse than Rusconi's own version, because this is the equivalent. This is the first theme in Rusconi's translation. So the bilingual format, the relocation entailed by the bilingual format, means that you have to cut and to actually rephrase and rewrite what was already a translation. So we don't have time to go into detail, but I have not been able, I think the French translation was done especially on purpose for this occasion because I have not found any other match. But it's very difficult to say which source text it used. So it's probably going to be one of my next obsessions in the next few months or years. But we wanted to put the three texts in parallel, just for you to see how Hamlet was relocated and the importance of bilingual versions. Honestly, why symbolically they chose to publish this text in 1866 in France, I have no idea. I'll try to find out.
And why is the Italian the base text? Yes.
Yes.
Very interesting.
Maybe there's a connection with opera and with music, because the connection that the 19th century French were making with Shakespeare was very much through through the connection of Italian opera.
Well, here it's here it's a translation and a translation for the page, not for the stage. So we just wanted to leave you with this sort of trilingual comparison. And for those among you who may think that Italians talk a lot, actually, maybe it was the French editor who actually cut out from the Italian text so that it's fitted into the space they had and allowed more space for the French version to, expand and say so much more. But as Marcellus says, taci, eccolo, n'achève pas, regarde, le voilà qui revient.
It's much more elegant, so let's keep that linguistic stereotype.
Thank you for your attention, your patience, your kindness, and if you have questions, suggestions, we'd love to hear them. Maybe now if there's time, or over a drink at the cocktail later in the afternoon.
I believe we have 5 minutes for questions, though. We can take 5 minutes for questions. I can move around. Yeah. I will have the business.
Thank you very much for the insightful talk. I have a question which concerns something that you didn't mention. And I'm just wondering to what degree that's characteristic. That's the subject of Shakespeare's metricality. Was rendering Shakespeare's metricality one of your concerns, or not at all? Because from what I was able to gather from these screenshots, sometimes you would have perfectly metrical lines, and sometimes I think they were longer than Shakespeare's meter.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you for that really important question. So it was a concern, but I went with free verse, so verso libero. Italians, the equivalent in Italian would be the endecasillabo, the hendecasyllable line. It is very ingessato, how do you say that? It's very stiff now for a contemporary audience because it is associated with classical poetry or with Leopardi at the most, who had other traces of modernity, but it's not, it doesn't reproduce the colloquiality of a lot of Shakespearean dialogues. So, for example, in the first passage from Troilus and Cressida, which is an epic passage, if you're in an epic tone and register, you can work a little bit more, I think, with meter, with accent, with stress patterns, but you can't do that really in terms of syllables. And other times when it's dialogue, I felt if I needed to go over, I wanted the dialogue to sound natural. So there's something in Shakespeare's 10-syllable line that still sounds conversational. It can sound like a conversation. In Italian, if you go for endecasillabo, you're done for. So you choose a little bit. It was a concern, but it wasn't something that I completely adhered to very strictly. When I felt I needed to go over, I did. I looked for a more kind of a visual. When you have, again, a 2-page version, you want some correspondence between the two texts. So yes, thank you for that. That's really interesting and important.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes, Tiffany?
Thanks so much. Really interesting. And what I was wondering about was a sort of extension of the Augulus word, which is so difficult for us and so easy for you. We were hearing from Emma this morning, she was talking about, oh, such a knotty Latinate passage, so difficult, which is one of the things we say a lot, you know, Anglo-Saxon easy and Latinate distant and difficult. But for you, with a Latinate language, our difficult bits must be your easy bits. How do you read difficult them?
Yeah. Yes, that's exactly it. And I see that in practice when I teach students, obviously. Italian students are very empowered. They're very happy when they realize that they get a lot of vocabulary that a native English speaker at their age might not, because they haven't yet been trained in early modern English. In some cases you don't. In this case, I just raised my white flag. In other cases, I think you can work a lot with register. You can adopt a generally more formal register for the whole passage. You can displace. Maybe you don't have a good word for Augulus, but you have a very good, rare, recherché, very, very strange word in Italian that you can put a bit above or a bit later. It'll reproduce the general economy of formality in the text, even if you're not able to work with that specific word. But I think that is a concern, and it should be a concern that the translator has. I don't know if you have a thought on this.
No, you said it all. You said it all. It's true. It happens a lot also in French. Obviously. And yes, empowering students, helping them, feel more at ease and maybe at home with Shakespeare is something that we can do from our own continental perspective. So a conversation a cross-channel conversation to be had in which we help each other out with our respective difficulties.
And it's fascinating how the hierarchy of languages changes depending on what language you're translating into.
Sure.
How French or Italian might not come across as equally dignified from an English perspective, and then you change it in the triangulation and you get a different result. That's fascinating. Maybe we have time for one quick last question. If there is one. No, we don't. No, we don't have. Well, we're fine. We can still more questions over coffee if you wish, but before that,
Thank you.
Thank our speakers again. That was excellent.
Oh, thanks.
Well done. It was short.
We could have gone on and on.
Bénéficier de la table.
Merci beaucoup pour l'invitation. Et en fait, je vais présenter une présentation. Je vais vous présenter à la page.
On n'entend pas bien. Il faut parler dedans.
Là, c'est mieux. Anne Dunant, une professeure de littérature et de civilisation britannique à Aix-Marseille Université. Ses recherches portent sur l'histoire culturelle du protestantisme en Angleterre, en particulier l'histoire du puritanisme et des grands dissidents. Elle a dirigé le Cambridge Companion to John Paccou, publié chez Cambridge en 2010, également Churchlight, qui Oxford en 2019, sa monographie L'expérience puritaine, vie et récits de dissidents, publiée en 2017, est une étude de la vie quotidienne des congrégations fondée sur leurs propres archives. Et Anne a également développé un intérêt pour l'histoire des études anglaises, ainsi que pour le rôle et l'influence des anglicistes hors de France, en particulier les chercheurs de la Renaissance tels qu'Henri Flucher, qui a été le premier directeur de la Maison française d'Oxford. Et c'est de Henri Flucher qu'elle va nous parler maintenant. Merci beaucoup, Anne.
Merci beaucoup. Et merci pour votre invitation, l'invitation de Christine. C'est mon premier congrès Société Française Shakespeare. Donc, je suis absolument ravie d'être parmi vous et de vous en dire un peu plus vraiment en quelques minutes sur votre président fondateur avec lequel j'ai passé pas mal de temps ces dernières années à l'occasion de l'écriture d'un ouvrage sur la Maison française d'Oxford. Et c'est comme ça que j'en suis arrivée à connaître un peu mieux la biographie, si ce n'est l'œuvre, au moins la biographie d'Henri Flucher. Donc voilà, un homme que les archives caractérisent bien volontiers par les termes lettrés ou humanistes que vous l'avez à la fin. Un homme aux multiples facettes, aux multiples talents. Vous le voyez ici, je ne vais évidemment pas me concentrer, surtout aujourd'hui en 10 minutes. Je vais vous donner simplement quelques exemples. Et vous le voyez ici, c'est une photo qui est assez connue à son bureau à la Maison française d'Oxford lors de l'inauguration officielle de cette institution qui existait déjà depuis 2 ans, en juin 1948. Donc, je vais rapidement survoler un petit peu sa carrière, si vous ne connaissez pas du tout Henri Flucher, ce qui m'étonnerait, mais quand même. Et je m'arrêterai très brièvement sur l'homme de théâtre, le traducteur et universitaire. Rapidement, quelques jalons professionnels de sa formation, en partant par le collège de Manos, dont vous fait la connaissance et celui d'amitié avec Giraud, j'y reviendrai. Puis lecteur à Cambridge, dans William Keys, au moment où il passe l'agrégation d'anglais et il entame une carrière universitaire à l'université qui est par hasard aujourd'hui la mienne et qui s'appelait d'ailleurs déjà l'université d'Aix-Marseille avant qu'on ne reprenne le nom il y a simplement une dizaine d'années. Il devient professeur suite à sa thèse d'État. En 1958, il est directeur de la Maison française d'Oxford de 1945 à 1963 et il a le grand plaisir d'être doyen de la faculté de lettres à Aix-Marseille en mai 68 et il est exclu du SNES, personne n'est parfait à ce moment-là pour sa gestion, voilà, qui n'était pas estimée adéquate de la crise. Très rapidement, je vous rappelle juste que votre président n'a pas fait une guerre, mais 2. Et que comme il était de ce qu'on appelait à l'époque la classe 18, il était brièvement... alors, il n'y a pas eu d'action sur le front, mais disons qu'il a eu cette brève carrière militaire tout d'abord en 1918. Et puis, sa carrière de résistant, notamment, est beaucoup mieux documentée entre 19 et jusqu'à la Libération. Et c'est en tant que porte-parole de la résistance qu'il participe à la séance d'ouverture, de réouverture de l'université d'Aix-Marseille en 1945. Ce qu'on sait moins, en revanche, et je voulais vous donner cette citation pour vous donner une idée de la personnalité d'Henri Flucher,
c'est qu'à peu près au même moment, il a témoigné tout de même en faveur de collègues et amis qui sont menacés d'indignité nationale. Et c'est le cas à la Libération, et c'est le cas par exemple de Moïse Gaït, qui avait officié sous le gouvernement de Vichy comme commissaire général à la jeunesse. Et voilà ce qu'on dit Fouchard, à une époque où il était très, très facile de voir les choses en noir et blanc. Il aurait sans doute pu choisir une autre forme d'action, mais celle-là était nécessaire et sans doute fallait que des hommes acceptassent d'en prendre la responsabilité. Je tiens Gaït pour un homme propre et sincère, et bien que je n'eusse pas opté moi-même pour la solution qu'il a cru devoir prendre, je ne puis lui en faire grief, tant à cause de la situation où nous nous trouvions à cette époque, quelques des mobiles qui ont décidé de son choix. C'est pourquoi je cède volontiers au désir que m'a exprimé Gaït de verser à son dossier un document qui fasse état de l'esprit sincère et généreux dans lequel il a commis le geste qui devait fatalement, et il le savait, lui être reproché au jour de la libération. Donc, vous voyez un homme pour lequel rien n'est jamais complètement blanc et complètement noir, même lors d'heures pratiques terriblement sombres, en fait, pour l'histoire du pays, de sa région, de son université en particulier. Plusieurs versions de son CV existent. Je voulais vous montrer celle-ci dans les archives de la LFO, un CV annoté, donc la flèche orange, où vous voyez qu'il est président fondateur, alors non pas de la Société Française Shakespeare, mais de la Société Shakespeare française. C'est comme ça qu'il la nomme. Donc, les termes ont été intervertis, vous savez certainement quand, moi je ne le sais pas, mais en tout cas, pour Henri Fouchard, c'est bien la Société Shakespeare française. Et ce que je vous ai entouré en orange, qui vous montre un peu aussi la portée des sociétés savantes dans les années 60 et 70. Son CV dit qu'il a évidemment produit diverses communications, mais depuis sa fondation au congrès de la SAES, dont les tâches de la critique shakespearienne de demain, très remarquées, lui a fait décerner la distinction du chevalier des arts et des lettres. Vous voyez, à l'époque, communication au congrès de la SAES pouvait mener très loin. Il ne pas recevoir la Légion d'honneur en 64. Alors, je passe rapidement à l'homme de théâtre. Beaucoup de choses, je suis sûre, sont connues de vous. Du rideau gris à Louth, Oxford University Dramatic Society. Les années 30, c'est un théâtre, on va dire, expérimental. Fouchard participe à la création de la compagnie théâtrale du rideau gris à Marseille, avec Louis Decreux et André Roussin à 31. Il écrit sous pseudonyme des pièces incompréhensibles qui sont décrites comme étant érotico-surréalistes. Search me. Voilà. Mais je vous le livre tel qu'elles sont appelées ici, donc Crise de foi et La mort aux dents, sous-titré Masque et anti-masque existentiel. Et il prend le pseudonyme de Paul River à ce moment-là. Il joue Shakespeare pendant une décennie. Alors, il y a beaucoup d'anecdotes au sujet de la décennie, le rideau gris, il est très gêné. Ses élèves, notamment, le reconnaissent. Donc, il a tendance à beaucoup se maquiller sur scène quand il joue à Marseille. En 1933, il ne traduit pas, mais il adapte Everyman, que Ducreux met en scène, et qui est publié dans les Cahiers du Sud sous le titre Tout homme. Et ce sera la première pièce qu'Henri Fouchard va mettre en scène à la Maison française d'Oxford en 1948. Dans les années 40 et 50, justement, Oxford, c'est un homme qui va s'employer à faire découvrir le théâtre anglais en France et le théâtre français en Angleterre. Donc, en travaillant avec Louth, voilà, j'allais dire, je suis désolée, attention aux photos, je n'ai absolument pas le droit de vous projeter ces photos sur lesquelles je n'ai aucun droit de reproduction. C'est la maison Jean Villard, c'est les archives Jean Villard d'Avignon. Donc là, je doutais simplement, c'est une photo, vous en verrez d'autres de la programmation de 47 et 48, Festival d'Avignon. Et vous voyez qu'en 48, aux 3 pièces traditionnelles des premières années, s'ajoute The Silent Woman, de Ben Jonson avec un H, qui est joué donc par les comédiens d'Oxford, et Henry Flucher va faciliter les tournées françaises de l'Oxford University Dramatic Society avec quelqu'un que vous connaissez sans doute qui s'appelle Méline Dumot. La presse en 48 n'est pas particulièrement élogieuse sur The Silent Woman, en particulier parce que personne n'y comprend rien. Donc, on dit qu'elle est jouée par les universitaires britanniques. Elle n'en a pas moins ému son monde, qui n'y comprenait plus, etc., etc. Donc, on va beaucoup parler dans la presse de Scheherazade, de Danton, mais très peu de Silent Woman en 48. Je reviens tout ça. Donc, des tournées, il va en organiser en France pendant de nombreuses années. Bon, là, je ne vous dis pas tout, évidemment, mais en 1960, Loud part en France, à Clermont, à Versailles, à Caen, à Aix. Et le 25 mars 1960, les minutes de Loud sont d'ailleurs rédigées depuis un café marseillais. Mais ce qui est intéressant ici, pour nous, hein, dans le contexte de nos sociétés, c'est que la SAS revient, puisque la compagnie a été particulièrement bien reçue par Lucien qui arrive à Caen, et ils y reviennent avec Othello lors du congrès de la SAS de 1963. Et Loud s'attend en fait à ce que la SAS les réinvite chaque année. Et ça va avoir un bénéfice considérable, considerable benefit pour la société. Alors, on n'a pas tous les programmes, on n'a plus tous les témoignages. Je ne pense pas que ce soit reproduit, mais en tout cas, en 63, ils étaient bien à Caen avec Othello et Merlin Thomas également. Le traducteur, beaucoup d'auteurs très différents traduits par Flucher. Il commence par mon ami Giono dès les années 30, avec Jean du Monde et il revient. Puis Shakespeare, Webster, Turner, George Peele, John Gay, et puis des auteurs beaucoup plus contemporains, 19e, 20e, je vais y revenir, donc Huxley et Miller. Et là, quand il traduit Henry Miller, il repasse sur pseudonyme. Il ne le fait pas de son nom. Donc c'est Paul River, c'est pas Henri Flucher qui traduit Henry Miller. Je voulais quand même vous citer, vous lire une citation d'Henri Flucher sur sa conception de la traduction qui est tirée de son Shakespeare en France, 1940, qui est paru dans le Théâtre des Hébétins. Que défendent soit les conceptions classiques ou romantiques que nous pouvons avoir de Shakespeare, que nous nous rendions bien compte que Shakespeare parle sa conception du monde, que ces paroles doivent passer par la bouche d'un acteur sur une scène et qu'elles sont destinées à être entendues par un public. Que nous sachions enfin clairement que ces personnages parlent leur destinée à mesure qu'ils la vivent et qu'ils ne peuvent point la vivre sans la parler. Peut-être, alors, entrerons-nous dans cet état de grâce, fait de compréhension et d'amour, sans lequel il n'est point de traducteur, mais des sacrilèges et des pires. Une traduction sur laquelle je voulais m'arrêter juste quelques secondes parce que pour diverses raisons, je la connais mieux et je travaille sur la question en ce moment. C'est Meurtre dans la cathédrale de son ami T.S. Eliot qui paraît d'abord dans les Cahiers du Rhône en 1943. C'est en fait Flucher qui va introduire Jean Villard au théâtre d'Eliot. C'est assez clair et Jean Villard monte Meurtre dans la cathédrale et joue Meurtre dans la cathédrale au Vieux-Colombier en juin 1945. Un franc succès, ce qui fait que le Seuil, dans une nouvelle collection, va reprendre la traduction de Shakespeare en 1946, la rééditer, et cette traduction est quasiment unanimement saluée. Je pensais que dans la presse, j'avais trouvé peu de choses en référence à Flucher, traducteur de Meurtre dans la cathédrale, ou dans la correspondance de Villard, mais en fait, il y a beaucoup de choses qui mentionnent la traduction de Shakespeare. Donc ça, c'est pareil, je vous disais, j'ai pas les droits. Ce sont les archives de Jean Villard à Avignon. Donc, vous voyez le programme avec la distribution de Meurtre dans la cathédrale. Donc la réception, hein, bon, on a la correspondance passive, en l'occurrence de Jean Billard, évidemment toute la presse. Et je voulais juste mentionner, ça peut vous intéresser, que assez rapidement, en fait, à la fois Foucher et les critiques de l'époque font le lien entre le théâtre d'Eliot et le théâtre élisabéthain. Foucher va dire par exemple que Eliot a créé une technique dramatique nouvelle, faisant ainsi pour son temps ce que les Élisabéthains avaient fait pour le leur. Et on a des critiques qui comparent le cœur des femmes de Cantorbéry chez Eliot, vous voyez, avec ces femmes tiennent des sorcières de Macbeth, sont extraordinaires pour l'exciter un don de s'exprimer par un micro, ça c'est de souffler en milieu d'espèce, etc. Donc il y a très très souvent des liens entre les deux. Et je termine par l'universitaire. Donc l'une des choses peut-être les plus connues, encore que le volume ne soit pas facile à trouver aujourd'hui, puisque la BNF a trouvé le moyen de perdre son dernier exemplaire. Donc, c'est le théâtre élisabéthain, études et traductions, Cahier du Sud, José Corti, en 40. En fait, ce sont des pièces qui ont déjà été publiées dans les Cahiers du Sud dans les années 30 et qui sont republiées ici, mais le Shakespeare en France de Foucher est un inédit. C'est une édition originale de 40. Évidemment, les temps sont durs, hein, il parle de menaces et de trahison méthodique de la pensée. Et toujours pareil, vous voyez, j'ai souligné à la fin, la période élisabéthaine nous propose un exemple que nous ne pouvons pas refuser. Puis son Shakespeare dramaturge élisabéthain en 48, traduit en anglais en 53 et préfacé par T.S. Eliot. Il achève l'ouvrage Henri Foucher quand il est déjà à Oxford en mars 47 et il dit qu'il est fondé, que sa base, c'est l'enseignement qu'il a dispensé sur Shakespeare à Aix-en-Provence pendant l'occupation, ce qu'il appelle le Shakespeare occupé. Et donc là, vous voyez, dans la préface, hein, il confronte un peu sa position, la position du lycée français qui est en dialogue avec la critique anglophone. Il y a donc de nombreux, évidemment, autres ouvrages en 59, notamment l'édition de la Pléiade avec la traduction de Jean Fusier, et en 1986, Shakespeare sans larmes, qui est ici et que je n'avais jamais vu jusqu'à présent. Donc, merci beaucoup. En octobre 46, il est délégué du British Council. Je vous le livre comme une information, si vous ne le saviez pas déjà, au premier congrès international sur Shakespeare. Et Foucher dit dans sa correspondance qu'il a été sollicité, alors je ne sais pas exactement à quel titre, de quelle façon, pour le lancement de Shakespeare Survey, car la France, dit Nicole, se doit de figurer la première dans cette nouvelle et importante revue consacrée aux études shakespeariennes. Ça, c'est ce qu'écrit Henri Foucher à l'un de ses correspondants. Donc voilà, je vous ai mis quelques photos à divers temps de sa carrière, de la rue Paradis à Marseille, tout en haut à gauche. Alors, ce n'est pas chronologique, hein, à sa retraite, Henri Foucher avec sa fille dans les jardins de la Maison française d'Oxford. Lors des différentes garden parties, dans les années 50, j'aurais pu mettre la photo de Foucher avec Jean Cocteau, d'ailleurs, bon, elle est peut-être plus connue. Et en bas, vous avez Henri Foucher qui préside l'Institut des étudiants étrangers à l'Université d'Aix-Marseille. Et donc là, je vous ai mis un peu les archives que j'ai citées cet après-midi et quelques sources, hein, si ça vous intéresse, pour aller un petit peu plus loin sur la vie, l'œuvre et la carrière d'Henri Foucher. Merci beaucoup.
Ouais, pour toutes ces informations inédites.
On n'entend pas.
Beaucoup appris. Et maintenant, nous allons passer au témoignage, au dialogue entre les générations. Je vais appeler à la tribune Dominique. Margaret. Oui, je pensais parce que sinon, je vois le temps qui tourne, donc je préfère. Et François,
qui vont être interviewés par deux jeunes doctorants. Je vais présenter rapidement, aussi rapidement que possible, nos témoins de cette époque. Dominique Goy-Blanquet est professeur émérite à l'Université de Picardie, membre du comité de rédaction d'En attendant Mado. Et parmi ses ouvrages, on peut citer Shakespeare's Early History Plays, From Chronicle to Stage en 2003, Shakespeare in the Theatre, Patrice Chéreau chez Bloomsbury en 2018, et des articles pour Shakespeare Survey, Cambridge Companion, Montréal, Law and Humanities, et bien d'autres. Margaret Jones-Davies a été maître de conférence à l'Université de Lille jusqu'en 1985, puis à Paris-Sorbonne jusqu'en 2012. Elle a écrit de nombreux articles sur Shakespeare. Elle est l'auteur de préfaces à des traductions françaises de Shakespeare par Jean-Michel Desgras et par André Markovitch également. Et elle a notamment mené toute une recherche sur Shakespeare et le nominalisme. François Laroque est professeur émérite de littérature anglaise, précisément au XVIe, XVIIe siècle, à l'Université de Sorbonne Nouvelle, Paris 3. Il est auteur de Shakespeare et la fête, en 1988, traduit en anglais par Cambridge sous le titre Shakespeare's Festive World en 1991. Il a également signé un Shakespeare comme il vous plaira chez Gallimard en 1991, traduit en 6 langues. Il a dirigé plusieurs ouvrages collectifs, notamment une anthologie puis une histoire de la littérature anglaise au PUF et Shakespeare, la scène et ses miroirs, paru en 1998. Il a travaillé également à l'édition légale. Gisèle Venet, professeure émérite de l'Université Picardie-Jules Verne Nouvelle également, où elle a enseigné et dirigé des travaux essentiellement dans les domaines du XVIe et XVIIe siècle. Shakespeare en est la dominante et les poétiques baroques, l'un des grands axes également. Elle travaillait en étroite collaboration avec Jean-Michel Desgras sur l'édition bilingue des œuvres de Shakespeare à la Présidence. Et les deux doctorants qui vont assurer cette interview sont Méline Dumot, Université Clermont-Auvergne, qui travaille sur une thèse intitulée « La place du spectateur dans les mises en scène théâtre de Shakespeare au XXIe siècle, sous la direction de Sophie Carré, et Johann Paccou à la Sorbonne Nouvelle, qui travaille sur une thèse intitulée Rhétorique et désir homoérotique dans la littérature de la première modernité britannique, sous la direction d'Anne-Marie Miller-Blaise. La parole, c'est juste le trait d'union des générations.
Merci, Sarah.
On va faire le lien avec Henri Flucher, puisque Madame Margaret Jones-Davies va nous parler à la fois de Marie-Thérèse Jones-Davies et de Henri Flucher.
Oui, alors d'abord, je voudrais commencer par un message. Je voudrais commencer par un message que m'a envoyé Isabelle Barber, qui est la petite fille d'Henri Flucher. Il se trouve que j'avais eu l'occasion de l'écrire quand l'épouse d'Henri Flucher est décédée en 2019. Et voilà ce qu'elle écrit pour nous tous. Ladies and gentlemen, I was delighted to be asked to send you best wishes on this special occasion of the 50th anniversary of the French Shakespeare Society. 50 years ago, my grandfather, a devoted scholar and passionate lover of Shakespeare's work, helped found this society. For him, Shakespeare was not just a playwright. He was a lifelong companion, an enigma to puzzle over, a poet to translate with care, and a mirror held up to human nature. He took immense delight in delving deep into the texts, uncovering hidden meanings, wrestling with ambiguities, and bringing the bard's words to life in another language. He believed that translation was not merely about converting words, but also about conveying soul. It was through this conviction that he helped build a community of scholars, readers, and performers who have, over the decades, carried that flame forward. Today, as we celebrate 50 years of this remarkable journey, I know he would be deeply moved, though lightly quoting what's past as prologue, reminding us that the real story is still unfolding. To all of you who continue the work he loved so dearly, thank you. To my grandfather, your passion endures, your voice echoes still. Here's to the next 50 years. Je vais juste faire le lien.
Il faut garder le micro.
Je vais faire le lien avec ce que tu viens de dire, c'est-à-dire que ma mère a rencontré Henri Flucher quand elle travaillait sur sa thèse sur Dormesdijker à Oxford dans les années 50. Donc, il était directeur de la Maison française entre 46 et 63, comme je l'ai dit, et du coup, c'est là qu'elle l'a rencontré. Et c'est à cette époque qu'il y a eu plusieurs problèmes, puisque sa fille a eu un accident de voiture à Oxford et donc est décédée.
Renversée par un bus. Elle a été renversée par un bus. En traversant un bus.
Bon, alors, donc cette rencontre avec Henri Flucher a été déterminante parce que un peu plus tard, alors dans les années 70, carrément, il nous avait invités, ma mère et moi, à Sainte-Cluny. Et là, c'est à ce moment-là qu'il commençait à préparer les statuts de la Société Française Shakespeare. C'est aussi autour de ces années-là que ma mère a, avec Marie-Jeanne Dury et Robert Elrod, fait les mélanges de Shakespeare à T.S. Eliot. Et il ne faut pas oublier de dire que Flucher, ça m'avait beaucoup impressionné à l'époque parce que j'étais très jeune, et il connaissait personnellement T.S. Eliot. Voilà, donc Robert Elrod aussi connaissait Eliot. Tout le monde. Bon. Alors, qu'est-ce que je dois dire aussi? Qu'il y avait un voyage assez extraordinaire à Sainte-Tuce, puisqu'il nous menait en voiture, et j'ai jamais eu plus peur de ma vie. Alors, en deux mots peut-être pour faire le lien entre ma mère et lui, donc c'est grâce à lui que ma mère a pu être présidente de la Société Shakespeare, dans la mesure où il la connaissait bien. Et dans le Shakespeare sans larmes que vous avez peut-être remarqué tout à l'heure sur la table, il y a une dédicace assez amusante, il l'appelait la baronne. Je ne sais pas bien pourquoi, je ne sais pas si c'était ironique ou pas, mais enfin, c'était très amusant, c'était la baronne. Voilà. Donc, il a été inspirateur des premières journées Shakespeare, en particulier les fameuses journées Shakespeare en 1979, puisque ma mère a été 12 ans présidente, avec l'interruption de Jean Fusier entre 83 et 89. Donc, si on veut parler des lieux, on pourrait dire qu'un premier lieu intéressant était justement le Centre Pompidou, où les premières journées Shakespeare ont été tenues. Et vous avez peut-être remarqué les affiches qu'on a eu la chance d'avoir à ce moment-là par Adami. Donc, ce sont des affiches qui ont une certaine valeur picturale. Et voilà. À ce moment-là, Henri Flucher était président d'honneur. Ma mère devenait la première présidente. Et il y avait des vice-présidents, dont Richard Marienstrass, Jean Jacot, qui était au CNRS et qui a joué un grand rôle aussi dans la Société Shakespeare de l'époque. En 83, quand il est décédé, c'est ma mère qui avait fait son hommage dans un des actes du Pollock. Donc, il y avait aussi comme deuxième lieu, alors oui, il y avait aussi comme deuxième lieu Montpellier. Il y avait beaucoup de liens avec Montpellier, avec Jean Fusier, Maguin et plus tard Luc Borot. Alors, on pourrait dire que cette communauté, c'était c'était vraiment une communauté, comme dit Isabelle Barber, dans le petit texte que j'ai lu tout à l'heure, où il y avait beaucoup d'amitié, au début en tout cas. Et
on peut dire que, on va presque citer la phrase de Henri V, we few, we happy few, we band of brothers and sisters. Il y avait une rajouté quand même. Bon. Donc, il y avait dans ce petit noyau original, il y avait Richard Marienstrass qui a donné beaucoup de lui à ce moment-là. D'autres personnes comme Jean-Pierre Vilquin, qui malheureusement est décédé, Jean-Pierre Maquerlot, que vous connaissez sûrement, Georges Borias, Raymond Gardette, qui est décédé cette année malheureusement, Bernard Tanier, et et avec ceux qui sont encore avec nous.
Très loin, très loin.
Alors, je commence donc par toi, Gisèle Venet, Dominique Goy-Blanquet, François Laroque, Henri Chuamy aussi, Anne Le Serre. Je vais sûrement en oublier parce qu'il y avait beaucoup de monde déjà. Michel Willems, Isabelle Schwarz-Gattin qui est avec nous et qui ont fait un travail sensationnel, évidemment, au début. Comme l'a rappelé Wendy Riedel, qui fait partie de la fête, il n'y avait pas Internet. C'était un grand moment de liberté. Et donc, il n'y avait pas d'Internet et ça supposait pas mal de travail supplémentaire, mais en même temps, moins d'angoisse peut-être. Et Wendy m'a dit par téléphone l'autre jour qu'elle se souvient encore du fait qu'il y avait un tampon pour le courrier et qu'elle l'avait gardé en souvenir, le tampon de la Société Shakespeare. Alors, ce qu'il faut dire aussi, c'est que les professeurs de cette époque-là étaient beaucoup plus libres que ceux de maintenant, puisqu'il n'y avait pas de corvée administrative dans les facs. Ma mère avait donc une grande liberté pour sa recherche. Et voilà. Donc, c'était un moment, pas idéal certainement, mais plus libre, plus ouvert. Voilà. Donc,
oui.
On va parler, je vais finir, et on va parler de Oxford. Oui.
Oui, non, vous allez vous remercier, mais...
Alors, on a parlé de Oxford, de Saint-Tulle, du Centre Pompidou, aussi du Sénat, parce que ma mère avait eu l'idée, bonne ou mauvaise selon certains, parce que le Sénat était assez marqué à droite, de mettre la Société Shakespeare au Sénat pendant quelques années. Et il y avait aussi le British Council et l'École normale supérieure, n'oubliez personne. Alors, il y a aussi le grand espace international, puisqu'elle allait depuis les années 50 au Shakespeare Institute de Stratford et elle allait à toutes les Shakespeare Conferences qui existaient à ce moment-là. Donc, ça a permis à la société d'avoir beaucoup d'invités anglais. On peut citer en particulier Muriel Blackwood, qui était très célèbre à l'époque, en 1982, The Rise of the Common Player, qui était son grand livre, un de ses grands livres. Et puis, je ne vais pas citer tout le monde, on n'a pas le temps, Terence Hawkes, Stanley Wells, Russell Jackson, Ronnie Mulvine, Miriam Charstale, enfin, Lois Potter, qui vient souvent ici. Voilà. La deuxième association internationale, c'était fondée en même temps que la Société Shakespeare, en 1975, le CIRIR, qu'elle présidait, Société internationale de recherche interdisciplinaire sur la Renaissance. Donc, ce qui était intéressant, c'est que c'était interdisciplinaire, ce qui permettait d'inviter des personnes de la Renaissance française, des philosophes, il y avait des historiens aussi, Philippe Fontanet, je me souviens pour le colloque sur la guerre, il y avait pas mal de choses, et aussi un anthropologue comme Gilbert Dumont, et aussi des psychanalystes qui étaient, oui, Daniel Sibony, et il y avait André Green. Alors, Daniel Sibony, on s'en souvient quand il est entré à Pompidou, avec 50 personnes, suivi de sa femme en manteau de fourrure. C'était 50 personnes derrière. Oui, il y avait toute une... Bon.
Mais c'est pour dire que c'était assez ouvert quand même.
Et une portée internationale qu'on voit encore de nouveau avec tous les intérêts étrangers.
Oui.
On vous remercie pour ce témoignage à Margaret Jones-Davies. Merci pour ce témoignage personnel et en même temps professionnel qui montre le développement de notre société. Donc, juste pour souligner, j'ai affiché une photo de Marie-Thérèse Jones-Davies. Maintenant, je voudrais me tourner vers Dominique Goy-Blanquet, qui souhaitait également lire un texte, un court texte de Michel Villels, me semble-t-il.
Elle m'a envoyé avant-hier. Beaucoup d'entre vous se souviennent de Michel Villels, qui me dit qu'elle est désolée justement de ne pas pouvoir se joindre à nous. Son état de santé ne lui permet pas, mais elle nous souhaite un excellent congrès, un joyeux cinquantenaire en route pour le suivant. Je voudrais, me dit-elle, m'associer aux hommages à Marie-Thérèse, avec qui j'ai beaucoup travaillé pour certains congrès, dans l'amitié et l'efficacité. Sa présidence fut marquée par l'invitation de quelques grands shakespeariens anglo-américains qui appréciaient les séances au Sénat et les repas au Procope. Lorsqu'on évoquera les anciens, il ne faudrait pas oublier Jean-Pierre Maquerneau, mais tu l'as cité, qui fut un membre actif et compétent du bureau pendant la présidence de Marie-Thérèse et celle de Jean-Michel Desprats. Il est réconfortant de voir que la Société Shakespeare, inventée, construite et animée au cours des années par des Shakespeariens jeunes et moins jeunes, continue à se réinventer de présidence en présidence, souhaitant qu'elle continue à susciter des vocations shakespeariennes malgré la difficulté des temps. Merci.
Merci Dominique. Il vous tenait à cœur aussi, me semble-t-il, de partager des souvenirs personnels au sujet des membres fondateurs de la Société Française Shakespeare.
Moi, je commence. Oui,
et je veux bien que vous commenciez, si vous voulez, puis ensuite on demandera bien sûr aux autres.
Non, parce que nos hôtes nous ont envoyé des questions très intéressantes dont on parlera, mais j'avais proposé qu'on évoque d'abord peut-être des souvenirs plus personnels. Et donc, en voyant hier le savoureux duo de Jean-Michel Desprats et Marcel Bozonnet, j'ai repensé à ce qui était mon tout premier souvenir de Richard Marienstrass. C'est Richard Marienstrass en Tisbé. Il dirigeait des mises en scène, des extraits du Songe, notamment, avec une troupe étudiante dont j'ai fait partie. Et l'étudiant qui devait jouer Tisbé a fait défection. C'est donc lui qui a dû reprendre le rôle. Et son rôle s'est peuplé au fur et à mesure. Les artisans avaient tous de plus en plus d'idées de gags. Et ils sont partis au départ de l'idée que Tisbé muet, plutôt l'acteur qui joue Sylvan, je crois. Oui. Donc il muet, alors ça commençait Australian, etc. La salle est pliée, nous aussi. Alors la scène durait pratiquement aussi longtemps que le reste de l'extrait. Donc je me suis souvenue de ces débuts. Ça a été aussi surtout, et c'est ce qui a marqué la suite de ma propre expérience, c'est que ça a été l'occasion d'une relecture éblouissante de la pièce et tout naturellement, quand j'ai eu à chercher un sujet de thèse, je suis allée voir Richard Marienstrass, qui n'était pas encore docteur, et qui m'a emmenée chez Jean Jacot. Et ils m'ont conviée au séminaire qu'il tenait de l'équipe CNRS. Et alors ça a été j'ai appelé ça un parlement comparatiste, où il y avait des spécialistes de Calderon, de Goldoni, de Shakespeare évidemment, de Wagner, qui évoquait justement, alors sur des sujets extrêmement précis mais larges, ce qu'était le théâtre à côté, avant ou autour du texte, chose qui était à l'époque vraiment très innovante. Je n'avais jamais entendu parler comme ça avant du théâtre. Donc ça a été un élément décisif de mon évolution. Richard a repris la direction de ma thèse quand Jean Jacot a pris sa retraite. Et le lendemain de ma soutenance, il m'a dit maintenant, nous pouvons nous appeler par nos prénoms. Et nous sommes devenus amis. C'est une amitié qui s'est étendue à sa femme, Élise, à qui j'ai soumis d'ailleurs vos questions. Donc c'est avec son aide que j'y répondrai. Merci.
Alors, moi j'ai effectivement assisté à ce premier conclave, si je puis dire, le comité des pères fondateurs. En 1975, il faut savoir que la rédaction des statuts, la mise au point, tout ça a pris quand même 4 années, puisque le premier congrès a eu lieu en 1979, comme on disait tout à l'heure. Alors, à propos d'Henri Flucher, évidemment, c'était une des vaches sacrées de l'anglicisme à l'époque, très respectée. On a vu la richesse, la diversité de ses interventions, aussi bien au théâtre que dans la traduction, que dans le Shakespeare, le Shakespeare dramaturge et les Habitations, que j'avais lu à l'époque, où il insistait sur le fait que la vie de Shakespeare n'avait aucune importance, hein, qu'il fallait vraiment s'attaquer au texte. C'était à l'époque déjà où on mettait en question la biographie, alors que la biographie est revenue en force, comme on sait, pas toujours de façon aussi heureuse qu'on pourrait le souhaiter, en trouvant toujours de nouveaux prétendants au trône, comme vous savez. Alors, Henri Flucher, oui, donc je l'avais vu à ce moment-là, et il était venu également à Montpellier, où j'étais assistant à l'époque, et il avait tenu une conférence sur Sterne, Lord Sterne. C'était au mois de février, je crois que c'est très froid. Et j'ai eu la surprise de voir arriver en manteau de fourrure. On parlait tout à l'heure de
Madame Sylvanie.
Madame Sylvanie, voilà. Elle était en manteau de fourrure, et c'est la première fois que je voyais un homme en manteau de fourrure. J'en ai vu un second dans Paris un jour, c'était Jean Marais. Et il était absolument super. Voilà.
Moi, je n'ai pas des souvenirs. Si, j'ai des souvenirs éblouissants. Mais par exemple, j'ai le souvenir que la vraie première rencontre autour de Shakespeare pour la recréation, c'est en 1969.
Oui, certainement.
C'est ce que tu. Parce que j'ai entendu 75. Mais 69, c'est vraiment.
Ah non, mais tu as plus de souvenirs que moi à ce moment-là.
Ah oui, parce que tu n'étais. Oui, d'accord. Alors, effectivement, en 1969, c'est assez prodigieux. Il y a d'abord une affiche magnifique de Jules César, et surtout, il y a les grands maîtres d'œuvre à venir, c'est-à-dire, justement, tu en parlais, Richard Marienstrass. Richard Marienstrass, à cette époque, est considéré comme le grand shakespearien, celui qui introduit avec une flamme extraordinaire, et ta maman. Madame Jones-Davies, un jour je travaillais à Oxford, elle m'a fait descendre d'une échelle, elle m'a dit « Mais je crois que je vous ai vu à Paris, il faut me faire un article pour la Société Shakespeare. » Alors j'ai fait mon premier article, descendant de mon échelle, pour la Société Shakespeare. Ça se passait comme ça. Moi j'ai eu un directeur de thèse prestigieux, absolument fabuleux, qui était Robert Elrod. Mais évidemment, Robert Elrod, qui avait le double en métrage de ma taille, et en inférieur, bien entendu, mais enfin aussi en métrage, et donc il ne pensait jamais qu'il fallait m'introduire, moi, quelque part, qu'il aurait fallu qu'il me signale qu'il y avait telle société, etc. Parce qu'il était évident que. Bon, je ne sais pas ce qu'il avait comme évidence, enfin, on ne m'a jamais parlé de rien. Alors, je dis tout de suite que si je n'avais pas eu Madame Jones-Davies et Richard Marienstrass, je n'aurais jamais connu la Société Shakespeare. Or, ça m'a quand même sauvée. J'y ai fait toutes mes premières communications, dont je crois la première sur la justice ou quelque chose comme ça. Donc, sa maman m'a fait descendre de mon échelle et j'y ai eu, je pense, toutes les joies. Je n'y ai jamais été quoi que ce soit, ni secrétaire de séance, ni, vous savez que je suis forcée, enfin, assez étourdie de façon générale. Alors, on ne m'a jamais confié comme ça cette responsabilité, mais j'ai toujours été absolument ravie de toutes ces réunions qui étaient très bien organisées. Et pour reparler de Richard Marienstrass, moi, je le connaissais avant de le connaître. Je lisais ces admirables articles dans les temps modernes. J'étais jeune chercheur et je ne savais pas que Richard Marienstrass serait mon collègue un jour, ni qu'il était angliciste, ni quoi que ce soit. Je savais que c'était quelqu'un qui avait été important, qui avait une importance, une surface intellectuelle formidable, et donc je lisais tout ce qui paraissait de Richard Marienstrass, qui n'était jamais des articles sur Shakespeare. Et un jour, je suis venue à un premier colloque, justement, en 69, c'est là que je l'ai.
C'était 79. C'est pour ça que je n'ai pas compris ta question. Je connaissais Richard Marienstrass avant, mais le premier colloque, C'est 79.
Oui, mais
Et il avait écrit déjà avant des articles. Il avait monté avec d'autres gens cette troupe en langue anglaise. Ça devait être en 64 au moment de la célébration du quadricentenaire de Shakespeare.
Alors, c'est peut-être en 64. Oui, moi j'ai un souvenir de 69. Je n'ai jamais que des souvenirs extrêmement château-branlants, donc je ne vous les impose pas. Mais je suis presque sûre qu'en 69, il y avait quand même eu, en tout cas, un grand moment Shakespeare, avec, je me souviens, il faudrait le retrouver avec une représentation de Jules César, parce qu'il y avait une très belle affiche de Jules César à ce propos. Et c'est là que tout le monde s'est dit, il faut recréer, refaire partir la Société Shakespeare. Et c'est à ce moment-là qu'elle a été recréée. Voilà. Et après ça, j'ai eu des chercheurs absolument merveilleux, par quel hasard et quelle aberration ils sont venus travailler avec moi, je ne sais pas. Mais en tout cas, ils sont venus travailler avec moi et ils ont, dans la suite, ils sont tous là, ils travaillent à cette Société Shakespeare magnifiquement, je ne suis pour rien. Mais je suis absolument ravie, évidemment, et je trouve que c'est assez prestigieux ce qu'ils font. Donc, merci à vous. Je voudrais quand même dire que Robert Lode a été quand même incidemment aussi extrêmement fidèle dans les débuts de la Société Shakespeare et que, bien entendu, il a accepté mon sujet sur Shakespeare tout de suite en trouvant que c'était un bien grand sujet pour une si petite femme. Parce que c'était le temps et la mort chez Shakespeare et ses contemporains. Il y avait tout le monde. Et voilà. Mais il a accepté quand même que je fasse tout ça avec beaucoup de patience. Et donc, je voudrais dire à quel point Elrod a été important parce qu'il était un homme si discret. Et en étant très discret, il faisait attention à tout. C'était quelque chose d'absolument extraordinaire à vivre, quelqu'un de qui sans être protecteur, il n'était jamais protecteur, mais il était toujours là. Voilà, merci beaucoup.
Peut-être on peut enchaîner avec une autre question. Quelque chose qui nous a beaucoup intéressé avec Johann quand on a préparé ces questions, c'était le fait que les membres fondateurs de la SFS ont été très marqués aussi par la Seconde Guerre mondiale. Richard Marienstrass était juif, appelé dans le cadre du service de travail obligatoire. Il s'est échappé pour rejoindre la résistance à l'âge de 15 ans. Henri Fluchère faisait également partie de la résistance. Au sorti de la guerre, Richard Marienstrass passe 3 ans à aider les survivants de la Shoah à trouver refuge en France. Et Henri Fluchère, quant à lui, on a vu, s'engage en politique. Il devient maire socialiste de Saint-Tulle. Est-ce que l'un d'entre vous, peut-être, pourrait nous parler de cet engagement et peut-être de l'impact aussi de ces expériences de l'histoire sur leur recherche et sur leur vision de la SFS quand elle a été fondée?
Oui, moi je suis très émue de dire ça parce que ce qui m'a effectivement, moi, attiré vers Richard Marienstrass, c'est précisément que moi, j'étais enfant de collabo. C'est-à-dire que j'ai subi cette opprobre de l'histoire pendant des années et que je me suis toujours sentie interdite un peu de... Et je le suis toujours un peu, je suis toujours très émue. Et donc, j'ai vécu l'envers de l'histoire. Et je suis d'autant plus admirative, mais une admiration sans borne, c'était une admiration sans borne que j'avais justement pour Richard Marienstrass. Parce que c'est le premier que j'ai connu, je ne savais pas qu'il était angliciste, je ne savais pas que je l'aurais comme collègue, mais je lisais tous ses articles. Voilà. Donc il y a un envers de l'histoire.
Je crois que Margaret
avait des choses à dire.
Petite remarque à faire. Le premier professeur de ma mère à Lyon était Léonie Villard, qui était la première femme universitaire angliciste en France. Et elle était spécialiste, elle a fait une thèse sur Jane Austen. et elle était spécialiste aussi de littérature américaine. Elle savait à peu près tout. Et l'année dernière, à Grenoble, une collègue de Grenoble, Marie Mianowski, a organisé un gros travail sur elle, parce qu'on voulait qu'elle soit connue. Et justement, j'ai mis son livre là. Elle avait écrit pendant la guerre, c'est pour ça que j'en parle, un journal de guerre. Elle l'avait écrit en anglais pour pouvoir l'envoyer à des amis américains. Donc, c'était sur un carnet très mal écrit, un petit carnet bleu. Et Marie Mianowski, qui est collègue à Grenoble, a fait ce travail extraordinaire de le traduire en français et de le publier. Et donc, on peut l'acheter. Il est sorti l'année dernière, si ça vous intéresse. Voilà.
Il est dans l'île aussi. À
Ah, il
l'Université
est dans
Grenoble.
Tu fais bien de le dire parce que ça me dépasse.
Oui, je pense que vous avez dit l'essentiel sur une partie, en tout cas, des activités de Richard, son engagement. Contrairement à Gisèle, pour moi, je ne l'ai appris que relativement tard. Et quand je l'ai su, j'ai eu l'impression pendant un certain temps qu'il s'agissait de deux vies parallèles, de deux champs de réflexion, qu'ils étaient implicitement liés, bien sûr, mais que ça n'apparaissait pas dans ses travaux, jusqu'au jour où il y a eu Shakespeare au XXIe siècle. Et alors là, il y avait cette introduction sur la fin de la tragédie, et puis il y avait surtout le dernier chapitre sur Troilus et Cressida et le génocide troyen. Et c'est là que j'ai vu et s'écrivait de façon manifeste le lien entre les deux. Autrement, je pense qu'il a eu toute sa vie, ça a été constamment un engagement, toujours, je pense, du côté des victimes. Quand j'en avais parlé à Élise, elle m'a parlé justement de ce qui s'était passé au moment du Biafra, où il avait, alors ça c'est quelque chose que je ne savais pas et qu'elle m'a appris, je crois qu'il a écrit à ce moment-là, m'a-t-elle dit, une lettre à la gauche. J'essaye de retrouver mes notes, excusez-moi. Dans les temps modernes, oui, mais voilà, c'est ça. Donc, il lui demandait, je cite, de s'unir pour dénoncer et empêcher un génocide, où qu'il soit, et quelle que soit la main qui le soutient. Donc, il y a eu cet engagement. Il y a eu un engagement aussi, évidemment, très important en 1968, où il défilait avec les gens de Charles... Non, pardon, ce n'était pas Charles V, c'était l'Institut d'anglais. Et justement, alors Élise m'a raconté aussi que quelqu'un d'autre que vous connaissez, certains d'entre vous, Michel Oriano, à qui Élise demandait s'il avait des nouvelles, est-ce qu'il était en train de jeter les pavés sur les CRS, comme on faisait à ce moment-là. Et Oriano lui dit non, tout va très bien, je le vois de ma fenêtre, ils sont en train de construire une barricade. Et il se dit, s'il vous plaît, chers collègues, pouvez-vous passer un pavé? C'est comme ça qu'on se parlait à l'époque. Je cite Élise, je ne connaissais pas cette partie-là de son engagement. En tout cas, ce qui est sorti surtout de 1968 sur le plan universitaire, c'est la création d'une part de Paris 8, enfin de Vincennes, et ensuite, évidemment, de Charles V. Qui étaient deux expériences, chacune dans leur genre aussi très, très innovantes. Et c'est à Charles V que Richard et Jean-Jacques ont fait venir l'équipe du CNRS.
Je me souviens, j'étais étudiant en licence à l'époque et j'assistais à la Sorbonne aux réunions de Richard Landstrass qui nous expliquait où en était l'avancement de cette création de l'université. Et donc on était toujours par après. C'était au mois de janvier, et finalement, la rentrée s'est faite cette année-là, au mois de février. C'était l'année universitaire très courte. Mais il avait beaucoup de force de conviction. On peut garder un souvenir très impressionné de sa rhétorique et de son enthousiasme pour la création de cette nouvelle université.
Je crois qu'il y a Élise qui voulait ajouter quelque chose.
Le livre que vous avez publié, édité, mais qui vous êtes l'auteur et vous avez vraiment édité un arrière-strasse très riche et presque complet.
C'est vous qui aviez trouvé le titre, je me souviens, et à vrai dire, non, je n'ai pas du tout écrit le livre, j'ai repris et cherché un classement pour différents articles de Richard, dont un certain nombre étaient des inédits. C'est un très beau livre, enfin j'en suis très heureuse et je l'aime beaucoup, mais non, je n'en suis pas vraiment l'auteur quand même.
Je me souviens que j'avais envoyé un un manuscrit à Gallimard et j'ai eu la réponse de Pierre Nora qui m'a dit malheureusement, nous avons déjà publié un livre sur Shakespeare. Voilà.
Nous sommes restés quand même en bonne relation depuis. Je ne savais pas, tu étais très discret. Shakespeare et le désordre du monde, c'était le titre qu'avait trouvé Élise, qui avait également trouvé le titre du premier, Le proche et le lointain. C'est vous, hein, qui avez trouvé ça.
Oui, enfin, je l'ai suggéré, et mon mari l'a repris.
C'est celui qui est resté sur la couverture, en tout cas.
J'avais vu le titre quand j'ai fait une réédition.
Et Michel Vigneault, qui m'a demandé de vous le montrer parce qu'elle regrette de ne pas être là, a publié ensuite donc ce recueil d'hommages à Richard, Shakespeare, lointain et proche, qui évidemment est un clin d'œil aussi.
Merci beaucoup pour ces réponses qui nous ont imprégné beaucoup sur le contexte de création de notre société. Sarah, j'ai conscience que l'heure tourne. Avons-nous le temps pour une dernière question? Mais est-ce qu'on s'arrête? Une dernière question. Tout simplement, en fait, avec Méline, on voulait vous poser une question sur le nom de notre société. Puisque plusieurs des membres fondateurs sont non seulement spécialistes de Shakespeare, mais également de ses contemporains. Marie-Thérèse Jones-Davies était une grande spécialiste de Thomas Dekker, notamment. Elle a beaucoup travaillé sur Beaumont et Fletcher aussi. Michel Grivelet a fait sa thèse sur Thomas Heywood. Robert Elrod était un spécialiste des métaphysiques. Et Gilles Monsara est reconnu pour son travail sur John Ford. Donc, pourquoi les membres fondateurs de notre société ont-ils voulu, selon vous, mettre Shakespeare autant à l'honneur, au détriment peut-être de ses contemporains?
Non, détriment, je ne crois pas. Mais bon,
il y a eu un congrès sur Shakespeare et Marlowe, il me semble. Oui.
Alors, il y a eu une thèse d'abord. Ah, pardon, je ne t'ai pas entendu. Tu parlais? Oui. Je suis absolument devient de plus en plus sourde.
Chacun son tour.
Je crois qu'il y a eu un congrès de la Société sur Shakespeare et Marlowe.
Oui, oui.
Marlowe
Oui,
était
tout à fait.
déjà Shakespeare et ce contemporain également. Voilà, il y a eu deux manifestations où les contemporains ont été présents. Mais je crois me souvenir, moi, ce qu'on me disait, c'est que les thèses sur Shakespeare, je ne sais plus comment s'appelait le professeur de la Sorbonne qui avait les thèses en examétain, lui-même avait fait sa thèse sur Shakespeare, Michel Poirier, voilà. Et donc, puisqu'il avait fait sa thèse sur Shakespeare, il fallait que les autres travaillent sur d'autres auteurs que Shakespeare, parce qu'il avait un professeur.
Il n'était pas seulement lui, c'était l'ensemble des sujets. Effectivement, la première question qu'on posait, est-ce que ça n'avait pas déjà été fait? Voilà. Donc, une fois qu'un auteur avait été traité, il fallait trouver autre chose.
Oui, enfin, moi j'ai fait une thèse qui s'appelait Shakespeare et ses contemporains. Alors le temps et la mort chez Shakespeare et ses contemporains, mais c'était Shakespeare et ses contemporains, il y en a un certain nombre, effectivement, et j'ai trouvé ça absolument merveilleux qu'on m'ait autorisé à prendre ce sujet, parce que je ne suis pas tombée dans l'idée que Shakespeare était l'exclusif génie, l'unique homme au monde qui ait pu écrire ceci, cela. Toute sa génération est géniale. C'est absolument exceptionnel. Webster, c'est exceptionnel, par exemple. Et deuxième opération contemporaine, tous mes chercheurs, on m'a dit surtout ne pas les mettre sur Shakespeare, d'abord parce que en général on tombe sur des sujets après érodés ou enfin, etc. Et donc, chez moi, tous mes chercheurs ont travaillé sur des contemporains. Et pratiquement, je crois que j'en ai aucun sur Shakespeare. J'ai suivi, moi, quand on me donne une instruction, vous savez maintenant comme je suis bête et bon, et j'ai suivi l'instruction, la lettre, et je fais ce qu'on dit. Et donc, tous mes chercheurs ont été, et néanmoins, je crois, d'assez bons chercheurs sur Shakespeare.
Présidente.
Je voulais juste une petite anecdote aussi. Moi, j'avais commencé une thèse sur C.P. Snow. Et quand on est allé voir Flucher à Sainte-Tulle, il m'avait dit comment C.P. Snow? Mais l'IV, c'est tout à fait contre lui. Il faut arrêter ça tout de suite. Et il faut faire une thèse sur Shakespeare.
François Laroque est un autre dissident. Je n'ai pas commencé par Shakespeare.
Oui, j'avais commencé, puisque Len Sixou était venu faire le cours sur la tempête à Venise, où il passait l'irrigation, c'était le cours d'irrigation, et elle m'avait recruté avec beaucoup d'autres pour travailler sur Joyce. J'avais commencé effectivement une thèse sur le mythe dans l'œuvre de James Joyce, que j'ai aussi très noté. Voilà. Et c'est Jean Fusier qui venait comme répétiteur lui aussi à l'OMS, qui est un lieu qu'il aimait beaucoup, où il était bienvenu. M'a dit, bah, écoutez, nous aurons un poste d'assistant prochainement à Montpellier, si ça vous intéresse. Voilà. C'est comme ça que j'ai pu aller à Montpellier grâce à la bienveillance de ce cher sergent Fusier, auquel je souhaite ici rendre hommage, puisqu'on n'a pas parlé encore de sa présidence. Il a eu quand même, je pense, l'intérêt et l'intuition de faire venir la province, parce que jusqu'ici, nous n'avons parlé que des professeurs parisiens. Et donc, il fallait que la province fût aussi présente, et je crois que Jean Fusier, pour cela, a apporté sa pierre à l'édifice. Jean Fusier, comme vous le savez, était aussi un excellent, un très fin traducteur, traducteur des sonnets, et également dans l'édition de la Pléiade qui a été dirigée par Fuchsia, dont on a parlé tout à l'heure. Et donc, je crois qu'il a très largement contribué au rayonnement de la société. Et son disciple, puisqu'ils travaillaient tous les deux en duo, en tandem, je crois que c'est devenu quelque chose un peu à la mode à Montpellier, travailler en duo, eh bien, Jean-Marie Maquin, à son tour, a pris la présidence de la société. Il a fait beaucoup pour, en particulier, tout ce qui était de l'ordre de la rhétorique qui l'intéressait, et également des études sur le cinéma. Il a fait soutenir une thèse par Patricia Dorval sur le cinéma shakespearien, voilà, qui a pu servir de précédent et qui est toujours, je crois, poste à Montpellier. Et puis également sur Shakespeare et la France, où il y a eu à la fois Yves Bonnefoy, qui était pour la première fois à parler de ses écrits sur Shakespeare et de sa poésie, enfin, la traduction qui proposait des sonnets, et Julia Christina qui avait rempli, je me souviens, un fil cheveux à la Sorbonne. À l'époque, ben, c'était encore, alors excusez-moi, je reviens, je radote, au mois de février, elle avait un superbe manteau de fourrure. Et elle revenait de Davos, vous savez, la réunion des grands chefs d'entreprise, où on l'avait sollicité pour donner une conférence. Voilà. Et elle parlait de Roméo et Juliette, et sa conférence a eu, je crois, beaucoup de succès et de retentissement.
Je vais ajouter un mot. Une activité de la Société Shakespeare depuis le début et qui s'est maintenue à travers toutes les présidences dont on n'a pas encore parlé, c'est le lien avec le théâtre. Dès le début, on a fait venir des gens de théâtre. Alors, il y a eu parfois des techniciens, des scénaristes, il y a eu beaucoup d'acteurs, de metteurs en scène. On doit d'ailleurs beaucoup à Jean-Michel Desprats, qui était en relation avec la plupart d'entre eux, qui les a fait venir, qui les a interviewés. Et on a vu beaucoup de spectacles aussi, parce que justement, ça faisait partie du programme d'aller voir telle ou telle pièce qui se jouait. On jouait énormément Shakespeare à Paris. J'en ai parlé jeudi, donc en général, on n'avait pas beaucoup de difficultés à trouver un spectacle à convier, enfin, pas à convier, mais à présenter et à faire venir donc acteurs et metteurs en scène pour en parler en direct.
On va peut-être s'arrêter là.
L'ouvrage qui a été apporté, voilà, qui sont sur la table.
Donc, on autoriserait à ajouter juste une petite phrase. C'est que Robert Elroth, dans sa discrétion, a quand même écrit un certain nombre d'articles sur Shakespeare, dont le dernier, presque avant de mourir, sur la cohérence dans le roi Lear, la conscience de soi et la cohérence dans le roi Lear, ce qui lui ressemblait beaucoup, et en même temps sa très belle traduction des sonnets.
Et une très belle lettre de Shakespeare depuis le paradis.
Oui, c'est
ça. On l'a publié dans un recueil de lettres à Shakespeare.
Et puis aussi, merci Dominique d'avoir organisé Shakespeare 450. Très beau colloque.
Merci.
J'ai l'impression qu'il n'y avait pas de questions. Est-ce que tu sais ça
J'ai pu écrire, et moi j'en suis encore à écrire. J'aime bien le papier. Ah non, mais alors, alors, moi, c'est Joël qui et alors, on s'est connu, on s'est dit, avant,
Ça n'est pas possible si tu veux nous dire des choses.
Wendy. Alors, j'ai son courriel, machin, mais il ne pas d'autres liens. Alors,
C'était votre ordinateur.
oui, Ribérol. Elle s'appelle toujours Ribérol.
06 14 09 58 63.
Mais c'est pas trompé. Voilà.
14 09 63. Et vous avez son. Enfin, c'est plus SFR maintenant. C'est pas son.
Ah, elle est plus sur.
Non,
ah, bah, c'est peut-être pour ça que j'ai point de contact.
Non, l'exemplaire du bouquin, c'est écrit dedans. Parce que moi,
Non, mais c'est pas grave. Si j'ai le téléphone, bon, là.
On était sur la table avec Dominique, je regarde.
Mais je ne savais pas qu'elle était de l'autre côté de la terre. Ah non, mais je vais faire le détour, ça vaut absolument le coup. Magnifique, magnifique. Ah, ça me fait plaisir. Elle
est à Palais.
Oui, c'est ça dans la tête. Et alors,
c'est pas dans la ville.
elle m'a rendu Clémence. Dans les années 70, j'ai fait des liens avec d'autres. Et on a publié des choses ensemble dans ce magasin de ma mère. On a été face, c'est à qui qui a fait ça. Et là, c'est ça qui a fait. Alors, on comprend. Mais à partir de ah oui, ça veut dire la foire, absolument.
Une dernière petite session. S'il vous plaît, nous avons tous envie de passer au cocktail, certes, mais nous avons une dernière petite session qui est une lecture hommage au fondateur de la Société Française Shakespeare, avec quelques petites surprises et quelques petits clins d'œil en plus. Cette lecture hommage, on avait d'abord pensé, enfin, elle devait d'abord être portée par deux comédiens professionnels, un metteur en scène, mais qui ont dû, voilà, qui, pour des raisons personnelles, n'ont pas pu être présents. Et donc, en fait, non, ça ne marche pas, le micro aussi. Et donc, en fait, nous avons improvisé quelque chose avec les étudiants de M2 qui suivent mon séminaire. Il y a deux étudiants en études théâtrales, une qui est à Nanterre, l'autre à Sorbonne Nouvelle, et deux étudiantes en M2 en anglais et une doctorante. Et donc nous demandons votre indulgence parce que c'est très improvisé et préparé en une répétition à vous. Voilà.
When the candidate is done, when the battle starts in one, that would be the air, the set of sun. Where the place? Upon the heath, there to meet with Macbeth. I come, remotely. But of course, I know. Fair as foul and foul as fair, hover through the cloud and filthy air.
When shall we three meet again? In thunder, lightning, or in rain?
When the hurly-burly is done, when the battle's lost and won.
That will be here, the set of sun.
Where are the priests?
Upon the hills.
There to meet with Macbeth.
I come, grey Malcolm.
Pollock calls.
Anon.
Fair is foul and foul is fair, hover through the fog and filthy air.
Au haut de terre, dans la brume et sous le crachin, trois émissaires distincts danser la danse des sorcières. Au banquet, ou pas bonbons, banco c'est sûr, ne viendra pas. Car sur la langue, trois gros bras, on voit heureux de secondes. Macbeth, heureux de son trépas, exulte et veut prendre sa place. Mais banco survit et le glace. Suspect, il ne l'attendait pas.
Oh, Macbeth, fais gaffe!
Il a première apparition.
Tu marches à ta perdition si tu veux affronter Macbeth.
Comme toutes les troupes d'avant-garde, le rideau gris aboutit en quelques années à Shakespeare et au répertoire élisabétain, et lui, plus facilement qu'un autre, car Flucher était là.
Il n'était pas seulement là comme traducteur remarquable de ces textes difficiles. Flucher adorait jouer. Encore une activité qu'il devrait masquer eu égard à la sacro-sainte université et au respect de ses élèves. Le professeur Flucher ne pouvait pas apparaître sur scène plus sous les traits de Prospero. Le problème fut résolu pour notre joie à tous. Quand un personnage supposait un maquillage suffisant pour que l'acteur devint méconnaissable, Flucher en devenait d'office l'interprète. Face aux noms retrouvés de Paul Rivert, les programmes mentionnaient régulièrement un mendiant, une vendeuse à la sauvette, un vieillard, un ivrogne, une vieille femme. C'était Flucher, devenu spécialiste du bâton Leicester et du poil à crépus. Évidemment, il fut une des sorcières de Macbeth, et jamais un de ses élèves ne soupçonna que sous les oripeaux et derrière le faux nez de celle-ci, c'était son professeur d'anglais qui scandait d'une voix suraiguë « Le lait, c'est le beau, et le beau, c'est le lait. Pour nous, c'est tout un, bonnet blanc, blanc bonnet. Filons dans la brume et dans l'air souillé. Le lait, c'est le beau, et le beau, c'est le lait. » Je ne crois pas qu'aucun acteur professionnel ait jamais éprouvé plus de joie en scène dans le rôle d'Alceste du marquis de Priolat que Flucher dans celui d'une sorcière ou d'un assassin de Shakespeare.
Dans les ombres de la caverne, au son envoûtant des hautbois, passent les spectres de 8 rois. Macbeth, 3 rois, livre de l'herbe. Un fantôme phosphorescent illumine ce beau cortège. Abominable sortilège. Banquo suivait, tout souriant.
Pourquoi ne dormirait-elle pas au fond de sa tombe poreuse? Et vais-je avoir l'âme peureuse parce qu'on prédit mon trépas?
L'homme est un pauvre promeneur, acteur se trémoussant sur scène, un conte aussi bête qu'obscène, plein de fracas et de fureur.
Words, words, words. Brevity is the soul of wit. Another one. When a man's verses cannot be understood, nor a man's good wit seconded with a forward child understanding, it strikes a man more dead than a great reckoning in a little room. Truly, I would the gods had made thee poetical. I do not know what poetical is. Is it honest in deed and word? Is it a true thing?
À la fin de Midsummer's Night Dream, la plume du poète devient un moyen de parcourir l'espace, de peupler le vide par l'invention de topoi et de contours qui donnent une identité et un visage aux espaces encore vides sur la carte.
The poet's eye, in a fine frenzy rolling, doth glance from heaven to earth, from earth to heaven, and as imagination bodies fall, the forms of things unroll. The poet's friend turns them to shapes and gives to airy nothing a local habitation and a name.
Tel un cartographe qui dessine une carte avec des plaines, des montagnes et des villes, l'œil du poète a le pouvoir de rendre visible l'invisible en le localisant de façon à l'identifier et à en dresser l'inventaire. Le dramaturge associe naturellement ces personnages à un certain cadre spatial, la ville ou la cour, en l'opposant à un autre qu'il situe aux antipodes du premier, la forêt, la lande ou une demeure aristocratique, empilant ainsi sur la réalité de la carte ou du lieu tout un ensemble d'éléments fictifs ou imaginaires. Le lieu exact est alors laissé dans le vague, de sorte que le nom ou le toponyme prennent une valeur polysémique. Ainsi, la forêt d'Ardennes, l'Inde, l'Illyrie, l'Égypte, Rome ou les Bermudes ont-ils pour fonction de répercuter un certain nombre d'échos poétiques et de correspondances symboliques. Tous ces signifiants complexes sont chargés d'histoire et de magie verbale. Ils deviennent des incantations douées d'un pouvoir d'évocation ou d'équivoque qui les rend quasi insaisissables, de sorte que le sens n'est jamais fixé une fois pour toutes.
Depuis le Moyen-Âge, la forêt est le lieu naturel de l'aventure chevaleresque ou initiatique, le lieu qui, par excellence, s'oppose à la civilité, à la raison, à l'humanité, et simultanément qui permet, grâce aux épreuves auxquelles elle soumet ceux qui s'y aventurent, de retrouver sous une forme régénérée et supérieure ce dont elle les a éloignés. Peut-on dire qu'elle joue le même rôle en Angleterre à la fin du XVIe siècle? On peut en douter.
These are the portraits of jealousy
And never since the middle summer spring met we on hill, in dale, forest or mead, by paved fountain or by rushy brook, on the beached margin of the sea, to dance or ringlets to the whistling wind. But with thy brows thou hast disturbed our sports. The human mortals want their winter here. No night is now with hymn or carol blessed. Therefore the moon, the governess of floods, pale in her anger, washes all the air that rheumatic diseases do abound. And through this distemperature, we see the seasons alter, hoary-headed frosts fall on the sweet lap of the crimson rose, and on old hyads thin and icy crown, an odorous chaplet of sweet summer buds is, as if mockery sets the spring, the summer, the chiding autumn, angry winter, change their wonted liveries, and the mazed world by their increase now knows not which is which.
On peut en douter, même si dans certains cas, elle servait encore de refuge aux hors-la-loi et aux hommes sans maître. Chez Shakespeare, malgré la place qu'elle tient dans Titus Andronicus, les espaces initiatiques sérieux sont intérieurs à l'homme, Hamlet, ou abstraits, topographiquement mal définis, même s'ils sont extérieurs à la cité. Le roi Lyre, Timon d'Athènes, Coriolan. Le bois où se perdent les amants grecs du songe d'une nuit d'été ou la forêt d'Ardennes ne sont que d'une manière distancée des lieux de sauvagerie. Ce qu'on y découvre, c'est une manière de licence amoureuse, une animalité propre à l'homme civilisé et qui est une part constante de sa nature. Quant au hors-la-loi des deux gentilshommes de Vérone, de Comme il vous plaira ou de Saint-Bélin, ils ne parviennent que difficilement à faire oublier leur déguisement de pastoral. Ces bois-là sont plutôt des lieux de vérité individuelle, des refuges romanesques contre la corruption de la cour ou la force des puissants. C'est dire que la tradition de la forêt-refuge se maintient. En revanche, la forêt sauvage, telle qu'on la voit avec ses habitants dans La Reine des Fées de Spenser, notamment dans les épisodes d'Amoret et de Serena, n'existe guère chez Shakespeare, qui utilise la forêt en inversant le rôle qu'elle jouait dans des fictions intérieures. La civilité y trouve un refuge accueillant, et c'est la sauvagerie civilisée, celle de la cour ou de la ville, qui s'y déploie brièvement.
Fair love, your thanks with wandering in the woods, and to seek trust I have forgot away. Will rest us, Hermia, if you think it good, and tarry for the comfort of the day.
Be it so, Lysander. Find you out of bed, for I upon this bank will rest my head.
One turf shall serve as pillow for us both. One heart, one bed, two bosoms, and one truss.
Through the forest have I gone, but a Athenian found I not, on whose eyes I might approve his flowers force in stirring love. Night and silence, who is here? Who is of Athens he doth wear? This is he, my master say, despised the Athenian maid, and hear the maiden sleeping song on the dank and dirty ground. Pretty soul, she dares not lie near this background, this gay courtesy. Child upon thy eyes, I throw all the power this charmed of all. When thou wakest, let love forbid. Sleep he sees on thy eyes. So wake when I am gone, for I must now to Oberon.
Shakespeare connaît bien les charmes et la dureté de la vie rustique. Il participe aussi d'un autre monde plus vif et altéré, qui est celui de l'artisanat, du commerce et de la politique locale. Cette double appartenance est une richesse. Elle permet d'écouter, de voir avec les yeux de l'autre, les yeux du semblable, et puis il rencontre ceux dont l'art consiste à se faire face avec une autre le temps d'un spectacle. Sulfureuse mais passionnante instabilité, que celle qui marque la vie professionnelle du comédien ambulant. Instabilité de l'espace et de l'identité, air de vertige et de liberté. Il reste à William à découvrir l'univers des grands et de la vie.
What country, friends, is this? Oh, wonder how many goodly creatures are there here. How beauteous mankind is. Oh, brave new world that has such people in it. Avec un envoi de Marie-Thérèse Jones-Davies.
À Monsieur et Madame Jean Jacot, en témoignage de ma vive et profonde amitié.
Ouvrage dédicacé.
À ma mère et à ma fille Margaret. En juin 1949, lorsque j'exprimais à Monsieur Floris Delattre mon intention de choisir Thomas Dekker pour compagnon de route, l'éminent regretté et professeur de la Sorbonne, qui déjà quelques années plus tôt, au lendemain du concours d'agrégation de 1943, m'encourageait à poursuivre l'étude de la Renaissance anglaise, me suggéra le titre d'un sujet ambitieux, qui, disait-il, où le nom de Dekker serait lié à celui de Londres, sa ville natale. Le présent ouvrage est le fruit de cette suggestion. Durant les 7 années écoulées, mon intérêt ne cessa de grandir pour ce vaste sujet, à la fois double et unique. Les recherches qu'il exigeait portaient sur la vie aussi bien que sur la littérature d'une époque. Ma tâche n'était point seulement d'écrire un livre à propos d'autres livres, mais encore et surtout de percevoir l'intense vitalité d'une civilisation passée dans les vieux in-quarto, ces trésors des bibliothèques, recelaient toujours les marques. En découvrant par le menu du détail, à travers l'œuvre de mon auteur, le décor, la société, les mœurs, l'âme de toute une cité qui lui fut aussi chère que l'existence même, il m'a été possible d'oublier notre XXe siècle pour me rapprocher dans le temps comme dans l'espace de Thomas Dekker, citadin cockney d'il y a 350 ans et plus, dans le cadre de la capitale élisabéthéenne, jacobéenne, voire caroléenne. Sur la toile de fond où se déroula sa carrière, j'ai donc voulu saisir et faire revivre la personnalité vibrante de l'écrivain telle qu'elle m'apparut à la lecture de ses brochures ou de ses pièces, c'est-à-dire singulièrement attachante et inséparable de Londres.
In every street, carts and coaches make such a thundering as if the world ran upon wheels. At every corner, men, women, children meet in such shoals that posts are set up on purpose to strengthen the houses. Lest with jostling one another, they should shoulder them down. Besides, hammers are beating in one place, tubs whooping in another, pots clinking in a third, water tankers running at tilt in a fourth. Here are porters sweating under burdens, there merchants men bearing bags of money, chapmen as if they were at leapfrog, skip out of one shop into another. Tradesmen, as if they were dancing galliards, are lusty at legs and never stand still. All are as busy as country attorneys at a assize.
Le 28 décembre, il fait un froid terrible. La Tamise, déjà gelée le 18, est prise à nouveau dans la glace. Les 2 frères Burbage et leur mère, accompagnés par un petit groupe armé d'épées, ils sont 12 en tout, se rendent au théâtre et commencent à mettre à bas l'édifice qui est leur propriété. Allen essaye en vain de s'opposer à cette destruction par voie de justice. Le travail ainsi commencé est terminé le 20 janvier par le charpentier Peter Street, engagé par les Burbage, et le matériau récupéré transporté au sud du fleuve. Car, c'est décidé, on ira narguer sous son nez Philip Henslow et son théâtre de la Rose, dans un bel édifice tout neuf incorporant la structure récupérée de l'ancien. Voici donc le globe bâti avec les restes du theatre. Symbole involontaire engendré par la nécessité économique, mais symbole puissant. Les pièces que Shakespeare écrit alors doivent non seulement satisfaire son public, mais encore lui faire trouver le chemin du nouveau théâtre au sud du fleuve. Jules César, comme il vous plaira, Hamlet, La Nuit des Rois, sont les œuvres chargées d'aimanter les spectateurs afin qu'ils suivent la troupe dans sa migration du nord au sud.
I think if all our wheat were to issue out of one skull, they would fly east, west, north, south, and the consent of one direct way should be at once to all the points of the compass. Nay, your wheat is not also out as another man's wheat. It is strongly wedged up in a blockhead. But if it were at liberty, it would sure southward.
I am but man north-northwest. When the wind is southerly, I know a hawk from Hanshaw.
Before Hamlet, madness on stage was either feigned or real, and the two conditions could coexist but never be confused within the same play, as in Titus Andronicus. With Hamlet, madness becomes problematic. Starting from an initially simple and popular motive, which he found in such works as Orlando Furioso, The Splendid Tragedy, or Temperance the Great, Shakespeare reworked it into an enigma, open to the speculation of a questioning audience. Rousseau had done something of the same when taking the canonical motive of the dead body of Christ as a pretext
for research into the erotic potentialities of the male figure, yet without denying the sacredness of the subject of sacrificing the conventions of traditional iconography. The price to be paid for the intellectual sophistication of mannerly theatre is a diminishing of its emotional potential. Hamlet himself is too equivocal a character, too disturbingly intriguing to be as deeply moving as other Shakespearean characters of comparable magnitude. Even more than the fragmented figure of Caesar, Hamlet sheds light on the futility of attempting to achieve a full grasp of a mannerist character. And this is all the more frustrating for the audience, as no other figure has been or was to be so fully hyperbolized as Hamlet. Inevitably, for many critics and spectators, the prince has often seemed to overshadow the poet, and it is true that however rich and varied the play world may be, it looks shrunken and stale, compared with Hamlet's inner world, over which he reigns as a king of infinite spaces.
Thank you. Merci Jean-Pierre. C'est fascinant. Oui, donc cette question du rapport entre personnage et espace, intérieur ou cosmique, semble en effet être un point focal non seulement du théâtre de Shakespeare. Ne pensez-vous pas, Jean? Qu'en pensez-vous, vous qui avez travaillé sur Tamerlan, justement, voit-on déjà chez Marlowe se profiler un hiatus similaire entre l'espace extérieur qu'habiterait tout entier le héros épico-tragique et ses espaces intérieurs, auxquels une crise épistémologique et la folie de tout un âge vont bientôt le confiner?
Alors, dans Tamerlane, Marlowe c'est une gageure qui paraît impossible. Soutenir l'intérêt, voire l'admiration pour un héros grandiloquent, threatening the world with high astounding terms. Sa rhétorique n'est pas creuse. Tout ce qu'il conçoit se réalise. Son verbe se traduit en actes, irrésistiblement, comme s'il était un dieu. On peut suivre l'itinéraire de ses conquêtes terrestres dans l'Atlas d'Orpheus et comparer ses appétits à ceux des puissances colonisatrices qui se disputent alors les routiers. Le firmament demeure du souverain, le lieu de ses aspirations et l'objet de ses révoltes. Ainsi, Tamerlan remplit et ébranle l'univers entier.
Et observe-t-on, en passant à la deuxième partie, un changement dans la mentalité du protagoniste?
Alors, les rapports du héros avec la divinité sont complexes. Un peu avant de défier Marlowe, dans la scène de l'immole son fils, Tamerlan a bravé et menacé le Dieu suprême. L'incohérence de ces déclarations a été interprétée comme le signe d'un délire qui va croissant et finit par ravager son corps et son esprit. Et sans doute cette fin peut-elle être considérée comme une rétribution. Mais l'idée qu'il est le glaive du Seigneur fait partie de ce délire, et rien ne dit qu'elle correspond à une réalité. Lui seul s'attribue ce rôle de fléau, et sur la scène, nulle autre voix doctrinale ne vient le spécifier. Si la Providence intervient, elle reste silencieuse. Cependant, on assiste bien à une sorte d'expiation, et rien n'est plus impressionnant que cette destruction du personnage par lui-même, cette logique intérieure de la maladie, cette critique interne de la démesure, du déséquilibre et de la difformité, qui résulte d'une perversion des aspirations.
Oui, Dominique, je vois que vous avez quelque chose à dire.
Oui, merci. N'oublions pas ici l'importance des chroniques. Dans la première tétralogie de Shakespeare, l'itinéraire du roi est cerné de prophètes et de fantômes, tendu comme toute vie humaine entre ciel et terre, et comme toute vie royale entre passé et futur, privé et public. Ces rythmes alternés procèdent de perceptions différentes du temps, durée accordée à une vie, une dynastie, mémoire archéologique, éternité. Le temps court déjà du pas claudiquant inexorable qui porte le mal incarné vers le trône. Seule la sainteté du roi lui donne la vision d'un retour en grâce après l'hiver apocalyptique de Richard III. Ce monde parcouru de signes obéit à un double système d'interprétation. Les faits s'expliquent naturellement par les actions humaines, mais ces actes sont anticipés par une préscience surnaturelle. Les hommes semblent tenus constamment sous le regard de Dieu. Le savoir rétroactif du chroniqueur prend sur scène une force divinatoire. Si la Providence n'intervient pas sur les événements, elle déborde de la vision restreinte des personnages pour faire entrevoir un monde qui dépasse leur champ d'action. Le temps dramatique court sur la crête de quelques journées décisives et creuse entre elles des intervalles où il travaille en profondeur. Au théâtre, le temps crée la perspective comme l'espace en peinture. Les lointains suggèrent tout ce qui remonte du fond de l'histoire pour investir le front de scène et tous les prolongements imprévus de l'instinct critique saisis par la représentation.
May we cram within this wooden O the very casks of Agincourt? No, sorry, the very casks that did affright the heir of Agincourt? Once more unto the breach, dear friends, once more.
I dreamt there was an emperor. Dreamt there was an emperor, Antony. Oh, such another sleep that I might see, but such another man. His face was as the heavens, and therein stuck the sun and moon, which kept their course enlightened the little earth, the earth. His legs strewed the ocean, his reared arm crested the world. His voice was propertied as all the tuned spheres, and that too friends. But when he meant to quail and shake the all, he was as rattling thunder. For his bounty there was no winter, and autumn 'twas, that grew the ball by weeping. His delightful dolphin-like, they showed his back above the element they lived in. In his livery, walked crown and crownlets, realms and islands were as plates dropped from his pockets. Think you there was, or might be, such a man as this I dreamt of? You lie up to the hewing of the gods, but if there be nor ever were one such, it's past the size of dreaming. Nature wants stuff to buy strange forms with fancy, yet to imagine an Antony where nature's peace gets fancy, and then in the shadows quiets.
Que dire, Gisèle, de ce rêve perdu? L'impératrice qui se voudrait pourtant immortelle. Vous parlez d'Antoine et Cléopâtre comme d'une pièce d'une décentrement baroque.
Tragédie spacieuse entre toutes, qui recèle aux confins du monde et limites de l'Orient romain, Antoine et Cléopâtre est en effet, de toutes les pièces de Shakespeare, celle dont la dynamique tragique apparaît le plus étroitement tributaire de l'espace. Un espace conflictuel que Rome et l'Égypte se distribuent et se disputent, mais que ni l'Égypte ni Rome ne suffisent à contenir ni à cerner. L'espace qui se déploie, mobilise et instable entre l'arche immense de Rome et le cercle des Ptoléméens n'est plus l'Orient statique gravé sur une carte que contemplait Tamerlan. Ici, le mot magique de guerre dessine ou estompe tour à tour des allégeances ou des dissertions, des annexions ou des révoltes au gré d'attachements renoués qui se voulaient infidèles, d'alliances éphémères qui se voulaient durables. C'est tantôt la subversion d'un Pompée qui rend dangereusement fluctuant l'espace des provinces romaines, ou la violence d'un César menacé qui recherche en Antoine l'allié privilégié contre Pompée, ou encore ce même Antoine qui multiplie les alliances orientales autour de Cléopâtre, jusqu'au moment où, dans un vertige protéiforme, celui qui était l'un des trois piliers du monde, le triumvirt vaincu, voit se dissoudre les contours du visible et se perdre sa propre identité, comme de l'eau dans l'eau.
On pourrait comparer peut-être cette annihilation du héros et de l'espace à celle du texte lui-même. Yves, vous pouvez nous dire sur ce sujet?
Oui, tout à fait. On peut revenir ici à Macbeth. Celui-ci a compromis à Ross and Andrews. Young gentlemen, your pains are registered, where every day I turn the leaf to read them. Bientôt, l'écriture s'abîme et s'efface, le livre se referme. À partir de ces blessures, un texte ou trop instable ou trop permanent. Les relations dramatiques s'organisent en termes de lecture ou d'écriture. On donne son corps et son être à lire, on les ferme au regard. On cherche à déchiffrer le corps ou le cœur d'autrui, ou à les marquer de l'empreinte de son écriture. Dans la première partie de Tambolé, les caractères de la valeur martiale sont gravés sur le front de Damas, tandis que sur le visage de Xénocrate, la beauté, commence volumes with her ivory pen. Ce que Pierrot Comporesi nomme le travail étonnant du corps humain, imprimant une surface et une forme de l'invisible, traçant l'impalpable essence de l'âme sur la peau, gravant sur la façade les signes du projet, produit un livre où se lit l'expérience intérieure de l'individu, non seulement le courage ou la perfection, mais aussi les blessures qu'inflige le temps.
Happy is your grace that can translate the stubbornness of fortune into so quiet and so sweet a style.
Cette expérience du temps que dans les sonnets de Shakespeare
Le poète fait pour lui-même, mais point à cause de lui-même. Elle est tout à la fois déchirante et désespérante. C'est en tant qu'agent destructeur qu'il apparaît dès l'abord, complice de la mort et son alter ego. C'est un ennemi qui vous livre une guerre impitoyable, assiégeant la beauté à grands renforts divers et la ravageant dans ses tranchées. Un tyran sanguinaire qui se complaît à détruire ce qu'il a créé et qu'il faut combattre par tous les moyens. Toutes les armes lui sont bonnes. Faux, bélier, plume même, avec laquelle il grave ses rides sur les feux. Il est digne aussi de toutes les injures. Devouring, sluttish, injurious, fell.
When I have seen, by time's fell hand defaced, the rich proud cost of art for unburied age, when sometime lofty towers I see down raised, and brush the eternal slave to mortal rage, when I have seen the hungry ocean gain advantage on the kingdom of the shore, and the firm soul win on the water remain. Increasing store with loss and loss with store, when I have seen such interchange of state, or state itself confounded to decay. Ruin had taught me thus to ruminate, that time will come and take my love away. His fault is as a death, which cannot choose, but weave to have that wish it fears to lose.
Lorsque je vois du temps la dure main défaire, d'un riche âge passé l'orgueil enseveli, lorsque je vois raser des tours jadis altières et les reins immortels à la mort asservis, lorsque je vois les flots de l'océan avide disputer leur royaume au rivage voisin, le sol ferme gagner sur l'empire liquide, tournant leurs gains à perte et leurs pertes à gain, lorsque je vois ainsi fortune échanger ou fortune déchoir pour s'abîmer un jour, la ruine me fait ruminer la pensée que le temps doit venir m'arracher mon amour. Et ce n'est comme mort et je n'ai de pouvoir que de craindre ta perte et pleurer de t'avoir.
Quand je vois l'atroce main du temps dégradé, l'orgueilleux apparat des âges révolus, vois que les tours jadis altières sont rasées, que l'éternel airain cède à mortelle rage, quand je vois l'océan affamé peu à peu mordre sur le royaume étendu du rivage, la terre ferme gagner sur le liquide empire, gain par la perte accrue par le gain, vois tout état soumis à la vicissitude, où l'état s'effondrer, lui-même anéanti. Ces ruines m'enseignent à ruminer ainsi. Le temps, un jour, viendra m'enlever mon amour. Cette pensée m'est une mort. Et je ne puis que pleurer donc d'avoir ce que je crains de perdre.
To say or at least to suggest, as a conclusion, how this may affect the interpretation of the theme in the sonnets. The notion of a war with time is twice made explicit in the sequence sonnets 15 and 16, and the related figure of time, the tyrant, appears also twice in sonnets 8 and 115 in a manner which may seem reminiscent of, or at any rate illuminated by Richard's drama. The sonnets are radiated with an imaginative energy drawn from the drama of Richard. They can hardly be impervious to the spiritual awakening, which he experiences when his soul opens at last to music. This music may be broad, but is a sign of love. A new moral force emerges in a number of the later sonnets, a kind of visionary innocence, tinged with surprise, and sorrow at having been kept in slavery so long. This is the sadness which prompts the poet to complain, as he does in sonnet 115. Alas, why fearing of time's tyranny, might I not then say now, I love you best? When I was certain or in certainty, crowning the present, doubting of the rest, love is a babe, then might I not say so, to give full growth to that which still does grow. The note is one of regret and even remorse, because it is more deeply one of newborn freedom.
Uncertainties now crown themselves assured, and peace proclaims hours of endless age.
But how can this true peace be found? Chapman gives a double answer to this question. In the lengthy dialogue between the allegorical figure of peace and the poet can be divided into two parts. The long first part is philosophical, and its intellectualism is close to Stoicism. The second is more personal and piously Christian. Peace is obtained through learning, which is the soul's actual frame. To be more specific, learning seems to be no different from knowledge and truth, and wisdom is naught else than learning fight. Learning is also very close to reason, but Chapman seems to be uncertain which of the two directs the other. Such uncertainties, however, should not prevent one from grasping the core of his belief. Learning is the source of virtue. The good life is the effects of learning acts. And there is no true learning without a virtuous life. If learning lacks that power to rule the errant paths, it is but learned ignorance, and the mere scholar is but a walking dictionary.
Hélas, c'est vrai, j'ai ça et là vagabondé, fait de moi-même un arlequin aux yeux de tous. J'ai vicié mes pensées, bradé ce qui m'est cher, de neuves affections fait offense aux anciennes. Il est bien vrai que j'ai regardé la constance de travers comme une étrangère, mais par Dieu, ces écarts ont rajeuni mon cœur.
La tempête, le conte d'air. C'est bien une joie peu ordinaire qui caractérise le mouvement de ces trois grimpeaux manettes. Et ce mot joie revient à la fin de toutes ces pièces pour traduire l'intense émotion qui étreint les personnages. Cette joie est peu ordinaire car c'est la joie non seulement de retrouver des êtres aimés, mais de retrouver des êtres aimés qu'on croyait morts, qu'on avait même vu morts, pas par les êtres. Périclès avait mis le cercueil de Thésa à la mer et lu l'épitaphe de Marina sur son taureau, et pourtant ils retrouvent l'une et l'autre vivantes. Léonte avait cru qu'Hermione était morte et pendant 16 ans, il s'est rendu chaque jour sur son tombeau et sur celui de Mamilius. Le navire d'Antigonus n'étant jamais revenu, il avait tout lieu de croire qu'il avait disparu avec Perdita. Et pourtant, Léonte retrouve sa femme et sa fille vivantes.
Le poète, à l'approche de la vieillesse, est comme obsédé par des idées de réconciliation et de pardon. Et les mots trouver ou retrouver, pardonner ou pardon et enfin joie, semblent même prendre une dimension eschatologique pour le conte d'hiver. Et la fausse résurrection de la statue paraît symboliser une résurrection générale.
Peut-on aller jusque-là? La vision providentialiste qui s'exprime dans les pièces traduit-elle les sentiments personnels de l'auteur à quelques années de sa propre mort?
Nul ne saurait l'affirmer. Et Shakespeare a intitulé ce drame romanesque qui suggère de telles questions avec le plus d'insistance du conte d'hiver.
Est-ce seulement le monde tel que le spectateur voudrait qu'il soit? L'émotion que les personnages communiquent au spectateur est-elle possible qu'au théâtre?
Les drames romanesques posent la question sans pouvoir évidemment apporter une réponse.
Joyce rushing upon me, overbear the shores of our mortality, and drown me with a sweetness.
Peut-être pour chanter avec nous, s'il vous plaît. Alors, on avait les paroles à projeter, si vous voulez.
Il va falloir rallumer
C'est pas lui, non. Vous l'avez débranché, vous l'avez débranché.
Chanter avec, si vous voulez.
Il était débranché.
Sur le téléphone, s'il vous plaît. On veut bien des bons chanteurs devant, on n'a pas ça. Les chanteurs, vous pouvez bien chanter.
Bah oui,
Ça suit,